RE conference, Action for Restoring Environment. On day one, we witnessed speakers from the civil society, from members from civil society, members from eminent speakers, think tank people who are working in the field of climate change, people who are representing different stakeholder groups, share their thoughts on this important question: Are we taking enough action? Today, we are going to hear from heads of religious organizations, spiritual organizations, from industry, from academicians, and from the media about the role of what role they can play in furthering the action for climate change. For people who have joined us today, there are some unique elements that you witness across this conference. There are a lot of selfie points where we encourage you to go and bother with this question: Are we taking enough action? Post your thoughts on social media and tag Energy Swaraj Foundation. You can see on the stage some sacks kept here. The sacks represent 200 kgs of carbon dioxide that we as individuals emit every month. And this was symbolic to create a perception of the kind of weight that we carry on our shoulders, because this CO2 that we emit every month is going to be in the atmosphere for the next 300 years. So, can you imagine how much damage that we cause to the environment? And this is going to stay much beyond our lifetimes. You see above that is the climate clock, and the clock is ticking. We may have a perception that we have a lifetime to fight against climate change, but it's not there. And that is why we bring this important question: Are we taking enough action? It's my pleasure to welcome all of you today at this day two of this conference, where we have the first session where we ask this question and discuss with heads of spiritual organizations, mobilizing masses towards sustainable action through spiritual sensitization. Are the spiritual organizations doing enough? That is the question. And it is our pleasure to have very eminent speakers today for this panel. First, I would like to invite the person who is behind all of this, whose inspiration has resulted into an 11-year journey. And this conference comes after 2 years of his journey across the length and breadth of the country, talking to millions of people, taking this message of importance of fight against climate change. It is my honor to invite Professor Solanki on the dais. Professor Solanki is an educator, researcher, innovator, and happiness program teacher of Art of Living, who is currently on an unpaid leave from IIT Bombay. He was undertaking the Energy Swaraj Yatra since November 2020 through a solar bus for the next 11 years until 2030. In the wake of serious catastrophic climate change, this Energy Swaraj Yatra is designed with the purpose to create a public movement towards adoption of 100% solar energy. He has been honored with the as a brand ambassador of the solar energy for Madhya Pradesh government. Professor Solanki is popularly known as the Solar Man of India, and people also call him lovingly Solar Gandhi. He has coined the word Energy Swaraj to establish Energy Swaraj globally. He has founded the Energy Swaraj Foundation. Welcome, sir. With that, this session is special because we talk about the role of spiritual organizations. We know how spirituality mobilizes millions of people in India and across the world, and it creates a transforming impact on lives of people. So we want to have this question of what role can spiritual organizations play in sensitizing people on this important issue, which poses an existential threat on humanity. It is my pleasure to invite next up on stage Param Pujya Swami Yudhishthir Das Ji from ISKCON. Swami Yudhishthir Das Ji is the Acharya of the Pejwar Mutt in Udupi and trustee of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirthak Kshetra. Welcome, sir, on the stage. Next up, it is my pleasure to invite His Holiness Jain Acharya Lokesh Muniji from Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati. For the last 28 years, he has been continuously making efforts for building national character, development of human values, and establishing ahimsa, peace, and mutual cooperation in society. His ambition is that he should be able to make a world free of violence, terrorism, and tension. Welcome, sir. Next, I invite Brother Golo from the Brahma Kumaris Renewable Energies. Brother Golo was born in Germany and has studied Raj Yoga meditation since 1984. He lives at the Brahma Kumari headquarters in Mount Abu. Welcome, sir. Last but not least, I invite Mr. Bhavya Srivastava from the Basic Association. Bhavya Srivastava works as a catalyst for faith-based organizations. His experiences in the domain of journalism, social work, religion, corporate technology provides him an edge to shape ideas, various initiatives. He is a founder member of International Association of Religion Journalists, KAICIID, International Fellow, and worked on many interfaith projects. His role to bring faith together is appreciated by many social and religious organizations. In his broadcasting career, he has covered all major religious events, interviewed all leading interfaith leaders. Thank you, everyone. May I now request the team to please, Professor Solanki, to please welcome all the guests with a token of flower. Can we have a round of applause for all of them? Thank you. Before we dive into this session, I'll request the technical team to play a small video.
I am the soil. I am in the hills and in the valleys, the farms, the orchards. Without me, humans could not exist. But you treat me like dirt. Just a thin skin on this planet. And I'm actually alive, full of organisms that grow and burn. But I'm broken, aching, overused, sick because of you. You have withered me away to less than half of what I used to be just over 100 years ago. Are you paying attention? I am turning to dust. So maybe you could treat me with a little more respect. As you restore me, right?
Thank you. May I now request Professor Solanki to please take over and proceed with the session. Thank you.
Before we start, since all the spiritual leaders, let us all chant oath 3 times. Shall we do this? Can we get us maybe that the mic? Can we all chant Om 3 times? So let us close our eyes and take a deep breath in and breathe out. And this time, let us take breathe in for Om. Breathe in. may open your eyes. So, with this beautiful morning, thank you very much for everybody to join me. There are people who are joining online also. It is much easier these days to join online than in person. So, thanks a lot. Before we begin, I would really like to show you one more video of, if you're listening, AV team, I would like to play another video of nature, but do it a little less volume. If you can play the video of nature. Video of nature. And if you can reduce the volume a little bit. Nature.
I
Okay. So let us wait a little bit, but by the time this happens, let me tell you what happened yesterday. Yesterday was the first day, and we are here for Action for Restoring Environment, the R conference and awards. And the big question that we have been asking is, are we taking enough action? And it doesn't look like that we are taking enough action, and we are going to pose this question to leaders from all sections of the society, industrial leaders, government leaders, spiritual leaders, political leaders, even media. So that is the next session. So we are going to discuss that. I just wanted to show you the video of nature and the mother nature and what it is and what we are missing out right now. All right, so I think they will have difficulty, but let me go ahead without waiting for the nature video. I would like to take your attention to the current status of the climate change. The manner the climate has changed, and it is everybody's experience that climate has changed. It is not same anymore. And I've been traveling all across the country and asking people, whether you could feel the climate has changed or not. And believe me, every individual can relate and feel that it is not same anymore. And we can ask the children here sitting, do you think the weather system has changed? So even the young children can feel that things are not same anymore. And that is what the disaster is, that the change is happening so fast in this modern times that even a young person, earlier only old people used to feel. So the climate has changed. There is no doubt about it. What has changed is also very clear. There are more floods, there are more droughts, there are more forest fires, there are more ice melting, there is increase in sea level. Everything that can go wrong with our atmosphere, with our environment, with our climate has actually gone wrong. And there's no doubt about it. And we need to really ask that despite becoming aware and becoming feeling that the climate has changed, do we have any plan to correct it? What is the action that we are going to take it? So this is what the main agenda of this conference is. Before we go further, Pujya Shri Ravi Shankar ji could not be present here, but he has sent his message through the video. So can we play the video of Pujya Shri Ravi Shankar ji, please? The person there cannot listen to me. Why you have to call him? He cannot listen and understand what I'm saying. No, but why he can't respond? पीछे एवी रूम में मैं जो बोल रहा हूं आपको सुनाई देता है? सुनाई देता है तो यहां से फोन क्यों करना पड़ता है? आप खुद से चलाइए. One of you can go and sit there, please. Okay.
लगता है प्रकृति हमसे नाराज है। जिस तरह से अतिवृष्टि हो रही है, अनावृष्टि हो रही है, अकाल वृष्टि हो रही है, इससे काफी नुकसान हम मानव जाति को पहुंच रहा है। कभी आपने सुना कार्तिक मास में जोर से बारिश होना और फसलों का इतना नुकसान हो जाना? तो ये सब दिखाता है हम कहीं ना कहीं कुछ गलत कर रहे हैं, प्रकृति से छेड़छाड़ कर रहे हैं, प्रकृति के प्रकोप के पात्र बन रहे हैं। अब समय आ गया है, हम जागे और प्रकृति का संरक्षण में लग जाए। कहाँ तक हम बाहर से पेट्रोल लेते आएंगे, डीजल लेके आएंगे, कहाँ तक ये पृथ्वी हमको देगी? अब देखिए 8 बिलियन हो गया हमारा दुनिया का पॉपुलेशन। अब कैसे सबको खाना मिलेगा यदि हम प्रकृति की तरफ नहीं मोड़ते हैं तो? हाँ? अब ये रिन्यूएबल सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी माने प्रकृति से जो शक्ति हमको मिलती है उसका हमें उपयोग करना चाहिए। देखिए हमारे परंपरा में क्या था, सुबह उठते ही लोग सूर्य देव को अर्घ्य देते थे, सूर्य को प्रणाम करते थे, सूर्य पर अपना दृष्टि रखे थोड़ी देर खड़े होते थे। उससे हमारे शरीर में जो ऊर्जा जाती थी, ताकत मिलता था, उससे काफी काम हो जाता था। अब रोज 5-7 मिनट सूर्य की शक्ति को हम लेंगे तो हमारा पाचन शक्ति भी अच्छी होती है, शरीर में बल भी अच्छा होगा और इतना ज्यादा भोजन करने की जरूरत भी नहीं होगी। तो सूर्य सन गेजिंग अभी एक नया ट्रेंड सब जगह निकला है दुनिया में। ऐसे ही सूर्य की ऊर्जा को हमने विद्युत के रूप में प्रयोग कर सकते हैं और पानी निकाल सकते हैं, रात को बिजली चलेगी, इससे सब कुछ हम सूर्य की ऊर्जा के जरिए कर सकते हैं। और वायु की शक्ति को हमें उपयोग में लाना चाहिए। इस तरह से हम जल्दी इन चीजों को छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए। कभी वो करता कोई नई चीज हम क्या करते हैं, लेते हैं, थोड़ा उपयोग में लाते हैं, उसमें 19-20 का भी हो जाए कुछ फर्क, फिर हम छोड़ ही देते हैं, अरे ये तो होता नहीं है, फिर हम वही उसी में चले जाते हैं। ऐसा नहीं करना। जब भी थोड़ा अड़चन को सामना भी करना पड़े, हम डटे रहेंगे, प्राकृतिक ऊर्जा को, सौर्य शक्ति को और वायु शक्ति को हम उपयोग में लाने की हर चेष्टा करें। इस बात को हम प्रचार प्रसार करें और प्रयोग भी करते रहें। मुझे बहुत हर्ष है कि आज केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार और IIT, IIM आदि कई हमारे जो देश के घनिष्ठ संस्थाएं जो है वे सब इस काम में लगे हुए हैं। इन सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं। आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे, भारत को ऊर्जा से संपन्न करेंगे जिसमें हमको बाहर से कुछ भी लेना न पड़े, ताकि सौर्य शक्ति भारत में बहुत है और हम भाग्यशाली है। इतना ही कहूंगा। आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आगे बढ़ते रहें इस काम पर। ओम शांति।
मेरे ख्याल से ताली बजाने से ज्यादा जो उनका संदेश ही पूज्य गुरुदेव का वो जरूर हमें पालन करना चाहिए। तो मैं आप सभी से यही कहना चाहूंगा दैट इंडिया इज अ कंट्री ऑफ सेंट्स, यू नो, फ्रॉम वेरी एंशिएंट टाइम्स। कई सारे संत हुए हैं, दे हैव बीन गिविंग ऑल काइंड ऑफ नॉलेज। Also, India is a country where we worship the elements of the nature. We worship air, we worship water, we worship rivers, we worship forest. Every element of nature has been worshipped for centuries and centuries. But what we see right now is that all these elements are so polluted. Air is polluted, water is polluted, soil is polluted, rivers are polluted. To the level that now you find difficult, to the level that it is difficult to, go and get a deep in Ganga, which used to, cleanse yourself whenever you deep. You can't do that anymore. We have polluted the air to the level that the air quality index in Delhi goes to 400, 500 levels. which is hazardous. We have polluted to the soil to the level that no parents can guarantee that their child, the food their child is eating is actually chemical free. So my question to all of you, and I will start with Acharya Lokesh ji, इतने संतों की भूमि में भी संतों की भूमि के बावजूद भी कैसे हमने हमारे देश में पानी, मिट्टी और हवा को इतना ज्यादा बिगड़ने दिया? On.
1, 2.
So हम संतों की भूमि होने के बावजूद भी हमने कैसे हमारे देश की हवा, मिट्टी, पानी को इतना बिगड़ने दिया? ये आपसे प्रश्न है।
सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रोफेसर चेतन सोलंकी जी को इस बात के लिए बधाई दे रहा हूं कि वो एक ऐसे विषय पर जन जागरण अभियान पर निकले हैं जो समूची मानव जाति के लिए बहुत ही उपयोगी है। बहुत ही गंभीर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया गया है कि भारत ऋषि प्रधान देश है, संतों की भूमि है, उसके बावजूद दरअसल मौजूदा समय की कठिनाई यह है कि धर्म के दरअसल 3 आयाम हुआ करते थे। एक आयाम उपासना, दूसरा आयाम जीवन में नैतिक और चारित्रिक मूल्यों का समावेश, जिसके अंतर्गत ये जीवन शैली का भी समावेश हो जाता है, और तीसरा है अध्यात्म का अवतरण। मेरी दाईं और बाईं और महान धर्मगुरु बैठे हैं, इनकी उपस्थिति में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मौजूदा समय में कठिनाई यह है कि केवल उपासना को ही धर्म मान लिया गया, और हम सभी, जबकि उपासना भी उपयोगी है, मैं उपासना का विरोधी नहीं हूं, उसके पीछे भी पूरा साइंस है, किंतु दूसरा आयाम हमारे जीवन में होना चाहिए। वो जीवन में उन नैतिक, चारित्रिक और हमारे धर्म ग्रंथों में, जैसे मैं जैनिज्म से आता हूं, अगर आपको कहूं, प्रारंभ से जैनिज्म में 2600 वर्ष पूर्व महावीर ने सठ जीव निकाय का सिद्धांत दिया। उन्होंने धर्म से जोड़ा इसको। उन्होंने कहा पृथ्वी काय, अप काय, तेजस काय, वायु काय, वनस्पति काय और त्रस काय। पृथ्वी हमारी धरती, अप हमारा जो है पानी, वाटर, तेजस ऊर्जा, एनर्जी, वायु एयर, और त्रस लिविंग बीइंग, चलने फिरने वाले प्राणी। इन किसी का भी अनावश्यक छेदन भेदन मत करो। और क्योंकि वो जानते थे कि पदार्थ सीमित हैं, इच्छाएं असीम हैं, बल्कि उन्होंने कहा भी इस इच्छाऊ आकाश समान अनंतिया, इच्छाएं तो आकाश के समान अनंत है, सीमित पदार्थ असीम इच्छाओं की पूर्ति नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए उन्होंने एक और नियम दिया कि भोग और उपभोग का संयम करना सीखो। भोग और उपभोग के सीमाकरण का एक विधान दिया, एक हाउस होल्डर के लिए भी, साधुर के लिए महाव्रत, श्रावक के लिए, हाउस होल्डर के लिए भोग और उपभोग का सीमाकरण। मैं समझता हूं आज अगर उस लाइफ स्टाइल को स्वीकार किया जाए, जिसको आप संयम आधारित कह दीजिए, जिसे आप जैन जीवन शैली कह दीजिए, जिसे आप भारतीय जीवन शैली कह दीजिए, और ये सभी धर्मों में इस तरह की विशेषताएं हैं, लेकिन आज अपेक्षा है कि हम जीवन धर्म का जो दूसरा आयाम, जीवन में नैतिक, चारित्रिक मूल्यों का समावेश, और तीसरा इससे भी महत्वपूर्ण, जीवन में अध्यात्म का अवतरण। और ऐसा होता है निश्चित रूप से भारत के अंदर आज भी लाखों करोड़ों लोग प्रतिदिन उपासना के स्थल पर जाते हैं, और हम धर्मगुरु अपने आने वाले अनुयायियों को इस तरह से मार्गदर्शन करें तो सरकारें करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करके जो काम नहीं कर सकती, वो काम आसानी से हो सकता है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। आपने जो धर्म को विस्तार से बताया कि धर्म सिर्फ उपासना नहीं है, और मेरे ख्याल से वो गलती हम लोग कर बैठे हैं। आपसे भी मैं यही प्रश्न करना चाहूंगा कि इतने संतों की भूमि के बावजूद भी कैसे हमारे हवा, पानी, मिट्टी इतने खराब हो गए? कहाँ हमने गलत कर दिया? Where we missed out and let this happen?
First, I would like to congratulate Chetan ji and the team at Energy Swaraj Foundation for bringing together the policymakers, civil society actors, religious leaders, to discuss perhaps what is the most important challenge that we as a society face. But I said perhaps because I think the biggest challenge is something else, and I'll come to that. You asked the question that why do we have these challenges in a place like India? And the answer would be is because if you look at Ishopanishad, there is this beautiful verse. Isha vasyam idam sarvam yatkincham jagatyam jagattena tvaktena bunjita mam pridakasya sudana. And the translation comes to everything animate or inanimate is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore use only that which has been set aside as his quota, knowing well to whom everything belongs to. But somehow along the way, we have forgotten this principle because historically, for millenniums, we have lived by this principle. And that's why I say India, deep down somewhere, is still a very much a society which believes in reverence to the nature, reverence to the elements. But the most important element and the biggest challenge is managing the consciousness. How we respond, how we react, and how we relate to all these components is what is going to shape everything. And climate change is actually a byproduct. If we look at all these elements of terrorism, drug menace, climate change, these are all the byproducts of the consciousness. And as long as our discussions don't deal with this core element, be it COP, be it UNEP, none of them are going to have any true potential value. How do we actually work with the young generation? How do we work with the elders and the adults in the community to bring a change in the consciousness? So that is my response to your question.
So we need to bring the change in the consciousness. But I would reiterate my question to Brother Golu again, that despite all such a rich culture, and despite being so many saints and followers and sects are there in the country, why we fail in bringing this awareness to every human being, at least in India, that we have to kind of nurture and nourish our nature. And because we live in the nature, we cannot live without air, water and soil. Why did it happen at the first place? Where did we go wrong? Is my question.
Yeah, first of all, thanks very much for organizing this event and inviting me also. I just came from the climate conference in Egypt, and it's not only an India problem, the climate change, it's a global problem, and pollution and loss of biodiversity you can see all over the world in very dramatic levels, different levels. For example, we met a lady from Nigeria, and she was weeping because since 2 months, 50% of the country is underwater. And she said, it's quite horrible. People are displaced, they lost hope, and so on. So pollution, loss of biodiversity is not only a problem in India, it's a global problem. But I agree to you, India is one of the countries which is a bit in the newspapers because of pollution. Air pollution in Delhi is always, I think, #1 in the world. And yes, indeed, India faces a lot of problem. I think one of the core issues here which we face is that our mindset has been corrupted. As you already mentioned, the consciousness creates our feelings and our emotions, and that creates our actions. And our actions are no more in harmony with nature. In addition, we became a lot of people on this planet. We are now, I think, we just crossed 8 billion people. And consciousness has been corrupted to some extent, and that is a byproduct of time. And time always creates karma. And we're facing a lot of karma at this planet now. And if you look at climate change, it's quite interesting because these are the emissions of the past which are coming back. So it's the bad actions of the past, not living in harmony with nature. And so it's coming back to us and it's teaching us to change. And I read a very interesting book from an Indian author. It's called The Curse of the Nutmeg. And he says actually climate change started 500 years ago, when the Western countries started to colonize the world, and they created monocultures and they disturbed the natural environment and the diversity. And that's the moment when the emissions went up. And so we are seeing a long chain of wrong actions, a lot of accumulated karma and a corrupted mindset. And that's why we created a environmental initiative, and we try to inspire people to change the mindset and to purify the consciousness. Because once the consciousness is pure, actions become pure. And very simply said, love yourself, and what you love nature, and what you love, you care. You don't destroy it. So that's our message. And indeed, India is the country of saints. I'm a German. And I came to India in a previous life. I was living in India, but this life I was born in Germany. And the world looks towards India for all the saints, and the world actually looks for India for a spiritual awakening. And there's a big challenge for India lying ahead.
So Brother Golo, that's exactly my question. And Bhavyaji, to be honest, I have asked this question to all three saints, but I believe I did not get the answer. Why did it happen in the first place? Because I feel that unless we really realize where the spirituality or the teaching of spirituality went wrong, So I'm asking this question to everywhere. And had the spiritual organization been doing the great job, why at the first place it should not have happened? So where did we go wrong? I mean, Bhavyaji, you're the person who probably is one person in the country who meets all spiritual leaders and interacts with them. Maybe from your perspective, who is a common man, can show where spirituality has gone wrong in bringing this teaching that air, water, and soil, we cannot live without it, and we have to nurture, have to respect it and use it.
So before answering this question, I want to ask a question with the audience. Do you think religion can solve global problems? क्या आपको लगता है धर्म से वैश्विक समस्याएं सुलझाई जा सकती हैं? हाथ उठाइए. Okay, now faith matters. Now we have got three words. Upasana from Acharya Lokesh Muni Ji Maharaj, consciousness from ISKCON Guruji, and karma from Brahma Kumaris. Three words, okay. And hopefully you don't understand anything. Very frankly to you. Because problem 8 अरब की आबादी हो गई है, 7.5 अरब लोग धर्म फॉलो करते हैं, 50 करोड़ लोग एथीस्ट होते हैं. और ये जो 7.5 करोड़ लोग धर्म फॉलो करते हैं, उनके नाम से आप जान सकते हैं कि वो किस धर्म से आते हैं. अब हमारी धर्म से एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है? What are we expecting from these religious gurus and the books? So the way we see religion in last 100 years, I can say, not before that, because before that, searching of self, searching of wisdom, searching of knowledge, reaching to a Paramatma or God, that was very prominent in all the Renaissance period. And after that, when Protestant religion was born from Catholicism, and every religion has seen churning. Can you believe in Hindu religion there are more than 125 sects today? In Muslim religion, we only say there are Shias and Sunnis. But in India, when Islam came, they become Deobandi, they become Barelvi, they become Ahmadiyya, Jatis. Matlab, in Islam, Jati aa gayi Bharat mein aane ke baad. The same happened with Christianity. If you only go to Kerala, you can find more than 150 types of churches. And in America, 15,000. So the way you are expecting the religion is serving you. Religion is a living entity. It's not a stale thing which is written somewhere in the book and from 5,000 years people are following it. No. It is constant changing thing every day by your behavior. So you are responsible. Not these religious gurus are responsible. You need shortcuts. You want to motivate yourself. You want अपने दुख को दूर करने के लिए आप जाते हैं मंदिर और बाबाओं और सबके पास, चर्च में, कहीं भी. आपको स्पिरिचुअल रेमेडीज चाहिए, आपको अपना तनाव दूर करना है, और फिर बात करते हैं दुनिया बदलेंगे. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल व्यवहारिक रहिए. आप धर्म के पास जिस चीज के लिए जाते हैं, धर्म आपको वो देता है. हम कहते हैं भगवत गीता में सबका सॉल्यूशन है, बाइबल में सबका सॉल्यूशन है, इवन कुरान में सबके सॉल्यूशन है, और किसी भी आप वैश्विक मंच पे चले जाइए इंटरफेथ के, हर समस्या का सॉल्यूशन वो वर्ष के साथ, श्लोक के साथ, आयत के साथ आपको बता सकते हैं. लेकिन इसके बावजूद वो उस ग्लोबल चैलेंज, चाहे क्लाइमेट चेंज हो, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो, फॉसिल फ्यूल हो, कोई भी दुनिया की समस्या, like Mr. Golo has just returned from COP27. Yesterday you have heard UNEP President Chairman here. they all are not happy the way things are happening. Because he didn't came to change the world. He came to change himself in Brahma Kumari. He has not the mandate to change the world. He has the mandate to change himself only. But when he understands that there is a challenge, his organization understands there is literally a challenge, there is no solution anywhere. No policy maker, no diplomatic channels, no governmental, intergovernmental body can solve this problem. So faith leaders come. Acharya ji and me were in Parliament World Religions in 2015. And we have seen UN at that time SDGs was not launched. Sustainable Development Goals were not launched. Ban Ki-moon was there. Dalai Lama was there. Acharya ji was in inauguration session. And Ban Ki-moon has said, now we have to look towards faith-based organization to solve our problem. Why? Solve yourself. You are UN. So try to understand, this is a very complex thing. Religion is a very personal thing. बहुत निजी अनुभव है धर्म हमारा. हर धर्म में अलग तरह से हमें समझाया जाता है कि हम भगवान को, ज्ञान को किस तरह अचीव कर सकते हैं. लेकिन try to understand, you are making religion a shallow thing. You means not these childs actually, but surely we are making religion a shallow. That's why we can't find solutions. That's why faith-based organization who are coming forward to take this challenge कि ओके चलो हम मिलके काम करते हैं और दुनिया की समस्या खत्म करने में हम अपना रोल प्ले करते हैं. Yudhishthir ji and me were in Bali last week. We were in many conferences. There were big organizations, but people are talking. Because the problem is this faith leader wants to change something, he needs your support, but you are not conscious. You came to him कि स्वामी जी meditation सिखा दो. So these are the practical challenges.
Thank you so much, Bhavya ji. I also did not know so many details, and there are so many, sub-sect exist, within each religion. And I think it is very clear that probably the common man doesn't even understand what religion is all about. And probably we also have not communicated properly. One thing I would like to ask next is, when I see the spirituality and the nature, for me it is not different things, isn't it? The spirituality is nature is spirituality. And can we bring this connection somehow, if you're missing, in what possible way we can connect people to the nature, people to respecting the water, respecting the air, respecting the soil? Because right now the common understanding is that anything that is free is really useless. I mean, we just carelessly use it, like air and water and soil. And I keep saying, one of the things I keep asking in my lecture is that, tell me what is the most important thing in your life? And people make a big list. Parents are important, job important, children important, so comfort important, education, respect, health, so many important things. Then I tell him, okay, do one thing. Why don't we close your nose for 1 minute? Just 1 minute. An audience can try in this hall. Close your nose for 1 minute and you will realize the most important thing is not your parents or your money or all. It's air. And if it is so important that we cannot live without breathing for more than a minute, why you do not respect air? Why you are polluting with all your the emissions, from your vehicle, from your kitchen, from the material that you are using, from the toothbrush that you are using every day, from the air conditioner, from the fan, light, everything results in a pollution of the air. Why we fail to respect this so basic element without which we cannot live? And if you can throw some light, what we should do to make that connection of human beings or Indians with the nature? Maybe this stage you can take it.
Can I just respond to the previous question before I
please,
get into this? See, ultimately, it's a question of choice. Now, if you look at the whole Bhagavad Gita, there was a Supreme Lord Krishna himself giving Arjuna all the instructions on the battlefield. But ultimately, what did he say? Arjuna, it's your choice now. What do you want to do? He had given everything. So same way, now the religious teachings, the religious teachers have given us all the choices, all the information. But now ultimately, you have to act upon it. And until you act, how will that change come? So the same thing that Bhavyaji said, that you go to the religious leaders, ultimately that change has to come within you. And when we speak of society, what is a society? Society ultimately is a group of individuals coming together with a common purpose. And coming to your second question.
So just this, I'm just kind of responding to that question by asking another question. Couldn't Krishna order Arjuna, you have to do this? And why is that not better than giving a choice to Arjun? And Arjun, in a good sense, he has taken the decision. But if he had not taken the decision, what would have happened?
You're a parent, I believe.
Sorry?
You're a parent?
Yes, yes.
So why don't you tell your son you have to go into engineering? You have to become a doctor. Why do you give him a choice? Because it's a natural byproduct of love. Love means you allow the person to make her or his own choice. So same way as the Supreme Lord, he has given us the choice whether we want to use that freedom that he has given us for the good purpose or not. But if you don't, then what, like Brother Golu said, there will be consequences, there will be karma, there will be reactions. So like any mature parent, we have the choice. How do we use it is something that we need to work on. Take the second one?
Yeah, please.
And the second aspect is, as a society, see, if you look at the paper of Alexander Sherbin, who's a professor at the Columbia University, he argues in his recent paper that he published that societies and nations which are less religious tend to consume more resources and emit more emissions. And that's because there is some underpinning value system which is missing there. So that's why we need to bring more awareness in the society. And India today is driven by a consumer capitalistic market, which believes on consuming more and more resources to make you happy. And all the information that you see from your school all the way up to your adulthood is basically driven by this. We need to bring a whole paradigm change, how we educate, how we pass information on. That will bring some change, I believe.
So education together with the spirituality is also important. Acharya Lokesh ji, if you can take this, how do we connect people back to the nature, so that they love the very same nature that is so important for living a healthy life?
देखिए प्रोफेसर साहब, मूल जब तक समाज में मापदंड नहीं बदले, आज हस्ती पर हैसियत हावी हो गई है। मैं क्या हूं इसकी बजाय मेरे पास क्या है इसके आधार पर मूल्यांकन होता है। दो तत्व हैं, एक है जीवन और दूसरा है आजीविका। कौन किसके लिए है? जीवन के लिए आजीविका है या आजीविका के लिए जीवन है? और उस कारण से मैं इस हॉल की भी अगर बात करूं, मैं तो बच्चों का अभिनंदन करूंगा कि इन्होंने इस हॉल की लाज रख ली। अगर ये न हो, इतने बढ़िया विषय पर सेमिनार की उपस्थिति कितनी दयनीय है ये हम देख सकते हैं। तो जब तक समाज में मापदंड नहीं बदलेंगे, मूल्य नहीं बदलेंगे, तब तक केवल किसी एक वर्ग विशेष पे डालने से नहीं, ये अब समग्र क्रांति की जरूरत है समाज के, और तभी जाकर के बदलाव आएगा। बबी जी ने अभी वर्ल्ड रिलीजन पार्लियामेंट की बात कही 2015 में साल्ट लेक सिटी में, और उस समय की यूएन सेक्रेटरी जनरल बान की मून ने न केवल यूएन बल्कि यूनेस्को हो, यूनिसेफ हो, सबको भारत के संदर्भ में यह समझ में आ गया कि भारत में कोई बड़ा बदलाव लाना है तो वो फेथ के माध्यम से, क्योंकि आज भी धर्म गुरुओं के प्रति आस्था है। लाखों करोड़ों लोग प्रतिदिन उपासना के स्तर पर जाते हैं। मैं आह्वान करना चाहूंगा धर्म गुरुओं को और सामाजिक संगठनों को कि आइए हम सब मिलकर के प्रोफेसर चेतन जी के साथ लग करके इस तरह के कार्यक्रमों को मिलकर के करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से उसके परिणाम आ सकते हैं। लेकिन उसके लिए हमको संगठित रूप से एक्शन प्लान के रूप में, है ना, केवल संगोष्ठी चर्चा सम्मेलन ये भी जरूरी है जागृति के लिए। मैंने भी इससे पहले ऐसे कार्यक्रम किए, एक मंच पे लाया मैं सदगुरु जगी वासुदेव जी को, बाबा रामदेव जी को, डीके शिवानी जी को वर्ल्ड एनवायरमेंट डे पे मैंने स्वयं पद यात्रा की, गुजरात से लेकर के राजस्थान होते हुए दिल्ली तक पर्यावरण के लिए। लेकिन ये दिए और तूफान की लड़ाई है। मैं देख रहा था कार्यक्रम से पूर्व यहाँ पर जो डाटा उपलब्ध कराए गए हैं, इस दिए और तूफान की लड़ाई के अंदर विकराल समस्या से हमें निजात पानी है तो संगठित प्रयास करने होंगे। उसके लिए सभी सामाजिक संगठनों को, सभी धर्मों को एकजुट साथ आना होगा और जीवन के मापदंड और मूल्य बदलते हुए इस प्रकार के मूल्य तो ही मानवता और धरती बच सकती है, इसके सिवाय और कोई रास्ता नहीं।
एकदम ठीक। और मैं आपने बहुत ही मुनि जी कहा कि ये बच्चों ने सच में लाद रखी है, तो बच्चों के लिए जोरदार ताली हम लोग बजाएंगे। और सच में ये इतना महत्वपूर्ण विषय है जो आपने कहा कि ये तो अस्तित्व की लड़ाई है, और ये दिए को इतने तूफान में अपने को अस्तित्व बचा के रखना है। और अस्तित्व की लड़ाई, उसके लिए कोई शक नहीं बचा है, क्योंकि हम उसका अनुभव कर सकते हैं। और उसके बावजूद भी हमारा इतना इस तरह का उस पर अटेंशन होता है। तो ब्रदर गोटो, आपसे भी जानना चाहूँ, व्हाट डू यू फील, हाउ व्हाट शुड वी डू एज एन स्पिरिचुअल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू ब्रिंग that connection back to the people, that they start loving the very same water, the very same soil that from which they are eating food. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to people, you know. And I keep saying in my lecture, you know, probably the modern humans of today are the most stupid animal ever existed. You know, no other animal would actually destroy the very same habitat in which he is or she is living. How do we bring the connection back?
Well, I'm meditating since 40 years almost to bring back that connection for myself personally. I think one of the major issues we're talking about here is a misconception who we are and what is purpose in life. As far as that, my battery is down. As far as I understand, there's a misconception who we are. We are all Atma. We are all a being of light, and we are immortal. And the purpose in life is to incarnate here into this world and be happy and share happiness and joy with each others. So that's our original purpose. And there was a time we were aware of that, and we followed these divine principles that was called the Satyuga. Now one factor comes into play, that is time, and that is action, and by that we create karma. And slowly, slowly Atma forgets that it is a being of light, and slowly it identifies with the body. And slowly matter controls us, and not Atma controls matter. And science is very clear that there's a very close connection between the mind, or Atma, and the physical reality. In quantum physics, they say, if I observe an experiment, a scientific experiment, I actually shape it and I change it and I influence that experiment. And some scientists, they say, and I'm sure that soon this will become also mainstream, that part of our brain, of our mind, our thoughts is connected to quantum field, and quantum field controls reality. So basically we are observing all the time the world, and we're shaping all the time the world. And climate change, wars, loss of biodiversity, this is a byproduct, this is a mirror of the process in our mind, of our thought process, which has been degraded and which has been corrupted. So it's very important that we understand this connection between the inner world and the outer world. Whatever happens on the outside is a product of what happens on the inside. What I laugh, I care. If I'm peaceful on the inside, I create a peaceful world outside. So now we have to raise the awareness to everybody for this connection. And then we have to give people a tool or a method to bring transformation into their life, because the world is very powerful. It is always pulling us into the world of consumerism. More, to have more, bigger mobile phone, higher cars. And don't ask me in Sharm el-Sheikh what cars they were driving. You could see from Mercedes 500 to Bugatti to Maybach, you could see cars which are worth $500,000, a single car. They all came in these cars, all the people. So the world is on the path of consumerism, and we have to inspire people to reverse the process of degeneration. And meditation, yoga, connection with the divine is a very powerful tool to bring that shift and that change in settling also your personal karma. And then you should become a lighthouse of inspiration for yourself and for all the others. And it is said that only 2% of the population is required to bring a revolution. because you said we need a revolution. I'm not so good in Hindi, but I catch that one. So we need a revolution. We need a paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift or revolution, everybody has to initiate inside, within the self, in your own thoughts. You have to bring light, happiness, divinity back into yourself, and you have to become a lighthouse and a lighthouse and start inspiring other people. And of course, it should reflect into your actions, that you take care, use renewable energy products, use good technologies, you consume less, etc., etc. You look at your CO2 footprint. Of course, this should reflect. So spirituality can give the answer, but the process has to start with the self. And we have to bring this awareness to the people, to the masses, and inspire them. And inspiration you can only deliver through self-transformation. You can talk quite a lot, and in Sharm el-Sheikh, I've participated in 15 conferences, and the amount of paper which has been produced, the amount of strategy, of money, of technology which has been promised us that it will help the climate problem is unbelievable. But nothing has helped, because humanity has forgotten the true self, the nature of ourself, that we are spiritual beings. And once we bring that back and we bring transformation into ourselves, we can become beacons or lighthouses of inspiration for others. And then transformation takes place, and only 2% are required to change. Then things will start moving in a society. And that's what I'm on my personal journey since 40 years, to bring that self-transformation to inspire other people. Much more you cannot do, actually.
So nice to hear, and I think you beautifully summarized that until we transform from inside, it is not going to happen. 2% of the people are enough, and that gives me a lot of hope and strength that through my yatra, if we can really, bring and enkindle those 2%, it'll be great. Also, you mentioned that we need really nothing less than a revolution, and that is what I also believe, and that's why I'm not sitting in IIT Bombay or with the government, but I'm sitting in a bus and going everywhere, because I believe that unless we change it in a very, very big manner, we are not going to see the solution to the climate change. Bhavyaji, your remarks will also be useful. You're saying? Your remarks will also be useful to this question, and then we'll come to the final round. What do we need to do right now from the spiritual organization perspective to connect back people with their true nature, as Brother Golo mentioned? And unless you understand who you are, there's no way you can solve it. How do we get that process back? How do we start reversing the process? Or is it?
So I got my word, start reversing. So in Hindu Dharam, Satyug, Treta, Dwapar, Kalyug. In Islam, Hijri. In Christianity, AD, BC. You understand that? And we are living right now in 20th century, 21st century, like that. And we always borrow ideas from past. So हम त्रेता, द्वापर, सतयुग और बीसी इस तरह के आइडियाज को लेकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. और जब हम सस्टेनेबल लिविंग की बात करते हैं, 100% मैं चैलेंज कर सकता हूं आप में से कि कोई भी आप में मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारा जाता होगा तो अंदर जाके प्लास्टिक नहीं फेंकता होगा. आप प्लास्टिक में भले फूल ले जाते होंगे, पर फूल चढ़ाने के बाद प्लास्टिक मंदिर के बाहर आके कहीं भी फेंक देते होंगे. क्योंकि मंदिर के अंदर जब तक आप रहते हैं या किसी भी फेथ प्लेस के अंदर रहते हैं, तब तक आप कॉन्शियस रहते हैं कि आपको कुछ शो करना है. एक तरह का बिहेवियर, एक तरह का डिवोशन, रेवरेंस, दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स विच यू डू मोस्टली ऑन फेथ प्लेसेस और इन फ्रंट ऑफ गुरुज. बिकॉज मोस्टली यू बिलीव कि गुरुज इनकारनेशन होते हैं. और चूंकि हमें समझाया गया है कि राम और कृष्ण अगर धरती पर आ सकते हैं तो कोई भी गुरु, और शंकराचार्य तक ने इस सिद्धांत को कहा अद्वैतवाद के जरिए कि कोई भी आत्मा परमात्मा बन सकती है. तो हमारे धर्म गुरुओं में भगवान जैसा बिलीव होता है. इसकी वजह आपकी रेशनैलिटी, आपकी पढ़ाई लिखाई कुछ नहीं है. 5000 साल से हम ये सुनते आए हैं, इसलिए हम बिलीव करते हैं. अब आते हैं सस्टेनेबल लिविंग पे, जिसको हम कहते हैं नेचुरल होना. क्योंकि रिवर्स की बात सर ने उठा दी थी, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि हम आइडियाज बोरो करते हैं. और हाल ही में एक बड़े फेमस इतिहासकार हुए हैं इजराइल के, जिनकी 3 किताबें आ चुकी हैं, तुरंत नाम नहीं रिकॉल हो रहा है. उन्होंने भी कहा कि हमारे पास नए आइडियाज नहीं हैं, हम केवल पुराने आइडियाज पे काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे कहा जाता है ना कि 7 कहानियां, उन्हीं पे सारी फिल्में बनती हैं दुनिया की, तो उसी तरह हमारे पास कोई नया आइडिया नहीं है। हम नए आइडिया की तलाश बंद कर चुके हैं। भारत में दार्शनिक पैदा होना बंद हो चुके हैं। पिछले 100 साल में कोई दार्शनिक पैदा नहीं हुआ। जिद्दू कृष्णमूर्ति को अगर आप वहां रख लें तो अलग बात है, ओशो को उस लेवल पे रख लें तो, अदरवाइज जिस दर्शन की जरूरत, जिस फिलॉसफी की जरूरत हमें है, जरूरत है आज के नेचुरल लिविंग के लिए, वो हमारे पास नहीं है। इसीलिए हम पुराने प्राचीन एंशियंट टाइम से आइडियाज बोरो करते हैं और किसी आश्रम में जाके ये फील करते हैं कि हम बहुत अच्छा सामान्य नेचुरल जीवन जी रहे हैं, क्योंकि वहां हरियाली है, वहां नदी है, वहां इस तरह का सेरीन एनवायरनमेंट है। तो जब स्पिरिचुअल होने के लिए, देखिए बंधन तोड़ने की, मतलब मोस्टली लोग कहते हैं रिलीजन एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी का अंतर होता है। रिलीजन एक दायरे में रखती है, वहां बहुत सारे नियम होते हैं, आपको फॉलो करने पड़ते हैं, दे ऑल आर सेड रूल्स। पर स्पिरिचुअलिटी में आते ही आप फ्री बर्ड हो जाते हैं। लेकिन स्पिरिचुअलिटी का मतलब, फ्री बर्ड होने का मतलब है कि आप सारे धर्मों से अच्छी चीजें सीखें। फ्री बर्ड होने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि बाहर जाके सिगरेट पिए। तो वो वैल्यूज अगर आप कहीं से नहीं ले रहे हैं और बस इस खाम ख्याली में है कि किसी एक गुरु के YouTube वीडियो देखकर आप स्पिरिचुअल हो जाएंगे, या कुछ मेडिटेशन करने से आपके जीवन में बहुत बड़े बदलाव आ जाएंगे और आपका कंट्राडिक्टरी बिहेवियर होगा समाज में, प्रकृति के प्रति, जेंडर्स के प्रति, मतलब जो आपके वो आइडियाज आप पुराने समय से उठा रहे हैं, जो पैरोकियल आइडियाज हैं, जो आप अभी भी उसी समय से उठा रहे हैं, और साथ में आप स्पिरिचुअल होना चाहते हैं मॉडर्न दिखाने के लिए कि आई एम अ स्पिरिचुअल पर्सन, आई डोंट बिलीव इन रिलीजन। तो ऐसे फेलेसी से दूर रहिए। धर्म में बहुत कुछ है जिनको सामान्य पढ़ लिख के भी समझा जा सकता है। गीता कोई भी पढ़ सकता है भाई, और ब्रह्म कुमारी कोई भी ज्वाइन कर सकता है, और किसी भी जैन मंदिर में आपके प्रवेश पे कोई वर्जना नहीं, आप जा सकते हैं, आप कहीं भी जा सकते हैं, पर आप सीखना नहीं चाहते हैं। और जब सीखना नहीं चाहते हैं तो कोई नेचुरल लिविंग होती ही नहीं है, केवल और केवल एक कंट्राडिक्टरी लिविंग आप जीते हैं। आपको लगता है आप स्ट्रेस में है, एंजाइटी में है, मतलब आपके लिए माँ खाना बनाती है, माँ कई बच्चों के कपड़े धोती है, माँ सारा काम करती है, बहन आधे काम करती है, पिता कमा के लाता है, उसके बाद आप कहते हैं मुझे तो बहुत स्ट्रेस है। किस बात का स्ट्रेस है भाई? मतलब आपको पढ़ा लिखा कर नौकरी तक काबिल बनाया जाता है। भारतीय समाज ही एक ऐसा है जो बच्चे को जीवन भर सपोर्ट करता है, और फिर आप कहते हैं आप एंजाइटी में हैं। किस चीज की एंजाइटी है? आपको परफॉर्म आपको करना है, आपको चूज करना है आपकी लिविंग क्या होगी। तो अपने बिहेवियर को नेचुरल बनाने के लिए, स्पिरिचुअल होने के लिए, नेचुरल होने के लिए उन तत्वों से जुड़ने की जरूरत है जो धर्म में बहुत अच्छे से समझाएगा, और धर्म न भी फॉलो करना है, क्योंकि आधे लोगों को लगता है कि धर्म बहुत सारी निगेटिविटी पैदा करता है समाज में। अब ये देखने का नजरिया है, क्योंकि हमें मीडिया जो दिखाता है मुझसे बहुत कुछ सोचते समझते हैं। मैं आपको ऐसे बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, केवल इस्कॉन की बात कर लें, 2 करोड़ लोगों को खाना खिलाया है उन लोगों ने कोविड के दौरान। हो सकता है आपने भी कुछ अंशदान किया। महाराज जी ने अपनी ओर से गाड़ियां लगवाकर फ्री खाने खिलवाए। ब्रह्मा कुमारी, मतलब ये सामान्य चीजें नहीं है, लेकिन चूंकि हमारा मीडिया दिखाता नहीं है तो हमें पता नहीं है कुछ। हमें लगता है ये लोग कुछ करते ही नहीं है, क्योंकि आपको पता नहीं और ना आप जानना चाहते हैं।
भव्या जी, इसके बाद हमारा जो सेशन है मीडिया के ऊपर ही है कि मीडिया का
मैं नहीं रहूंगा, मैं मीडिया से
So we are going to discuss this, but thank you so much for bringing this point. But maybe the last short answer I would seek, and then we will open to the audiences. That I was just thinking yesterday, what to discuss, and I felt that, I'm sure all of you know, Priyanka Chopra and Alia Bhatt. And if Alia Bhatt and Priyanka Chopra starts giving public appearance, I think public will, get bored in some time. But it is only the spiritual leader in my area, Bhagavad Katha, you can have any number of time and there'll be always crowd. So I think that connect and that attraction towards spiritual leaders and organization is still there, very, very strong. And I can see this. What I want to ask you is that if you want to solve this problem, in what way we start propagating the solutions of the climate? We understand there is a problem. We know that there's something which has gone wrong. But now I think spiritual organization still has a great opportunity, and I would say great responsibility to kind of bring them. So can we start bringing the climate change? Can we start bringing, for example, energy literacy? I believe that it is the misuse of energy. Or I've written a book where this Gita slok, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. So when I wrote this book, I realized and I thought that it says that जब भी अधर्म बढ़ता है दुनिया में तो धर्म की स्थापना करना पड़ती है. और अधर्म means bad energies, negative energies. And right now in the modern world, adharma is the dark energies of coal, petrol and diesel, carbon-based energies. And dharma is nothing but the right energy, righteousness. So right energy right now is the solar energy, the center of our existence. So can we collaborate with the spiritual organization? Can spiritual organization starts taking that, a lot of time spending about talking to people about the climate change and bringing their sense back to the problem. So as I said, people will get bored with Alia Bhatt, but not with the spiritual leaders. So Acharya Lokesh ji, maybe with you, shall we start collaborating more and more with the issues like climate change and bring it in a public discussion, make it as a common discussion of every day, nukkad discussion.
जब जब कार्बन बढ़ता है तब तब कोई प्रोफेसर चेतन सोलंकी पैदा होता है. देखिए, आज जो अपेक्षा है धर्म को समाज सेवा से जोड़ें, धर्म को सामाजिक कुरीतियों के निवारण का माध्यम बनाए, जिसमें ग्लोबल वार्मिंग भी एक है. धर्म को अध्यात्म से जोड़ें. अतीत में भी बहुत मार्गदर्शन हुआ है. आप देखिए उपनिषद को उठा करके जो पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय की कल्पना है, अर्थ, काम, धर्म और मोक्ष, ये हेल्दी सोसाइटी के निर्माण के लिए. कठिनाई क्या हुई? हम राम को मानते हैं, राम की नहीं मानते. कृष्ण को मानते हैं, कृष्ण की नहीं मानते. महावीर को मानते हैं, महावीर की नहीं मानते. और इस कारण से कहा गया कि अर्थ, काम, धर्म और मोक्ष. धर्म ने अर्थ और काम को नकारा नहीं, पर आज मौजूदा समय में केवल अर्थ और काम के पीछे जो अंधी दौड़ है, उसके कारण से विकृतियां पैदा हो रही है. आप गीता जी को लीजिए, आखिरी श्लोक है, यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्ण यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धर तत्र श्री विजयो भूति दुर्वा नीति मतिर्मम. लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने इसकी टीका लिखते हुए योगीराज कृष्ण को अध्यात्म का प्रतीक माना और अर्जुन को भौतिकता का प्रतीक मानते हुए कहा कि जहां पर अध्यात्म और भौतिकता के बीच में संतुलन है, वहीं पर विजय है, वहीं पर भूति है, वहीं पर श्री है और वहीं पर लक्ष्मी है. हमारे केंद्र के अंदर, जैसा अभी आप कह रहे थे, केंद्र में चेतना हो, पदार्थ परिधि में रहे. कठिनाई ये हो गई है, आज पदार्थ जो है केंद्र में आ गया और चेतना को खोजने जाए तो बड़ा मुश्किल हो गया. और इसलिए निरंतर प्रयास करने की जरूरत है, इन मूल्यों को बदलने की जरूरत है. और धर्म को भी, जैसा मैंने कहा, अहिंसा विश्व भारती की जब मैंने स्थापना की, उसके पीछे मुख्य लक्ष्य यही रहा कि हम धर्म को अध्यात्म से जोड़ेंगे, समाज सेवा से जोड़ेंगे, सामाजिक कुरीतियों का निवारण का माध्यम बनाएंगे. और ऐसा करेंगे निश्चित रूप से. आज भी ये हिम शिखा की तरह भवी जी जब बोलते हैं बहुत सुनने का मन करता है, जैसे इंसाइक्लोपीडिया हो, इस तरह से सभी धर्मों का. तो आज भी धर्म के क्षेत्र में कोविड के आप देखिए ना, प्राचीन समय में पहले लोग मुझे पूछते थे ये क्या लगा रखा है, आज बिना लगाए जाओ, पुलिस वाला पूछता ये क्यों नहीं लगा रखा है ना. हजारों वर्ष पूर्व रात्रि भोजन का निषेध, जैन दर्शन में एक नौकारसी की क्रम है कि सूर्योदय के भी 48 मिनट बाद में भोजन पानी कर. आजकल 14 घंटे का मेडिकल साइंस कहता है फास्टिंग, एक नया उपवास चला है, 14 घंटे का ब्रेक दीजिए. आपने जब स्वागत किया, मुझे फूल दे रहे थे, मेरे ये व्यवस्था है, क्योंकि फूल को भी सजीव माना, वनस्पति को. यहां तक सूक्ष्मता में जाकर के तो सभी धर्मों ने बड़ा भारी मार्गदर्शन किया है. जैन दर्शन में सबसे बड़ा आकर्षण होता है मोक्ष का. महावीर यहां तक कह गए कि तुम्हारा भाई, उनकी भाषा में ही कहूं, असंविभागी नौ तस् मोक्को, यानी कि तुम्हारा भाई अगर भूखा सोया है और तुम भरपेट खाते हो, महावीर कहते हैं तुम मोक्ष के अधिकारी नहीं हो, मोक्ष के दरवाजे तुम्हारे लिए बंद हैं। तो हमारे सभी धर्मों में गीता हो, रामायण हो, उपनिषद हो, वेद हो, आगम हो, बड़ा सुंदर मार्गदर्शन है। पर अपेक्षा है हम वेद आगम को मानते हैं, उसकी नहीं मानते। ये मानने लगे, ये जनता से अपेक्षा है और धर्मगुरुओं से अपेक्षा है कि वो धर्म को इस संदर्भ में जोड़े। निश्चित रूप से समाधान होगा। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत सुंदर। अभी हमारा समय हो रहा है और इसके पहले ही क्लोज करें, मैं कुछ प्रश्न ऑडियंस के पास हो तो ले सकते हैं, देन विल टेक फाइनल डाउन। कोई माइक लेके जाएगा वहां पर? 2 से 3 प्रश्न छोटा सा रखें, आप जल्दी से शॉर्ट में पूछें। एंड सो इफ एनीबडी एल्स इज हैविंग क्वेश्चन, प्लीज बी रेडी। You are not.
May I request you to just come forward, please? Maybe just come forward and speak. Yes.
You can come close to mic.
You can just come forward, avoid the mic, just read out your question a little louder and we will repeat the question. Just come forward, yes. Anyone else has question, just come forward.
So your question is that we have not connected science and technology with the consciousness, and we should. So understand. So the brief question is that we should connect science and technology with the consciousness. Otherwise, we will keep making mistake. Yes, sir. Like we have done in the past with some other technologies. Brother Golum, you would like to go?
This is a very interesting question to connect science and consciousness. Actually, Brahma Kumari started research 30 years ago in renewable energies. We were one of the first, literally, in India to install 60 numbers of 5 kilowatt photovoltaic system in the country. And ours is a recognized research center with this Department of Science and Technology, and we carry out regular, since the last 20 years, research projects with IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, German government, with GIZ, with the Fraunhofer Research Institute, and so on. And we have a constant stream of scientists coming to us. And right now we're doing a research project with IIT Bombay. We're doing a research project with IIT Bangalore. And we have set up a 80 crores, 1 megawatt solar power station, which was a flagship research project between the Indian and the German government. So we do a lot of activities since 30 years in this area, and we do training courses. We invite engineers to us. We have published all our findings on the internet. We made research papers and so on and so on. So we are combining science and spirituality and very practical hands-on, trying to develop solutions for India, adapted technology, which people can replicate and which they can make use of it. However, it's quite some task to do that. You need manpower, you need money, you need brain power, and it takes a lot of energy to run the show in the field of research also. So we're doing our level best since the last 30 years, and it's quite a challenge to bring adapted technology to India. But we're trying and we are on the job. You can come to Mount Abu and visit us. We have all the range. We have photovoltaic systems. We have more than 500 photovoltaic systems all in India. We have solar steam cooking systems, the biggest in India. You can come. We cook 30,000 meals every day by sun. We have hybrid systems. We have a thermal power station with storage. You can see every feature of renewable energy. We start with biogas now. all things we are trying to experiment, and you just come and you talk to us, and we can help you with your demand.
So Brahma Kumaris definitely have been one.
I was last year in Mount Abu and I have visited.
So Brahma Kumaris will be definitely one great example, and your question is also very relevant. And I keep posing this question that even too much use of solar panels is not a good thing for the society. Even too much use of electric vehicles is not good for the society, because as I said, remember I said two fundamental laws of human existence on this planet. And I dare to say this, that because if you do not follow these two fundamental laws, existence of humanity is always been big danger. Number one, you have to limit your consumption, because every resource on the planet is finite. And I think Lokesh Muniji said कि everything सब सीमित है और इच्छाएं असीमित है, तो उसको कैसे पूरा कर सकते हैं? Not possible. So you have to limit first, and then you have to start using technology. You would like to pitch in, or let me take one or two questions, then I'll take it. Saptashi, you have any question?
You have a question? I think.
Yeah, let the young generation first in.
Sir, I am Ishani Pandey from GSS Public School, class 7. It's a question that came in my mind, that was there any prediction in religious books like Gita, Quran, that about the climate change or the precautions we need to take?
Is there any books where there is Gita and Quran is also being cautious about the climate change? Is it already written in the scriptures? Is that correct question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, sir.
And I think the answer is yes. I think our Vedas and all, but I'm not the right person to quote. But let me hear from Saptashi, and then both the answers can be taken together. One minute. We'll come back to the answer.
So thanks a lot to the entire esteemed panel. This is really good, really enlightening. I want to go back to the point that you mentioned related to our career choice of our son or daughter. So if few years down the line, my daughter comes to me and say engineering, medical, whatever, I definitely will give her the right directions, my understanding, and leave the choice to her. Exactly as you said, the spiritual leaders should do, right? Give the right direction, comments, and leave the choice to her. But if I see my daughter is getting into a very wrong direction, she is getting into some mafia gang or something, okay, I will not let the choice to her. I will just go shut it immediately. Now, putting Professor Solanki's question to you, if you see people are not doing the right thing from the for the planet, will you still keep it a choice, or you are going to intervene and cut it short that, you know, this is a wrong thing, I am not giving any choice?
Swami Yudhishthirji, maybe you can take this, maybe both the answers. If the choice is wrong, would you still give love as a chance and make the choice, give an opportunity to choice? And if Gita already talks about cautiousness about the climate change.
Thank you for the question. My response about the choice was a contextual thing to what you had previously posed. If obviously someone puts a gun to my head and I say, you decide you want to pull the trigger or not, that's not the smartest response. Obviously, so Dharma is a very living and very lively thing, which you have to contextualize in which situation it is. So taking the same example of Krishna, he gave a choice to Arjuna, but in certain other situations he acted. He didn't give Shishupal beyond 100. So, you need to be tuned into what is the choice, on what basis that's being made, what is the underpinning value system that is. And when necessary, corrective measures have to be taken. Sometimes they may be even what you would consider as force. So all those options exist within the realm of Dharma.
Yeah, and so what's the take when it's a choice between the climate change and disturbing the environment and not?
And that was actually bringing me to the first question, which I wanted to comment on. Ultimately, there is a verse in Bhagavad Gita, Atma Ramascha Munyo, that one has to be self-satisfied. And until that is done, no amount of external interventions can change. Because technology manifests itself in different ways over a different period of time. So like the gentleman had pointed out, what was acceptable 60 years or 50 years ago, today is being rejected. So the Swami Prabhupada, the founder of ISKCON, would say that consume only what you produce and produce only what you need. So until we have that principle incorporated into our life and we take those drastic measures to bring those changes, you can't find a solution. So for your question, climate change, yes, we need a sense of urgency. We need some drastic measures because the clock is ticking away, as you're seeing, and desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Thank you. Very enlightening.
Thank you. Acharya Lokeshji, maybe you can have your last remarks about these questions or in general.
सारे जितने भी प्रश्न आए हैं उसकी जड़ में जाकर के सॉल्यूशन या समाधान की बात कहूं तो मैं बल्कि इस मंच के माध्यम से सरकारों से कहना चाहूंगा कि वो प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से ही वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन, पीस एजुकेशन को कार्यक्रमों को इंट्रोड्यूस करें। आज शिक्षा के द्वारा शारीरिक शिक्षा पे ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, बौद्धिक शिक्षा पर ध्यान बहुत दिया जा रहा है, किंतु मेंटल डेवलपमेंट एंड इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट, ये साइंटिफिक सच है। यूनेस्को का संविधान भी कहता है कि युद्ध मैदान में बाद में लड़ा जाता है, पहले मस्तिष्क में उत्पन्न होता है। हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क में एनिमल ब्रेन भी मौजूद है जहां पर पार्श्विक वृत्तियां जन्म लेती है, जिसके कारण से आदमी वनों की अंधाधुंध कटाई करता है, खनिज पदार्थों का अंधाधुंध दोहन करता है, नशे का व्यापार करता है, वगैरह वगैरह। और हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क में नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत भी है जहां पर मानवीय दैविक वृत्तियां जागृत होती है और उससे प्रभावित होकर के युधिष्ठिर जी पैदा होते हैं, ब्रह्म कुमार पैदा होते हैं, ये सन्यासी बनते हैं। अपेक्षा है मेडिकल साइंस, ये केवल मैं धर्मगुरु होने के नाते नहीं कह रहा हूं, मेडिकल साइंस इस बात को एक्सेप्ट करता है कि अगर बच्चे का सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम ज्यादा सक्रिय है या पैरासिम्पैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम, या तो वो हीन भावना में चला जाएगा, दब्बू रह जाएगा, और या इतना आक्रामक बन जाएगा जैसे वर्जीनिया की यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो है एक ही स्टूडेंट ने 32 को शूट करके रख दिया। पिछले दिनों टेक्सास के अंदर अपनी दादी सहित 1.5 दर्जन लोगों को शूट करके रख दिया। इन दिनों में फिर घटना हुई है। ऐसी घटना यहाँ पर भी होती है, वरना भला कोई इंसान किसी का 36 टुकड़े कैसे कर सकता है शरीर का। तो अपेक्षा है एजुकेशन जड़ से जाके समाधान करना है, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से ही वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन को इंट्रोड्यूस करना होगा। इस साल मेरी अमेरिका में अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति जो बाइडेन से जब चर्चा हो रही, गन वायलेंस से बड़ी समस्या से जूझ रहा है अमेरिका जैसा देश भी। मैंने कहा गन तो एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, प्रॉब्लम है वो इस खोपड़ी की है, और इस खोपड़ी को ठीक करने के लिए मस्तिष्कीय प्रशिक्षण का क्रम वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम को हमें लागू करना होगा, तभी जाकर के बहुत सी समस्याओं का समाधान हो पाएगा।
तो मेरे ख्याल से सबको क्लियर होगा कि गड़बड़ खोपड़ी में है, जो गड़बड़ जाला खोपड़ी में है, और आप सब लोग अपने अपनी खोपड़ियों का ध्यान रखेंगे सो दैट नेचर को हम डिग्रेड ना करें, क्योंकि इसी नेचर हमको नर्चर करती है। मदर नेचर है, वी कैनॉट लिव विदाउट नेचर, वी कैनॉट लिव विदाउट ड्रिंकिंग water, we cannot live without breathing, we cannot live without food. So there is no choice. I mean, you have to take care of the nature if at all you want to survive and live on this planet sustainably. So I think it is time up. Before we close, I would like to play a video of nature. We are running out of time. Very quick question if you have, please. 30 seconds.
Can I?
30 seconds.
I have a question that Bhavya sir, you said that a person won't throw a plastic bag in a temple, but he might throw it outside the temple. So if I want to educate someone that you must not throw it outside the temple also, so the main problem comes here, that how am I going to educate him about that?
Be the change that you want to see in the world is what Gandhiji said, you know. You start behaving yourself outside the temple also, because when Bhavyaji said, he said that's a general characteristic of a modern human. So everybody does that, and most people do. So you are also part of it, I am also part of it. So I think if you can do it show the behavior everywhere, irrespective whether you're in temple or outside, that is the way to go. Bhavyaji, if you want to add anything else.
नहीं, भव्य जी की बात को मैं कहूंगा, ये एटमॉस्फेयर का प्रभाव। हम हिंदुस्तानी जब अमेरिका में जाते हैं टॉफी खा करके कागज जेब में डालते हैं, और यहाँ भारत में आते ही फिर केले का छिलका भी गाड़ी से सड़क पे डालते हुए हम नहीं करते। यहाँ का एटमॉस्फेयर ने हमें प्रभावित किया, उस वातावरण ने प्रभावित किया, हमारा बिहेवियर बदल जाता है। टेम्पल में गए, उस वातावरण ने प्रभावित किया, लेकिन ये वातावरण स्थायी रूप से प्रभाव डाले, इसकी अपेक्षा।
So change your property and change your behavior is, I think, what we need to do.
Be the change you want to see in others.
Yes, be the change that you want to see in us. I think it's even more rectified version of what Gandhiji said. Wonderful. I think it's very clear now what I could see and hear from this panel discussion, and I'm if not anybody else, I am definitely enriched from all the discussion and beautiful things. It actually strengthened my own belief in the approach to solution to the climate change and the role spirituality can play. Lokesh ji, Muni ji mentioned that we need to change the yardstick of telling who is good person. The person who's coming in BMW is good, or person who's on bicycle, he is good person. From the climate perspective, the BMW fellow cannot be a good person because he's contributing a lot. We also been discussing from yesterday that everybody has to do and contribute to the climate change. Everybody, irrespective of rich, poor, spiritual, non-spiritual. And also we need nothing less than a revolution, because we, as you can see, the time is running out. Only 6 years and some 240 odd days are left before we touch 1.5 degrees centigrade. At 1.5 degrees centigrade, no disaster, big disaster will happen. कोई प्रलय नहीं आने वाला. You are not going to die suddenly. I keep saying, चिंता मत करो, इतनी आसान मौत नहीं मिलने वाली. जैसे एक मूवी में एक विलेन हीरो को तड़पा तड़पा के मारता है. I think जो क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो असर होगा वैसे भी हमको तड़पा तड़पा के मारेंगे if you are not going to correct it. So that's it, the closing remark from my side. But I want everybody to listen and see this video of Mother Nature. Video, please.
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other, your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
So your actions are going to determine your fate. And nature does not need people. It is the people who need nature. So with this note, I really want to thank each of you. It has really been honor and pleasure. I'm really privileged to have this discussion with all of you in such a close. And I wish that Energy Swaraj Foundation, who is there to kind of create a public movement to solve the problem of climate change, I wish we could collaborate on making this energy literacy, making everybody energy literate and solve the problem of climate change. I kind of request your blessings for the foundation. I request your support for the foundation so that we can do it together. As a token of appreciation, I would like to present a brief memento. There is a solar diya inside. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Can I request all the guests and Professor Solanki to come forward for the group photo? Can we have a big round of applause for?
Thank you. And as the dignitaries leave the stage, please really give a big round of applause. I think there is a lot of wisdom in what we heard from them, and they're all going to hopefully follow this wisdom and make sure that our future is better and beautiful for ourselves and future generation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next session, I'll request Professor Solanki to share with the young audience here an opportunity to really learn about something which he has created, which is the energy literacy course, which can actually have a transformative impact on your understanding about climate change and the actions that you can take start from now here on. And I have personally taken this course, and I will recommend each and every one sitting here to please take that course. And I'll invite Professor Solanki to take us through a little bit about the course.
How many of you are using energy? Everybody is using energy, of course. How many of you are energy literate? Really? I challenge you. I believe that 99.9% people are not energy literate. You have no idea where energy is coming, where it is going, how much carbon dioxide we are emitting, and therefore we all are energy illiterate. And it is because of the energy illiteracy we are creating the problem for ourselves, for our own environment. And there's a course that I have created, what is called energy literacy training. I suggest all of you should become energy literate. And you see, I have written already in my kurta. I'll come out and you can look at me. Can you see all this? So I am energy literate. Are you? And if you are not, please become energy literate. There is a course that we have developed. It's only 3 hours. Each one of you should do. Your parents should do. Your brother, sister, friends, family members. Everybody should become energy literate. And be proud that you are energy literate. I'm sure your actions towards the environment will change significantly. This course is available online for free. Have a look at the video. And there is a booth also outside. You can register your school or college, or any NGO can become partner with us in this program. You can play the video.
As Professor Solanki mentioned, you can go out, there's a booth outside, or you can scan this QR code and get access to the course, or you can just log on to energyswaraj.org and you will find the details of the course. This course is free for everyone. Thank you. With that, we move on to the next session, and it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Shivraj Dhaka from CII IGBC to come on stage for his presentation. Dr. Shivraj Dhaka has over 13 years of rich experience in industry and academia. He has been involved in research, especially in buildings, energy, and environment since 2008. Shivraj is postgraduate gold medalist in energy engineering, and he is currently working at the Confederation of Indian Industries (CII) and leading certification services such as IGBC, green data centers, green existing buildings, green factory buildings, and net zero energy and water certification. Dr. Dhaka has facilitated more than 280 plus green building projects. After green certification, Shivraj supports projects to take part in energy performance management, a new service which enables projects to sustain savings and explore performance improvements in energy, water, IEQ. Thank you, sir, for being present here, and we look forward to your presentation. Over to you, sir.
That would be good. Good morning, everyone. I think we had wonderful session, and this is one of the good conferences where we had a complete panel discussion by spiritual leaders. No, normally we see like technology providers, OEMs, manufacturers, but that's really interesting to listen them, and they are the gurus of like different dharms, and they are well connected with like good souls. So I have presentation which is not towards that, but it can help you really to understand about sustainability by doing some simple measures. Will not have like the top-notch technologies, but are you able to hear me? Yes. Okay. So okay, so this building is the first green building in the country in 2003. Some of the good features which I would like to showcase to you all is, do you see a lot of green color here on the roof also? So when we put something on roof which is green, we can have grass, we can have something else also. There are different alternates available for it. So what happens? Suppose you are in New Delhi, in the center of Delhi or so, our temperature would be, our outdoor temperature would be slightly higher. When you go outside or outskirts of the city, you find temperature slightly more. Are you agree with that? Very good. So this difference in temperature is called urban heat island. It is called urban heat island. So everyone spoke about like we have to reduce the temperature by 1.5 degree by 2030, whatever the target we have set. But if we want to reduce that, then we have to work on these many areas. We have like rooftop available at every home. If we put grass there or not grass, we can put light color there. Light color means there would be white paint. If not that, if it is expensive, we can also put, normally we use like very cheap material, जिसको अपन बोलते हैं ना कली कर दी घर के ऊपर है ना, like white paint and a simple white paint, or it's a limestone. That powder with water has been put on the surface, particularly the roof. It would be cool by at least 10 degree temperature. Can you believe it? It can cool the roof temperature by 10 degree. If you do that all across the Delhi or all the houses, building, it can reduce significant outdoor temperature. It cannot reduce like 5 degree, 10 degree outside, but it will reduce 0.6, 0.4, 0.5. Even that is a big matter for us today. So one of the feature I just demonstrated here. Another feature, you see wind tower here. There are two towers. The towers, what they do, they take the outdoor air move like this way, and then finally it goes to the air handling unit or air conditioning system, where we get the cooled air. You know what? If we don't do that, what happens? There would be more and more CO2 inside the room. Like right now we have about 100 people sitting here. If we have 200, 300, what would happen? there would be more and more CO2 accumulation there, because we inhale air, it will have oxygen, little amount of like CO2 as well. But when we exhale, mostly it is like carbon dioxide. So the pumping of fresh air from the outdoor is essential for our good productivity if we want to have our buildings eco-friendly. There are so many things about it. Whenever we think about solar photovoltaic system, we were hearing lot many discussion about like solar photovoltaic system. Many a time we put lot of infrastructure for it, but if we change the design of our home, like you are able to see it here, the area which is inclined by 30-35 degree temperature, if we do that, we don't require infrastructure involved to put or mount the solar photovoltaic system. And what would happen? It would have south facade inclined by 35 degree temperature, inclined by 35 degree angle, and directly we put the solar photovoltaic system there. We don't need infrastructure for it. But more than that, what it would do? On the north facade, sun would move from east, south and west, right? It would not go in north side. So north, when you inclined on south, it will have more deeper opening on the north. This means the light coming from the north will not have any heat. So heat is also less for that matter. So you have more daylight, you have less heat from the north, and south you don't put any infrastructure for solar photovoltaic system. So there are many different advantages of design measures which we can take in our every building, whether it is a home, could be commercial, could be something else. Now you see this building, earlier it was having some green as well as little amount of solar photovoltaic system, but now it has completely covered rooftop area with the solar system, with the solar photovoltaic system. It is a bifacial. I would like to introduce you with some new technologies coming up. Some photovoltaics, they generate energy from one facade, from one face of the module. But some technologies, they allow generate solar energy from both the facade, like bottom as well as the top, like front face as well as the rear face. Both would generate the energy. So this building is net zero energy. This means whatever the energy this building consume on annual basis, equal or more than that would be generated on site. That concept is called net zero. We are having lot many awareness about newspapers, magazines, today's media also. India would become net zero by 2070. Some countries, some corporate would become net zero by 2030, 2040, like that. So there would be target coming up for every individual, every building, every corporates, or as a whole for India, when to become carbon neutral. So this is one of the bigger vertical for it, because whatever the energy we use, it will have some equivalent carbon as a footprint of that. So this building is net zero energy at this moment from last 2 years. Now I would like to showcase you what are the green concepts which can be put into practice. Some of the principles related to site where we have our buildings. So whenever we do some building, there would be site planning. We will select the site, put lot many measures there. Then we have opportunities for water conservation. You will say, okay, this is the energy conference, why we are talking about water? There is a nexus between whatever the activities we do, whether it is energy or water or so many other parameters. So water consumes in any building will have significant energy users as well. Third part is energy efficiency. We have deliberated a lot about it. What are the technologies, concepts which can help projects and individuals to have energy conservation? There are different concepts we will share through this presentation. Building materials. When we have new buildings or retrofitting, even in our homes, there would be a lot of changes we do every after 1 year, 2 years. There would be some work ongoing. It will not stop any point of time. So whatever the material we select, we should have more and more green materials. Green materials means you may use any chemicals to clean the surface. This chemical, after some time, it will evaporate because of the change in temperature, and then we will inhale it. What happens if we inhale one chemical for 10 years, for 15 years, for 20 years? We are doing that. Cleaning will not stop at any point of time in our buildings or home or any, even like this floor, maybe it would have been cleaned in the morning, yesterday also, tomorrow also. So this kind of chemicals we have to eliminate. How to eliminate? Some chemicals, they are synthetic, they are not organic. Their penetration in human bodies will have lot many problems and diseases. But if we have green chemicals, means we are going to eliminate the source pollution. We will reduce the pollution level into the indoor, which is like critical for human health and well-being. Indoor environment quality, so many parameters are there, but let me tell you, the one of the biggest parameter which we can understand easily is in our buildings. When we operate windows, when we open up the windows, we feel good. There would be no more smell in the room. But if we don't do that kind of windows, mostly today's home, today's building, they are completely sealed. You don't have any opportunity to operate the window, open the window. You don't have anything to open it and have the fresh air inside. What happens? There are huge negative impacts of that. Our leaders also spoke about like health and well-being. How to have that if we don't have daylight inside, if we don't have ventilation into the homes? So we need to look after all these measures, which creates these parameters a holistic way to live the life, to have our building sustainable as well as green. So is it mandatory requirement for only the developer, builder or the end user to look after it? Okay, I don't care, I'm just sitting there and I'm enjoying the space there or working there. No, everyone, even end user, the people who are building the built environment, the people who are advising, advocating for different things, everyone, those are part of the construction industry or the building, they are part of everything. So we have to have a teamwork, an integrated approach to have this kind of buildings which are truly sustainable. They don't create any negative impact for the nature. So where India stands with regard to green building footprint, what activities in a positive impact we have done in the past. So in 2001 we had one building. This building was the first green building in the country. Today we have over 9,000 projects in different cities, all different types, size. But green buildings are not enough if we foresee the impact of climate change. We need to have something which is making us our life neutral. Neutral means the negative impact which we have created. At the same time, we have to create the impact which are positive. They may nullify them or they may create little negative or much positive impact there. So we have done some projects. We have put some framework which is for net zero. This means if your home would like to achieve net zero carbon footprint with regard to energy, it can be done. But there are ways to do it. Only solar will not work. What Professor Solanki mentioned, you may put a bigger system to have a negative impact of that, but that is not the right way. First, we have to cut down our greed, our demand, so that whatever we have, rest would not create much impact on the nature. Why we are discussing all these problems? Because whatever we have today, it is just like 30 to 35% of our actual needs in India. More than that, about 70%, the buildings, the industry would have growth by 2030 or 2035. If we do in the way what we are doing, I don't think, or we don't think it would be a possible way for having the sustainable or good life for human being. So we have to create impact which will have positive things for rest of the built environment, which could come up by 2030 or 40. So there is a shift in designs. Earlier, whatever we used to have buildings which are truly in commercial sense, but about like 30-40 years back, our buildings had minimal impact on carbon. They were like most sustainable. Whatever the heritage building we see today, they are not bad, because whatever the good requirement already they are accommodated there. But today, because of commercialization, we have put things which are not in sense. They are only making sense for business, but not for the human or the nature. So there are requirements for design aspects. What are the products, materials available in the market? We used to purchase without any thinking some of the materials. Today we can't. So there are requirements with regard to passive measures. We are fully dependent on air conditioning or some of the appliances. If we don't have them, life is like in big trouble. We need to have some of the measures which are passive. Passive means they don't have any impact on energy, or there would be no requirement of energy to run them, operate them throughout the life of the building. Let us take one simple example. We have seen many buildings. Those are maybe 20 years old, 10 years old, or 50-year-old. They used to have chhajjas, like every balcony, every glass, every window will have some chhajja, some shade would be there. But today we see them, we don't see them, because builders would like to build the building at super fast speed. He has to deliver the project, night he received the drawing, tomorrow morning he has to prepare and run the building. So likewise, we are doing so many activities. So we don't have time to think about it. We don't need to create shade everywhere. We have sunlight or heat which is only in the south. But when we create shade, we create all across. If we don't create, we don't create all across. So this kind of mindset we have to change if we want to conserve energy significantly. Have we seen some of the buildings having some good analysis before they are shaped up well? This kind of analysis will give a picture. Today we are in a completely modern science. We have many tools available. Even our buildings, we may have after 5 years, 10 years, even we can forecast today how much energy, how much carbon footprint it will have. So this kind of exercise we can do in computers, in laptops, in our like sophisticated media work, where these things will tell us how to conserve energy and what could be the different alternates available for us. So in earlier, in 2000 or so, we used to have some kind of glasses not available in the country and use them all across the facade area, which has created some burden for the environment. They are inside very cool, outside they are very hot, and at the same time they consume huge amount of energy. So for that, there are concepts to have high performance glass, to have glass which are suitably manufactured for some of the climatic conditions. You cannot use a glass which is in one of the building of Jammu and Kashmir, and same glass we can use or we should use in Chennai or in Jaisalmer or in some of the climate which are really harsh. So there is a shift in performance of equipment. Usually you will see electrical appliances have put some star rating there, 1 star, 2 star, 5 star. So the meaning of that performance is more the star, more the savings. But Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have initiated one good exercise. Every after 2 years, this benchmark would change. This means the technology advancement is so rapid, so fast. We have today would become inefficient after 2 years. So there is a shift in equipment, appliances of all different types, whether we talk about passive coolings or efficiency of some of the cooling or lighting systems. We used to have this kind of system in many of the commercial buildings in New Delhi as well. You will find rooftop is completely packed with equipments, solar system, or some of the equipment which are essential to run the building. But today, some of the good buildings, those have set their target to become carbon neutral or fully sustainable buildings. They are trying to put more solar, more high SRI paint, completely green vegetation over the roof, along with the solar photovoltaic mounted there, so that their heat island, the urban heat island, is minimized. They used to get much power from the rooftop available to run their buildings efficiently. With regard to some of the technologies which we used to see earlier, like fan, pumps, motors, today if we consider some of the best equipment in them, they are highly energy efficient. Whether we use for pumping, like every home will have water pump to transport the water from ground storage to the rooftop water tank or so, or water storage purpose or so. These pumps, fans, we should ask when we buy, okay, what is the rating? What is the efficiency level? Do you have something better than this? So this kind of awareness will help us to have better or lesser energy consumption for our buildings. These examples, I don't know how it is relevant, but some of the commercial buildings, they may reduce 40% of their energy use in fan, pump and power by using some of the efficient technologies like Excel fan. instead of using centrifugal or AC fans. Again, for low energy cooling buildings, we used to have some transformation passive cooling technologies. Today we talk about district cooling. This means if there are 20-30 buildings together in one area, or if there is a cluster of building, they may have only one system to cool the all entire spaces there. So this kind of system again bring down the energy uses in some of the sophisticated buildings which are running 24 hours, 365 days. Did we see transformation in lighting system? Earlier we used to have bulb, then the CFL lights, then the LEDs. But what is most important for us as an end user who is like very sensitive to environment, when we purchase LED light, ask to the vendor or the shopkeeper, okay, what is the efficacy of that light? Efficacy means what is the lumens it illuminates while having some power consumption for it. So if that is more than 130, 150 watt, 150 lumens per watt, it would be really good. Also ask them what is the life of that equipment or that lighting fixture. Normally they will say, okay, it has 1 year guarantee. 1 year, nothing would happen to LED. But if you are getting only 1 or 2 year LED guarantee for it, I don't think it is a good idea to have that. Normally the life of LED would be at least 50,000 hours or more than 45,000 hours. This means we purchase today, for next 10 to 15 years, we are not worried about that lighting fixtures. So try to have this kind of questioning to the shopkeeper or the vendors who are supplying this kind of light fixtures. Also try to ask them, okay, do you have the certificate for that lighting efficacy? There are 2 certificates available. It is called LN79 and LN80. This means if he asks for these certificates, he cannot sell a wrong product to end users. I think this we have seen in all different electrical appliances, start from ACs, refrigerator, fan, light, pumps. There are 17 categories defined by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We don't need to worry about like whether the COP or the performance is high or low. Just see the star, purchase it. But while purchasing that, also ask him whether it was rated in last 2 years or before that. Suppose I am one of the manufacturers and my equipment was rated in 2016 or maybe 18, but today we are in 2023 almost. So we cannot purchase a equipment or item which was rated 2 years back. This means their performance today, it is like almost nil. So this kind of awareness should be there for everyone to understand about it. So let me tell you one exercise we did for one of the heritage building. You know, in some of the heritage building, you cannot change their facade. Facade means their wall, their roof, their glass pattern, you can't change because of some of the norms government has put there. So one of the building, which is Bombay House, it was having EPI. EPI stands for Energy Performance Index. You can also calculate EPI for your home. How to calculate? It is very, very simple. You have your total energy consumption for your home and divide that total energy consumption by area. You will try to get EPI, and then you calculate EPI for your neighborhood also, some neighboring also. You understand, okay, which house is efficient, which house is inefficient with regard to energy usage there. So this exercise shows it was 172 units per square meter per year, which brought down today less than 90. This means there is a huge retrofitting or replacement of items. Starts from cooling to air distribution to lighting to many other equipment which are there in the office. Same kind of exercise there is a need to perform in India for most of the buildings to have our benchmark performance lower than what we used to have earlier. Professor Solanki also mentioned about this thing. We have to reduce our demand first. It is not like we have ample opportunity to put a windmill and then say, okay, my building is completely net zero. It doesn't consume any energy with regard to the sourcing of power also. Oh. Sorry, some problem here. Okay. So this was a story about green buildings. Now, as I mentioned, these norms today, they are baseline, or they have become a best performance for every built environment, every building to say. But our target should be whether we are in a house or a small home, or could be a residential complexes or commercial buildings. We have to set target when we can foresee our building to become carbon neutral? Because we are talking about country cannot have if we don't decide our targets. So we have to think about net zero journey. There are more than 300 big corporates, big organizations. They have signed up this kind of pledge to work for net zero for their corporates. So there are targets set for it. How to do it? We have to take some action for it. We have to have the budgeting for time. Like 2 years time, we will do this exercise. After 5 years, our building will have 50% efficiency. After 10 years, our building will have 90% renewable sources of power, like that. And these targets would be very simple for new construction, new buildings, but could be having some problem for existing. So target should be set for how we want to progress well with regard to new construction or new buildings as well as the existing building. So this is the net zero pathway. First, we should try and explore how to become carbon neutral with regard to energy. Then it should be explored for water, because water and energy both are having good nexus to each other. Waste is a problem everywhere, but waste is also a wealth in many of the industries today. They monitor each of the item which goes for like waste or so. This is the approach. When we think about net zero, our first and foremost studies should be like how to have more and more passive measures. Passive will not have any energy consumption for that matter, and it would be there with the building throughout its life. Then try to accommodate all the active measures, starts from air conditioning, cooling, auxiliaries, appliances, and finally whatever left should come from the renewable sources. It's a matter of great thinking how to have more and more energy on site and how it can be off site. Off site means you are not able to have that amount of big size of renewable sources there. It can be put somewhere else and then should be penetrated or having some transportation of that energy to the project. This is the story of our building, how we did it. We had the green building, then we completely retrofitted all the cooling system, all the air distribution, all the fan pumps, motors, and then put bifacial solar. Then we put bifacial solar, which will generate energy from both sides. This is like how we can put different measures for buildings. So what is the way forward? I think policies and this kind of mantra is really required to have this kind of transformational journey. And every building and every end user should have good education about it. So I thank you with this small brief presentation, and I hope it would help everyone to think in this direction.
Thank you. May I request you to please stay 1 minute and request Professor Solanki to please felicitate Mr. Dr. Dhaka. Thank you, Dr. Dhaka, for such an enriching presentation. I completely think that if we have to address the issues of climate change, we cannot think about it without addressing the issue of how we build our buildings and the kind of lives we live in those buildings. Because as you mentioned, 70% of the building space in India is still to be built, and the embodied carbon, the life cycle of the carbon that this building creates is going to have a big impact on reducing our impact. So thank you, Dr. Dhaka, for such a beautiful presentation. We are running very late on the agenda, so may I request Professor Solanki to make a few announcements.
All right, so next session is also very interesting. It's about what media should be doing. So as he said, we are late, 12 o'clock. Can we all gather back in 15 minutes, 12:15? Is that a good time? All you promise? Please, without calling, if you can come back by 12:15, that will be great. Let us break and come again. We are going to another interesting session, panel discussion. Please come back.
Thank you.
It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it energy Swaraj, energy by local for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we have an emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I am Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I am also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj. Energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन। Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning.
Water, mining, diplomacy, politics, business, community rights, and social issues. He has closely tracked the systemic dilution of environmental norms by successive governments in India. He has worked for the Statesman, Indo-Asian News Service, DNA, Mint, Mongabay India, The Independent, and Al Jazeera. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us on the stage. Next, I invite Mr. Hitesh Joshi. He's an independent journalist. Hitesh Joshi ji is a senior editor, national affairs with the India's premier Hindi news channel NDTV India. He was the first to reach Kedarnath Shrine after the calamity which hit Uttarakhand in 2013. Hitesh Joshi has been awarded twice by the most prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism. Welcome, sir, to the stage. Thank you for all the speakers joining on stage. May I request the team and Professor Solanki to please welcome all the guests. Please have a round of applause for all the speakers today. Thank you, everyone. People who are just joining in, please get seated. Before we dive into the session, and I request Professor Solanki to start his session, may I request the technical team to please place an audio visual.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we are all enjoying this discussion about are we taking enough action, and that's a big million, billion, trillion dollar question that we are putting it forward. Before I start the panel discussion, I would request to play a small video. Can you play the video, please? Sound.
You okay? You need a minute? Good. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct in 7 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we have an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you can do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now as you rose and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
All right. Can you put some lights? How many of you would like to get extinct from this planet? No? Nobody, but Frankie, the dinosaur got extinct. And it was not a mistake of dinosaur, there's something happened on the planet and the climate of the planet has changed at that time and dinosaur is no more. I don't know why humans are behaving in a manner that we are behaving, that it is leading and directing us towards possibility of not existing on this planet. So this particular session is about the media, and we are going to discuss the media's effectiveness in informing and influencing societies in climate correction. Are the media giving enough space is what we'd like to discuss. So just for the benefit of audience and for the panelists, once again, let me put the perspective very clear. What you see is these 4 bags, each is 50 kilograms and total they are 200 kilograms. 200 kilogram is the carbon dioxide that per every person emits per month. It's a per capita per month emission that we are doing in the country like India. On the top of it, there is a climate clock, and that climate clock clearly tells us how much time is left before the global warming touches to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And at 1.5 degrees centigrade, no disaster will happen, but the climate change will start to become irreversible. We also know that the rivers are polluted, air is polluted, water is polluted, soil is polluted, and this is a very critical experience. And I ask in the morning, do you know, have you experienced the weather system has changed? The answer is yes, very much it has changed. Now, the question to media is, when Alia Bhatt gets pregnant, everybody knows it. When Priyanka Chopra ko cheek aati hai, to sabko pata chalta hai. But a global temperature 1.5 degree centigrade होने में सिर्फ 6 साल बाकी है, 6.5 साल बाकी है. Why everybody doesn't know? That is a question I would like to put forward. So media only needs masala, or bina masala also media can work. Or so why the media is failing so much to let people know that 1.5 degree centigrade is a really dangerous mark in terms of the global warming. Hridayji, I would like to go with you first. Why media is failing, or if you at all consider that media is failing or not, and whether media can work without masala or not.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए. I would like to speak in Hindi because the problem of media is not only restricted towards the kind of things they are doing. ये इस बात पे भी बहुत कुछ निर्भर है कि मीडिया नहीं दिखा रहा है. वो एक जमाना था जब खबरों का न छपना खतरा था. अब खबरों का प्रकाशित होना खतरा है, क्योंकि जो चीजें स्पेस ले रही है मीडिया में, they are more dangerous. I quit television in 2018. And I do not watch television since 2015. It means for 3 years when I was working and earning my livelihood from television, and that too from a channel जिसके बारे में कहा जाता है कि वो काफी जन सरोकारी पत्रकारिता करते हैं, तब भी मैं टेलीविजन नहीं देख रहा था. We were corroding so much. So जो आपने बातें कही उससे बड़े खतरे ये हैं कि हमारे सोचने का तरीका क्या है. क्योंकि अगर आपके पास कहने के लिए बात है, यहाँ पर काफी यंग स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हुए हैं, और वही एक चीज है जो मुझे उत्साहित कर रही है बोलने के लिए, because they are the future and they are more receptive. तो इस लिहाज से मैं अपने ओपनिंग कमेंट में ये कहूंगा कि हमको इस चीज को देखना चाहिए कि बहुत सारा स्पेस अभी खुला हुआ है. मैंने खुद रेगुलर एक टेलीविजन की पत्रकारिता छोड़ने के बाद इंडिपेंडेंटली राइटिंग करने से ये महसूस किया, और उसमें मयंक अग्रवाल जैसे दोस्तों का काफी योगदान है, कि स्पेस की कमी नहीं है अगर आप लिखना चाहते हैं. लेकिन जो यहाँ पर बच्चे लिखना शुरू करना चाहते हैं, जो स्टूडेंट्स और जो आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, उसमें अपनी बात को लोगों तक पहुंचाना बहुत बड़ी चीज है. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इन कम्युनिकेशन इज टू कम्युनिकेट समथिंग विच इज नॉट uttered, which is not expressed. इसलिए जो वीडियो हैं वो इतने सक्सेसफुल हो रहे हैं. आई विल टॉक वेरी प्रैक्टिकली. वीडियो इसलिए इतने सक्सेसफुल हो रहे हैं क्योंकि एक लिखे हुए आर्टिकल को अंग्रेजी में विच इज रिटन वेरी, और मैं उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस को कम नहीं कर रहा हूं क्योंकि सारे वीडियोज जो हैं वो लिखे हुए आर्टिकल से ही बनते हैं, लेकिन एक्सप्रेशन इज बिकम सो इंपॉर्टेंट एंड दैट्स वेयर टेलीविजन इज सो पावरफुल. टीवी जो मीडियम है वो इतना पावरफुल इसीलिए था. एक छोटी सी कहानी के साथ बात कहूंगा कि एक बार वर्ल्ड कप, कौन सा कप था मुझे मालूम नहीं, क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप में रिकी पॉन्टिंग की टीम ने जो वर्ल्ड कप जीता और शरद पवार बीसीसीआई के प्रेसिडेंट थे, आई थिंक इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट के प्रेसिडेंट थे, और उनको उन्होंने पुश किया था. रिकी पॉन्टिंग ने स्टेज से हटा दिया था और वो सेलिब्रेट किया. तो उसको टेलीविजन ने 2 मिनट की क्लिप को चला चला के इतना बड़ा बवाल खड़ा किया कि ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम जो अपने देश वापस लौट चुकी थी उनको माफी मांगनी पड़ी. सो दिस इज पावर ऑफ टीवी. इज ए शैलो बट वेरी पावरफुल मीडियम. तो इसलिए वीडियो इतना महत्वपूर्ण हो रहा है. मैं आगे आने वाले बताऊंगा. तो फेलियर की बात जो आप कह रहे हैं, बिल्कुल आपकी बात ठीक है. वो फेल हुए हैं लेकिन नए आकाश, नए अपॉर्चुनिटीज वो खुली हैं और मुझे लगता है हमें उनके बारे में भी बात करनी चाहिए.
बिल्कुल. मैं भी question, same question I'll ask Mayank ji also. He is really media is masala and without it cannot work, or issues and as sensitive as this, and that's why I showed the video of Frankie that when we are talking about the possibility, and that is non-zero possibility of human extinction, why still the media is not covering the topic, and why people do not know that 1.5 degrees centigrade, why it is not on everybody's mind. Where we are missing, particularly from the media aspect.
मैं 2 मिनट लेता हूँ कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट करने के लिए. मुझे आज 17.5-18 साल हो गए मीडिया में काम करते हुए. 17.5-18 साल मीडिया में काम करते हुए, और मैं आपको मीडिया का एक सिस्टम समझाने की कोशिश करता हूँ. AICT है जहाँ आज हम बैठे हैं, इसको फंड कौन करता है? इसको फंड एक सरकारी संस्था के थ्रू, एक फंड के थ्रू इसका खर्चा चलता है. आप अपने घर में, अगर आप किसी काम में अपने घर पे या अपने संस्थान में किसी को काम करने के लिए रखते हैं और कल को वो आपकी बात ना करके किसी और के हितों की बात करने लगे, तो आप कितने दिन उसको रखेंगे? 15 दिन, 1 महीना, 2 महीना? तो मीडिया का अगर हाल आप एक बड़े परिप्रेक्ष्य में समझने की कोशिश करें तो सबसे पहला समझने की कोशिश है कि मीडिया को फंड कौन करता है. मीडिया को फंड करते हैं एडवर्टाइजर्स. एडवर्टाइजर्स कौन है? पब्लिक एंड प्राइवेट. पब्लिक में है आपका सरकारी संस्थान जो मीडिया को एडवर्टाइज करते हैं, प्राइवेट में है बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. जैसे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के भी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि शेल, ONGC स्पॉन्सर कर रहे हैं. तो अगर आपका जो घर चल रहा है, आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चल रही है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का फ्यूल है ये स्पॉन्सर्स. 75 से 80% जो पैसा आता है आपका, जो अखबार हम 3 रुपए में अखबार लेते हैं, उस अखबार का पर दिन का प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट है 60 रुपया. कितने लोग हमारे देश में एक अखबार से 50 लोग अखबार पढ़ते हैं, जैसे पान वाले की दुकान पे? तो एक जो मीडिया को पे करने की जो कॉस्ट है, अब हम बात करेंगे कि मीडिया एक पब्लिक संस्थान है, एक पब्लिक गुड की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बिल्कुल है. अब हम बात करेंगे कि मीडिया का पब्लिक गुड का करने के लिए लोग पढ़ेंगे. इट्स अ 2 वे, कम्युनिकेशन इज अ 2 वे प्रोसेस, 2 वे स्ट्रीट. तो अगर हम जब बात करते हैं कि जब मैंने अपना करियर 2005 में स्टार्ट करा, तो तब बात करते हैं कि 3 C बहुत चलते हैं: क्रिकेट, सिनेमा एंड क्राइम. अब क्रिकेट, सिनेमा, क्राइम अगर मैं लगातार, मैंने आज तक अखबार छोड़ के काम नहीं करा, चैनल में काम नहीं करा, तो जितने लोग पढ़ते हैं, समझने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो ये ना 2 वे स्ट्रीट. अगर आप लोग मतलब एज अ पब्लिक, एज अ लार्ज, वो मसाला को नकारने लगेगी, तो जब मसाला नकारा जाएगा तो मसाला परोसना भी बंद होगा. इट्स अ विशियस साइकिल दोनों तरफ से, कि अगर ज्यादा मसाला परोसा जाएगा या कम करेंगे तो लोग भी कम देखेंगे. ये साइकिल चलती रहेगी. हाँ, पर हमें जो पिछला ये हो गया प्रॉब्लम्स. अब हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी कैसी है, जो रितेश जी ने, मेरे जो सीनियर है, उन्होंने बताया. अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे पास ये है कि पिछले 10 सालों में इंफॉर्मेशन कम्युनिकेशन का जो परिप्रेक्ष्य है, जो पूरा सीन है वर्ल्ड में, वो बदल गया है. अभी तक सिर्फ टॉप डाउन अप्रोच चल रहा था कि बड़े बड़े चैनल्स, बड़े बड़े अखबार, बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, लेगेसी मीडिया था. अब हमारे पास जो अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि इंफॉर्मेशन अब डिसेंट्रलाइज हो रहा है. एक गांव में, एक कस्बे में, एक छोटी सी छोटी पहाड़ पे चोटी पे बैठा हुआ आदमी भी आज अपनी तरफ से एक इन्फॉर्मेशन का फ्लो कर सकता है. तो बॉटम्स अप अप्रोच का आपके पास एक चांस है, जहां पर आप
ट्विटर के थ्रू, फेसबुक के थ्रू, इंस्टाग्राम के थ्रू और कितनी ऐसी एप्स हैं यूट्यूब के थ्रू अपनी इन्फॉर्मेशन को बाहर ला सकते हैं। तो जो लेगेसी मीडिया का जो क्लचेस है, जो ट्रेडिशनल मीडिया के जो कहते हैं ना कि हमारे पास उनकी बेड़ियां हैं, आज उनको तोड़ने का हमारे पास मौका है। आज जरूरी नहीं है आपके पास कि आपको बहुत ट्रेंड होके ही आप जर्नलिज्म में या इन्फॉर्मेशन को बाहर ला सकते हैं। मेरे इतने सारे दोस्त हैं, जो इतने लोग हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, जिन भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में मैंने काम करा है, जो देश के अलग अलग कोनों में, अलग अलग कस्बों में बैठ के इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट न्यूज़ को, इंपॉर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन को बाहर लाते हैं कि वो बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन को जो कभी भी शायद ट्रेडिशनल मीडिया के माध्यम से बाहर नहीं आती, वो आज सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन इज कमिंग आउट। सो आई एम सेइंग देयर आर प्रॉब्लम्स, देयर आर अपॉर्चुनिटीज। Point is, when it is a two-way communication street, it has to happen from both the ends, and there is an opportunity for us to democratize and decentralize the information flow.
Absolutely. So both the sides should work, and so public should also demand less of crime, less of cinema, and less of cricket. And there is a fourth C that you can add, more of climate change. So we need to add the climate angle into what we are doing. Let me bring my attention to the Bobbins. Bobbins is from India Times, and let me tell here that this particular session of media is in partnership with India. So, Bobbins, same question to you. I think it is very clear that media has failed to bring this most important information about the seriousness of the climate change. I mean, it is true that public, it's not demanding, but in the morning session we discussed that if we leave it to public completely, somewhere it is dharma of the media is to show for the public good information which is really for public good, and something as critical as the climate changes. What do you dare to say?
On the onset, let me admit, media is not doing enough. And now, since we are good at blaming others, I'll put the blame on you. Okay, so I am going to just read out a couple of headlines. So Himachal Pradesh lost 18% ice cover in an year. 90% of the days in 2021 saw at least one extreme climate events. These were like two recent reports. How many of you were aware of this? How many of you have read this? Good. Any more hands?
Yeah. 1%.
1, 2.
2%.
Great. Well, that's the answer why media won't cover this. Because this is something that was reported. Maybe it was widely reported, but nobody bothered to read it. So that's why this is something that should have been on the front page got to maybe one column somewhere, or just to digital, because nobody is interested in reading. Do you agree that? So, okay, now that I actually put the blame on you, let me be serious. Again, coming back to media is not something that is isolated. Media is a reflection of the society. If the society wants, the media will report. Media will have to report. So even in media, like, what is the most memorable image that you can recall about climate change?
I think Bobbins is taking class here.
That polar bear standing on that melting ice block, right? Yeah. You can all relate that to climate change, but then what happened in Uttarakhand? What happened just last year earlier this year in Chamoli? Why are we not relating that to climate change? That is climate change. We are still, unfortunately, even in media, we are still saying that climate change is going to happen, but that's not. We have to change the narrative. Say, these things have happened, and that is what climate change is going to bring to you.
So the climate change narrative has to be changed, and it is very clear that climate is not changing anymore. It has already changed. So sometime I believe, when as a professor, whether there is enough understanding, whether media really understand what is happening. I mean, let me give some figures here, and the figures are so threatening. And how can media not report it? For example, per capita carbon emission per month is 200 kilograms in India. Now, the second fact about the carbon emission is once carbon dioxide is emitted, it remains in the atmosphere for average of 300 years. 300 years. So every action that we are taking today is going to impact till next 300 years. Isn't it such a big information? 1.5 degrees centigrade is only 6 years to go, and we are not worried about it. So does really media understand the criticality of climate change, or is something else? I mean, that's what I would like to.
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि media understands it very well. They understand it better than many others. People sitting on top. I mean, we often joke, as a reporter, we would joke in newsrooms that this medium doesn't suffer bad reporters; it suffers bad editors. That is again, according to you, is putting blame on others. But the thing is this simple thing. मैं बहुत क्योंकि यहाँ पर कई young students हैं और मुझे लगता है कि मुझे उनको address करना जरूरी है. जो technicality है वो समझिए. Television is a cockfight day and night. And it has reached to a venomous level, but why it is so? शुरुआत में इतना जहरीला नहीं था, लेकिन अच्छा खासा एग्रेशन होता था टीवी में. क्यों होता है? टीवी कब देखा जाता है? आदमी दफ्तर से, स्कूल से, काम से लौट के आता है और रात को डिनर करते वक्त टीवी देखता है. दिमाग चलाने का, और ये बिल्कुल साइंटिफिक है, रिसर्च जो है, ये कोई इट्स नॉट एनेक्डोटल. तो ये कम्युनिकेशन में सिखाया जाता है. उसका दिमाग बहुत थका हुआ है, उसको ऐसी खबर दिखाओ या इस तरह से खबर दिखाओ कि उसको ज्यादा दिमाग में चलाना पड़े. So this cockfight works very well. Number one, it is a cockfight. People would like to see this punching. We are all, even if we can't cut a chicken for curry, but we talk about all kind of revolutions and doing everything. So this is something here and here. So that works. Second, it is, as Mayank said, it's very cost-effective model. अगर एक रिपोर्टर जैसे मैंने कई साल तक बस्तर में रिपोर्टिंग की है, माओइस्ट इंसर्जेंसी कवर की है. मैं और एक कैमरामैन अगर बस्तर जाते हैं रिपोर्ट करने, तो फ्लाइट के 4 टिकट होते हैं, रिटर्न टिकट. एक टिकट 10,000 का, 40,000 रुपए. 4 दिन होटल में रहना, 2,000 रुपए का भी होटल है, बहुत सस्ते से सस्ता. 8,000 रुपए से जोड़िए 28,000, 28,000. उसके अलावा 50,000 का और खर्चा जो गाड़ी हायर करा, तो 1 लाख रुपए में एक 5 मिनट की स्टोरी मिलती है. और 2 लोगों को फोन करना है जिनको कोई काम नहीं है, they are ready to hear all kind of abuse on television, and you have an anchor which is in any case getting paid by the channel. So it is good model, effective, cost-effective model. So it works. Television में अखबारों में थोड़ी sanity बची हुई है. क्यों? क्योंकि it is read in the morning when your mind is fresh. You can think, you can read and reread. This is simple science of difference between the genre, but it was not structured that way कि आप शाम को जहर परोसो और दिन में थोड़ी sanity रहे सुबह को. ये structured इस तरह था कि आप अपनी skills को develop करो, खबर को इस तरह से बनाओ कि आदमी को देखने की effort कम करना पड़े. So this was one. तो आपने जो सवाल पूछा लोग समझते हैं और बहुत अच्छी तरह से समझते हैं. रेवेन्यू मॉडल जिसकी ओर मैंक ने इशारा किया, दैट इज द बेस. वी आर सिटिंग इन दिस conference and talking about clean energy, but the funders are who are culpable of carbon emission, and they are earning crores of crores from this thing, which is a reality, not this everywhere. So we should talk about this also. And one thing which I should say is this, that why would people work and why would people make effort when they are getting, if you say the salary brackets, the funding structure, the kind of the top class, अगर शुरू के 10 लोगों का, जो हम असमानता की बात करते हैं ना, अक्सर हम सोशलिस्ट सोसाइटी की बात करते हैं, तो राम मनोहर लोहिया जैसे सोशलिस्ट लीडर ने कहा था कि कितनी भी असमानता हो, जैसे कहते हैं कि परफेक्ट इक्वालिटी is very bad because फिर सब लोग निकम्मे हो जाएंगे. It is also bad for economy and society. But inequality इतनी ज्यादा नहीं होनी चाहिए कि एक आदमी को जो 1 रुपया मिल रहा है तो उसके टॉप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 10 रुपए से ज्यादा मिले. But I would again think these young researchers here will find out, और ये बहुत आसानी से उपलब्ध है कि कितनी disparity न्यूज रूम्स में है, और वो बनाए रखने में उनको बहुत आसान है. अगर वो उसको खत्म करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो अच्छे रिपोर्टर्स हायर करने पड़ेंगे, वो पैसा मांगेंगे, तो होता है. These people are going out of this structure, and that's where the opportunity comes. अब बाहर लोग इतने ज्यादा हो गए हैं जिनके पास कैपेबिलिटी और काम कर सकते हैं, उन्हें थोड़ा थोड़ा पैसा मिल रहा है, but they are very motivated. So after this session, यहाँ पर कहना तो एक वो हो जाएगा, तो हम लोगों को ये बताएंगे कि आप कौन सी वेबसाइट्स पढ़ें, आप कौन से न्यूज़पेपर्स को देखें, आप ऑडियो बुक्स सुने, तो आप लोगों के लिए बहुत रास्ता खुला हुआ है। और जो आखिरी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, जो 1.5 का है, ही इज प्रोफेसर, ही दिस इज हिज वर्क टू एक्सप्लेन, लेकिन 25-30 साल काम करते 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 हमें भी थोड़ा पता चल गया। तो जो 1.5 है ना, इस 1.5 and 2 degree and 2.5 degree is not a proportionate warming, it is an exponential warming. तो जो आपको 1.1 और 1.5 के बीच में आपदाएं, क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस दिखेगा, वो आपको 1.5 और 2 के बीच में नहीं दिखेगा। इसीलिए जो गार्डियन अखबार है यूके का, अगर आप इसे पढ़ेंगे तो उन्होंने अपनी टर्मिनोलॉजी को बदला। उन्होंने ग्लोबल वार्मिंग अब वो नहीं लिखते, बिकॉज़ इंपैक्ट्स ऑन योर माइंड एंड आईज। ग्लोबल हीटिंग कहने में आदमी समझेगा खतरा अब बिल्कुल दरवाजे पे आ गया, हमारे सर पे आ गया। दे डोंट राइट क्लाइमेट चेंज, दे राइट क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस। सो
this kind of things is what media probably, media understands people and their mind better than anybody else, because that is what you are kind of serving to. So creative ideas like not global warming, global heating can play a big difference. So Jay, coming back to you, what I understand from him that media understands, but it is the kind of demand, it is kind of revenue model, and what time you are kind of serving the news. So apparently the newspaper is still not so bad as the TV right now. Do you think there is something more can be done to bring this awareness to people, and can there be a headline news that 1.5 degrees centigrade is really super critical for the entire humanity? How can we bring that as a headline?
आपने एक सवाल में मुझसे 4 सवाल पूछे हैं, मैं एक एक करके जवाब देता हूँ। पहले ये समझने की जरूरत है कि मीडिया को जो हम फेलियर की बात करते हैं, 2 पार्ट है। एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग। जब मैं अखबार में काम करता था तो मैं एक दिन में 11 मिनिस्ट्रीज कवर करता था, ठीक है। अब मैं 11 मिनिस्ट्रीज कवर कर रहा हूँ, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स से लेके रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी मिनिस्ट्री तक लेके। अब एक दिन में मैं कितने भी अखबार में, बड़े से छोटे अखबार में काम करूंगा, 11 मिनिस्ट्रीज कवर करते हुए 11 खबर लिखने के लिए मेरे पास कोई जगह नहीं होगी और ना मेरी मेंटल कैपेसिटी होगी। तो एक तो होता है कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, एक जगह। आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट दैट आई एम इन दिस मीडिया एज वेयर अगेन आई एम कमिंग बैक टू द डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन एंड डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, कि इतना इंफॉर्मेशन का लैंडस्केप चेंज हो गया है कि अब हमारे पास जगह है, अब हमारे पास काम है। और एक चीज का क्रेडिट मैं मानता हूं कि जो मतलब लेगेसी मीडिया की जो मैंने बात बोली, पर एट द सेम टाइम वी ऑल्सो हैव टू गिव क्रेडिट टू दोज मीडिया रिपोर्टर्स। और क्यों, वो भी बताता हूं कि उन मीडिया रिपोर्टर्स को जो लोग आज भी उन लेगेसी मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में बैठ के क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। अब क्या होता है, जब आप क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में आपने ऑनलाइन खबर चलाई अखबार में या टीवी पे, उसके व्यूज नहीं आए तो आपके एडिटर बोलता है कि ये खबर चली नहीं, तो आप कुछ और लिखिए। तो अब बहुत सारे जर्नलिस्ट और बहुत सारे मेरे कोलीग्स हैं अभी भी जो अखबार में या चैनलों में काम कर रहे हैं, और मेरे जैसे इंडिपेंडेंट बहुत सारे, तो अब वो क्या करते हैं, ब्लेंड करने लगे हैं खबर को। कई बार आप एनवायरमेंट रिलेटेड खबर पढ़ रहे हैं पर आपको वो समझ नहीं आएगा कि हमने आपको एनवायरमेंट के बारे में बता दिया। तो वो व्हाट आर दे डूइंग, दे आर लुकिंग एट इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी ऑफ एनवायरमेंट विद पॉलिटिक्स, एनवायरमेंट विद बिजनेस, एनवायरमेंट विद से टेक्नोलॉजी। जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी और एनवायरमेंट रिलेटेड स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में आपने बात करी। अब यूएस में अभी जब इलेक्शंस, अभी जो मिड टर्म इलेक्शंस हुए, उसमें द सेकेंड टॉप इशू ऑफ कॉन्वर्सेशन वाज क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड एनर्जी। तो धीरे धीरे जब आपको रिपोर्टर्स अपना काम दूसरी तरीके से कर रहे हैं, मतलब आप कान को ऐसे ना पकड़ के ऐसे पकड़ लीजिए, तो ये तो हो गई दूसरी तरीके की बात की रिपोर्टर्स के फेलियर्स के ऊपर बात। अब हम एज अ सोसाइटी की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो मैं अगेन आई एम कमिंग कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या है। जैसे आप मान लीजिए आप कंज्यूम करते हैं, आपके घर में जब आपका जो बच्चा होगा, या आप हम में से बहुत सारे लोग जब हम बाहर खाना खाने जाते हैं तो हमें क्या बोलते हैं कि हेल्दी खाना खा लीजिए, कि अगर पिज्जा खाना है, पिज्जा ही खाना है तो व्हीट ब्रेड वाला पिज्जा खा लीजिए, या पिज्जा नहीं, कभी आज थोड़ा सा हेल्दी खा लो, आज कुछ और खा लो। तो हम जब हम मीडिया कंज्यूम करने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो मीडिया को भी हम कंजम्पशन अपने आप पे थोड़ा सा, मतलब बिकॉज हम अभी फॉर्मेटिव एज में हैं, वी आर अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्चर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स, तो हम अपना कंजम्पशन, मीडिया कंजम्पशन को भी चेंज कर सकते हैं। कि अगर हम, एंड व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस, मेरे एक फ्रेंड है, स्कूल फ्रेंड, ही इज 35-36 राइट नाउ, वो किसी भी मीडिया चैनल, अखबार, न्यूज वेबसाइट को खबर के लिए नहीं देखते हैं, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ इंस्टाग्राम के थ्रू अपनी न्यूज को कंज्यूम करते हैं। तो जब हम इतने प्लेटफॉर्म्स की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें अपना मीडिया कंजम्पशन को, हम कहाँ से मीडिया को कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, हम कहाँ से उन खबरों को कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं। इतने सारे नए इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं जिन्हें मैं जानता हूँ, जो अभी कॉप में गए या जो अलग अलग जगह पे जाकर वीडियोस के माध्यम से, फ्लो चार्ट्स के माध्यम से, ट्वीट्स के माध्यम से, इतने अलग नए नए इन्फॉर्मेशन के सेक्शंस को लेके दे आर पुटिंग आउट द इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट क्लाइमेट चेंज। सो बहुत सारा एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहा है, हम और बहुत सारे इंडिपेंडेंट और इवन लेगेसी मीडिया में जो लोग हैं वो उसको जर्नलिज्म को कर रहे हैं। जैसे एक क्विंट में रिसेंटली देयर इज अ लेडी जर्नलिस्ट है, उन्होंने एक पूरा A to Z ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर उन्होंने
क्लाइमेट डिक्शनरी
डिक्शनरी बनाई। तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट हो रहे हैं, हमारा भी एक फर्ज बनता है कि हम जर्नलिस्ट और पब्लिक दोनों के थ्रू उसको कंज्यूम करके उस चीज को बढ़ावा दें। अगर हम करेंगे तो वो जो टू वे स्ट्रीट है वो काम करेगी।
In a way, there is a kind of a creativity, and we are trying to meet the both ends, so that not only that you can satisfy your revenue generation model, but the creative journalists will also bring the information which is good for the public. And I also kind of realized from both of you and Rajji that there is a great opportunity for anybody to actually report. And I don't know how many of in this audience would like to become a journalist. How many of you would like to come and report about the climate change? Anybody? I mean, you don't need to be a profession in journalism. I think wherever you are, you can start talking about it. Let me see the raised hand. Wow, wonderful. I think that is the opportunity that this new generation media, the channels are creating, that we need not to really wait for the standard media to do that. So when there is so much opportunity, Bobbins, what do you suggest? How people here, particularly young people, can bring information and spread it, particularly in the space of climate change?
Again, like if we look at the, we call it social media age, right? Because anything that, like at least the students, most students here, the information that most of you consume is from, I'm sure you might have already moved away from Facebook. You should be the Instagram generation. Or has Instagram also become old now? Either way, but any social media platform, whichever social media platform you get the news or information from, you can also use that to echo your voice. You don't have to be a reporter. You don't have to write. You don't have to put properly edited video package. You can just say whatever you want. And then you can, if it's about climate change, or if it's something that you as an individual taking an action on your own, say it loud, and there will be an audience that will be, that is ready to listen, and because that may resonate with them. So this digital news media outlets and all the social media platforms is I would say it's a blessing, because it takes away the power of the legacy media which it had. If that was always said, no, if 2-3 legacy media came together and they decided to suppress a news, it didn't come out. That's not the case today, because anyone with a smartphone can be a reporter, can be the source of the news.
Just to add one thing, जब बहुत एक क्लीशेड लाइन है, कहते हैं कि एवरी पावर कम्स विद ग्रेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, आपने मार्वल के बहुत सारे मूवीज में देखा भी, सुना भी होगा. आई जस्ट वांट टू ऐड वन थिंग, जब हमारे पास डेमोक्रेटाइज वे है इन्फॉर्मेशन को कंज्यूम करने का और उसको बाहर भेजने का भी, तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो हमारी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि सोशल मीडिया की पावर के साथ हमारे पास एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, आप जर्नलिज्म से कुछ ले ना ले, ये चीज़ ज़रूर हमें लेने की ज़रूरत है कि जो भी इन्फॉर्मेशन हम पुट आउट कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू हो, चाहे हम व्हाट्सएप पे वीडियोस बना के शेयर करें, जर्नलिज्म से बस एक चीज़ ले लीजिए कि उसको चेक करना कि वो ऑथेंटिक है या नहीं, आप किस इन्फॉर्मेशन को कैसे परोस रहे हैं, वो कहाँ से सोर्स हो रही है, बस ये एक बेसिक पैरामीटर आप किसी भी इन्फॉर्मेशन को शेयर करने का, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है.
So I think it is clear that maybe the standard media is probably not that effective, but there are opportunities that are coming up, and in the context and the situation of crisis, there are avenues, and everybody and anybody who is concerned about climate change actually can come up and start spreading information. But be careful, because it's an opportunity, but it has to be with a responsibility, because if instead of 1.5 degrees centigrade, if I start talking something else, many people will start believing, being a professor, that he might be right. So everybody here can take that.
Just add one more thing. That's something that I have been practicing. So if there's a topic which is like beyond my grasp, or like I feel that if there's an expert or an individual out there who can convey it better, I'll always ask that person. I'll just tell him that I can give you a platform. I can give you ideas, a platform. Just write it. So that.
I discussed with the editor, we are going to create a microsite on India Times with Energy Swaraj. And anybody who wish to write, I think that's a wonderful opportunity.
You're always welcome.
So wonderful opportunity to write. Anybody who wish to write concern or solution or anything, I think there's an opportunity available. So now let me open the floor to the audiences. Anybody who has any question, if you can come forward, there's a mic which is going there. There's a question on the right hand side here.
Sir,
Anybody else, if you can have a quick question and then we'll answer.
I had one question, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I had one question.
Okay, yeah. Ajay, please.
So, it was a great discussion. My question is to Mr. Mayank. This thing. So you talked about democratization of media, and definitely we have seen that power. But my question is, I write a lot about on my personal platform about climate change thing. But I've seen the amount of response I get on something which I write, which is very critical, and this thing. How do we ensure that these algorithms are not ensuring it is actually democratic in nature and it's free still?
Are the social media algorithm are really democratic in nature?
I really wish I had an answer, complete answer for that. But हाँ, मैं छोटी-छोटी चीजें आपको जरूर उसमें बता सकता हूँ. मैंने लेगेसी मीडिया और इंडिपेंडेंट मीडिया और अब एज एन इंडिपेंडेंट पर्सन तीनों में काम करा है. छोटे से सॉल्यूशंस हैं जो मुझे आते हैं. विदेश जी उसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं. ही हैज बीन वर्किंग एज एन इंडिपेंडेंट पर्सन फॉर लॉन्ग नाउ. जैसे मान लीजिए आपने लिखा, ठीक है, आपने जिन लोगों को लिखते समय यूज करा, कोट करा, उन लोगों को टैग करना. जिन लोगों को ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से आप बात कर रहे हैं उन लोगों को करना. देखिए एल्गोरिथम जो बिग टेक का एल्गोरिथम है उस पर तो अभी सरकार और पूरा वर्ल्ड लड़ रहा है कि बिग टेक को कंट्रोल कैसे करा जाए, बिग टेक के एल्गोरिथम को कंट्रोल में कैसे लाया जाए. दैट इज समथिंग एल्स व्हिच इज बियॉन्ड, लाइक आई एम अ वेरी स्मॉल कॉग इन दैट व्हील. बट ओवरऑल आई कैन जस्ट से दैट छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं. जैसे आप थंबनेल के बारे में भी अभिदेश जी आपको बता देंगे. बट टैग करना, लोगों को सही प्लेटफॉर्म्स के थ्रू रीच आउट करना, सही लोगों के साथ कोलैबोरेट करना. फॉर एग्जांपल अभी जैसे आपने बोला कि आप लिख रहे हैं पर आप बिकॉज आपका उसमें एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है लिखने का, या आपने मैं आपको बहुत ऑनेस्टली बताता हूँ, मैंने कई बार ऐसी स्टोरीज लिखी, मुझे लगता है कि वो स्टोरीज अगर मेरे मन में था कि अरे कल तो आग लग जाएगी, इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टोरी है, क्लाइमेट की स्टोरीज की बात कर रहा हूँ, उस पे मुझे आए मुश्किल से 300-400 व्यूज. ठीक, एक स्टोरी लिखी हमने ड्यूगोंग पे, वाइल्ड लाइफ के बारे में, उसके और आई डोंट नो हाउ उस पे 2 लाख व्यूज मुझे मिले, मतलब हमारी वेबसाइट पे जो काम कर रहे थे. तो समटाइम्स हाउ पीपल रिस्पॉन्ड टू न्यूज, इट्स कंप्लीटली बियॉन्ड योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. मैंने हिमालयन उस पर लिखा कि हिमालय में इतने ग्लेशियर्स इतने टाइम पे इस तरीके से जाने, पूरा प्रॉपरली रिसर्च बाय साइंटिस्ट. और मुश्किल से 2 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी हमको फॉलो करके उस पर उसको रिपब्लिश नहीं करा. एक वही स्टोरी मैंने दूसरे एंगल से किसी और चीज के ऊपर लिखा, अगर वहां से किसी सक्सेस स्टोरी, दैट वेंट वेल लाइक वाइल्ड फायर. तो इसका कोई आपको
that is it's a general rule that one news item which work on Facebook is not guaranteed to work on Twitter or Instagram or LinkedIn. So it's important that you know that where to amplify which voice, which story.
So not necessarily, but content can be correct, but sometimes we do not know how does it work.
इंटरनेट पे अच्छा काम करने का मतलब है, अच्छा काम करने का मतलब है कि आप ये उम्मीद न करें कि उसका रिस्पॉन्स. तीसरी कसम जब बनाई ठीक है, वो फिल्म है ना, बच्चों ने अभी इन्होंने नहीं देखी हुई, हमारी उम्र के लोगों तीसरी कसम जरूर देखी है. मेरा नाम जोकर, राइट. दे गेट रिस्पॉन्स वेरी लेट समटाइम, and I don't know whether I may be wrong. The producer or director of तीसरी कसम was alive to see the success of the film. So I'm just making it discussion बहुत भारी ना हो जाए. लेकिन समस्या ये है कि अब गूगल भी बताता है आपको, और गूगल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं कि कौन सी चीज कैसे देखी जाए. मैं इनको यही बता रहा था कि आप में से सारे लोगों को मैं इस बात की एडवाइस करूंगा बिना मांगे हुए कि there is a fascinating book which has come in 2-4 साल पहले. Its name is The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. It is written by a Harvard professor. It's a wonderful book. I couldn't read that thick book, but fortunately there is an audio book also, so I could, while traveling, listen to it. So these things are also managed by technology, and there is a war also कि क्या चीज देखी जाएगी और क्या चीज नहीं देखी जाएगी. So कई मौकों पे, लेकिन ये जो बात आप कह रहे हैं ना YouTube चैनल्स या वीडियोस है, इनमें कंसिस्टेंसी सबसे बड़ी चीज है. आप एक, क्योंकि वीडियो बहुत मेहनत का काम है बनाना, और जिसके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है उसके लिए तो पूरा दिन अगर वो लगाए, जैसे मैं, आई एम ए फेल्ड यूट्यूबर, बिकॉज इफ आई keep working on YouTube, then how my family will sustain? So I have to write and do something else to sustain my family. So YouTube will be taken care of later. तो ये सारी चीजें हैं. तो ये चीजें इस बात की गंभीरता को कम नहीं करती कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इज रियल थ्रेट. क्योंकि जब न्यूज रूम में मैं शुरू में एनवायरमेंट की स्टोरी लेके जाते थे, कहते यार फिर विकास का दुश्मन आ गया, जरूर कोई प्रोजेक्ट को रोकने के लिए स्टोरी लेके आया होगा. Is that the reason you stopped watching TV? No, I did not stop watching. I stopped watching news TV. I watch sports. I watch the football World Cup which is going on. I watch good stuff on Netflix and everywhere. But this news TV, not because of these things which I was just telling a moment ago, because they are making you so aggressive here and high on. शब्दों में हम बहुत अच्छे हैं, काम करने के लिए कुछ नहीं. वैसे वो भारत को सब कुछ बनाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन वो अपने घर के आगे का कूड़ा साफ नहीं करना चाहते. That is the problem. They do not segregate the waste in their house, but they say that we were telling the world what we are. ना, तो ये बात है. तो मैं एक छोटी सी बात कहीं खत्म कर रहा था कि वो कहते थे कि विकास का दुश्मन आ गया और ये स्टोरी जो है बिजनेस के इंटरेस्ट में नहीं है, डेवलपमेंट के खिलाफ नहीं. तो मैं उन्हें समझाता था भैया इस स्टोरी को पढ़ लो, इसमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि डेवलपमेंट रुकना चाहिए. ये ऑल्टरनेटिव बात बता रही है कि इस प्रोजेक्ट से कुछ होना जाना नहीं है. फिर वो कहते थे कि ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज की रिपोर्ट्स हैं ये सब एनजीओ ड्रिवन होती हैं, और इसको जो लिख रहे हैं उनका अपना एक बाजार है, झोला वाला है, दुकान चला रहे हैं. तो मैं कहता था नहीं, आईपीसीसी के साइंटिस्ट ने लिखी है, दे आर साइंटिस्ट, दे आर नॉट एनजीओ एक्टिविस्ट, दिस एंड दैट. सो जिसको नहीं देखना है, देयर इज अ वर्ड कॉल्ड कंफर्मेशन बायस. उसका कंफर्मेशन बायस है, कॉग्निटिव डिसोनेंस है, वो नहीं देखेगा. लेकिन दैट्स वेयर द कम्युनिकेशन स्किल कम्स. जब मैं उस साइड बैठे हुए आदमी को अपनी पास बुला के बिठा लूं, दैट्स द स्किल ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. अदरवाइज तो प्रीचिंग टू कॉयर है कि जिसको क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में पता है उसको बताते रहो. इस रूम में भी बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे होंगे जो इन बातों से सहमत होंगे जो मैं कह रहा हूँ, बट अगर मुझे ऐसी भीड़ के सामने करे जो बिल्कुल एग्रेसिव है, तो उसको समझाना थोड़ा कठिन होता है.
स्किलफुल जॉब एंड इम्पोर्टेंट. आई डोंट नो आप लोगों को पता है कि नहीं, मैं 11 साल तक मैं बस में रहूंगा और ट्रेवल कर रहा हूँ, तो मुझे बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे मिलते हैं जो कभी-कभी, and that becomes a challenge to myself and how to.
वो एक लड़का था जो अलास्का गया था, मैं बात इसको बता रहा था, उसका नाम क्या मैकेंडलस था, जिसकी पे बुक है पूरी. You are inspired from that story? Have you ever heard?
No, and we'll discuss. Couple of friends there.
Yes,
let me go to the young student first, and then maybe one more.
Can I have another 5 seconds? Because I'm standing since long. Okay. I just wanted to ask you, sir. I could able to hear, and thank you, Mr. Solanki, you have given such a nice panel for a discussion. I just wanted to know that how academic institutions should approach media to aware for the climate changes. Because जब हम किसी मूवी की बात करते हैं तो जब राजपाल यादव बोलता है कि ये इंडिया नहीं है, इसको इंडिया मत बनाओ, आप बाहर मूवी करते हैं, या फिर कर रहा हूँ या जो सेशन अटेंड कर रहा हूँ. So I just wanted to know how academic institutions should act or perform, or even media could approach to them to have a quick and quality approach to climate change. Thank you.
Let us take questions and then we get, or some more questions they can take. Yeah.
हेलो. 2 हफ्ते पहले एक न्यूज़ था कि all TV channels will have to broadcast 30-minute slot for something of a national interest. If somebody does similar announcement for say something for a climate crisis or environment, do you think it will work? Because people find a ways to bypass those or may not put in a prime time slots. And one small experience like 2004, 2006, that period, PCRA was doing one program, Khel Khel Mein Badlo Duniya naam se. That was done by a PCRA, that's a government organization that time. And they used to do this, like what is happening in environmental domain and primarily fuel saving, energy saving, what people are doing, some stories they used to capture and put it. And that was reasonably popular program. but then the whole after the whole trend change, the TV wanted more masala, not that many channels. So even people used to watch national TV that time, Doordarshan. बाद में शायद आजकल कोई देखता नहीं है. But these two things, like making it mandatory for a particular time to show something about environment and having a dedicated program, will it work now? What is your frank opinion?
Thank you. Thank you very much. One more question. Only one of you student can. Yeah. No, here.
Good morning, sir. I have a question that why media is not independent in our country.
Very nice, wonderful. You know, the young and clean mind always ask the best question. One person behind, I think there is a the blue, the girl, yeah.
Good morning, sir. I had a question. As you said earlier that anyone can become a reporter through social media like Instagram. What if we're not able to reach an audience? What if like quite less people are responding to the news that we're posting? What can we do in such a situation?
All right. One more question.
Yeah, just.
Hi, sir. So the question was that I was asking regarding, do you agree on this thing or not? Ki, very much there is a responsibility of editor or the proofreader also to where to focus the news niche. Since because I'm a entertainment journalist. So what happened back in there was an event happening in Bombay where the beach cleaning program was going on, where the beach cleaning was not moreover focused in the article or in the video news, but moreover that was being focused that Akshay Kumar has came on the beach to clean that.
All right. So thank you very much, everyone. I think these are wonderful questions, and I'm sure one more we can take. Okay. Sir. Within 5 to 7 minutes, we have to wind up. There are 2 more programs before the lunch. Yeah. Just last question.
So, sir, I've noticed that media is usually very biased towards some, you can say, political party or some development of some particular area. So, how should we trust the particular TV channel?
My God. I know the media, I mean, look at the question from the child. You are not independent. Why you are biased?
एक गॉसिप बुक है, सॉरी, एक गॉसिप बुक है, वो आउट ऑफ प्रिंट है अभी, उसका नाम है ऑल द प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स मेन. ऑल द प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स मेन. इट इज, नाम जो है एक तरह से पैरोडी है उसका, ऑल द प्रेसिडेंट्स मेन, जो वाटरगेट स्कैंडल पे लिखी गई थी. तो वो जनार्दन ठाकुर साहब ने लिखी है, जिनके बेटे संकर्षण ठाकुर जो टेलीग्राफ में काम करते हैं, जनार्दन ठाकुर साहब ने लिखी है. तो आप जो सवाल पूछ रही हैं, आपको मैं ये थोड़ा क्वेश्चन करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि इस तरह का माहौल है कि सब कुछ गलत जो है अभी, हम वी आर सराउंडेड बाय एवरीथिंग रॉन्ग. मीडिया हैज ऑलवेज बीन वेरी बायस्ड, एंड दैट टाइम बंसीलाल, ए कांग्रेस लीडर हु वाज लीडर फ्रॉम हरियाणा, वुड से दैट, क्योंकि अखबार लिख रहे थे उस वक्त की सरकार के खिलाफ, ये अखबार इतने जहरीले होते हैं, ये उसने अपनी भाषण में कहा, सर ये अखबार इतने जहरीले होते हैं कि इस पर रख के अपने बच्चों को पकौड़ा मत खिलाया करो. क्यों? क्योंकि इससे वो पकौड़े जहरीले हो जाएंगे. जैसे एक बार किसी नेता ने कहा था ना कि अगर पानी से बिजली निकाल लेंगे तो फिर पानी में बचेगा क्या, तो हमें डैम नहीं बनने देंगे, राइट? सो तो दिस लैंग्वेज हैज बीन अराउंड. व्हाट वी हैव टू फाइंड ए ओपनिंग फॉर लाइट, कि व्हाट वी कैन डू नाउ. द टेक्नोलॉजी, अब भी टेक्नोलॉजी का बूम है. अब आप जैसे इंस्टाग्राम कह रहे हैं, इतनी मेरे फोन पे ऐप भर जाते हैं. मैंने इंस्टाग्राम का अकाउंट मेरा है पर वो डीएक्टिवेटेड है, मैं उसको यूज नहीं करता क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया इज सच ए बिग डिस्ट्रैक्शन. सो बिफोर यू कम, सॉरी आई टुक द माइक, सो एक एक लाइन में बताऊं कि जो सवाल पूछे गए थे उसमें एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑलवेज राइट टू अस, एंड वी जर्नलिस्ट आर वेरी सेल्फिश एंड मीन. We approach them when we need resources, sources and references, but we don't work hard to make their stuff easy. तो one or two things is that 2-3 लाइनें जो क्लिक बेट होते हैं ना आजकल के, कि वो थंबनेल देख के लगता है इसमें क्या है, देख लेना चाहिए, लेकिन उसमें कुछ होता नहीं है. तो start sending emails to journalists which is like a clickbait, not in a that sense, but so that, और वो मेहनत, जर्नलिस्ट बहुत मेहनती होते हैं, लेकिन न्यूज रूम में जो लोग न्यूज रूम को ड्राइव करते हैं, दे आर वेरी लेजी, दे डोंट वांट टू लिसन। वो कहते 30 सेकंड में अपनी स्टोरी बताओ, एक लाइन में अपनी स्टोरी बताओ। अरे मैंने 10 दिन काम किया, उसमें मुझे 1 मिनट तो दो, नहीं 30 सेकंड में। सो यू हैव टू बी, जिसे हम प्रिंसिपल ऑफ किस कहते हैं, कीप इट शॉर्ट एंड सिंपल। तो वो एक चीज है, अगर वैसे आप जर्नलिस्ट को भेजेंगे, उसमें कुछ प्रोपोगेंडा, उस कुछ करप्शन की अगर आप चाबी भरेंगे, बताएंगे कि इसमें है करप्शन और उसको, तो वो खबर न्यूज रूम में चलती है। आप पब्लिक हेल्थ की कोई स्टोरी लेके न्यूज रूम में जाओगे, कोई उसमें इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेता। जब आप कहोगे कि जब कोरोना हो रहा था और आपको कौन सी दवा, वही तो इशू है, कौन सी दवा थी जो खिला रहे थे कोरोना में सबको, नहीं आइवरमेक्टिन तो बहुत शुरू में खिला रहे थे, उसके बाद एक दवा खिलाई मैंने, उसका फेवी फ्लू, जिसने 7,000-8,000 करोड़ का बिजनेस किया, उस दवा में कुछ नहीं था जो अब निकल के आ रहा है। तो आप इस तरह की खबर बताएंगे कि जिसमें कि आपको भ्रष्टाचार का पता चलेगा, तो आपकी खबर सुनेंगे। और तब आपकी रिसर्च में कोई स्टूडेंट, देन होप दैट सम सिंसियर स्टूडेंट लाइक 2 of my people who are sitting around me, तो लोग होंगे, तो I can say only this. Thank you.
I'll just add one more thing, that is, so I'll just take the example of IPCC report. How many pages did it have? 3,068. Like nobody is going to read that. I'll just read the summary of that, and I'll put out a report. So you can do all the like best research in the world, but as long as you take ages to convey that, it will fail with me, and then when I take it forward to the audience, I'll fail there also. So that's a disconnect that like research institutes have, researchers have when it comes to communication.
मैं जितने क्वेश्चंस हैं बहुत क्विकली जवाब दूंगा एक एक करके, बट बिफोर दैट आई जस्ट से कि इट्स अ वेरी क्लीशेड थिंग, बट मीडिया इज अ वेरी फेवरेट पंचिंग बैग, सबका बहुत आसान है करना, पर जैसे हमें बोलते हैं ना कि एक बार अंदर झांकने की थोड़ी सी जरूरत है हमें। स्टार्ट करता हूँ एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन वाले से। जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि 3,500 पेजेस की एक रिपोर्ट थी। मान लीजिए आपके एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन में किसी ने 40 पेज का या 15 पेज का एक पेपर लिखा। मैंने बताया कि मेरे जैसे हजारों लाखों जर्नलिस्ट जो काम कर रहे हैं, एक दिन में 11-11, 12-12 मिनिस्ट्री या सब्जेक्ट्स, अब अगर कोई एजुकेशन कवर करता है, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन कवर करता है, इस देश में कई 100 एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन है, ठीक है। तो अगर आप मुझे जो ईमेल भेज रहे हैं, आप मुझे जो मैसेज भेज रहे हैं, अगर वो कंसाइज 2 लाइन में आप मुझे बता सकें, तो अगर आपने वो हुक है ना, आप जब हेडलाइन पढ़ते हो कि एक हुक है, तो अगर वो हुक मुझे मिल रहा है आपकी बात में, तो मेरे पास वो अटेंशन मेरा लेगा, पहली बात। दूसरा, मैं ऑनेस्टली बता रहा हूँ, आई कैन स्वेयर ऑन एनीथिंग, मैं जितने साल से काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं जितनी बार लोगों को एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन में रीच आउट करता हूँ, मेरी खबर जानी है आज शाम को या कल या मैक्सिमम परसों तक। मुझे साइंटिस्ट और बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि आप आइए, मुझे अगले हफ्ते 10 दिन बाद मैं आपको भेजूंगा या बात करूंगा। तो जो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जर्नलिज्म का जो एक ब्लेंड होने की जरूरत है, वो ये है कि दोनों जगह इंफॉर्मेशन फ्लो हो। अगर आप सिर्फ बोलो कि मीडिया नहीं छापता हमें, तो मीडिया को एक छापने का जो साइकिल अगर आपका खत्म हो जाएगा, तो उसके बाद मीडिया आपके पास वापस नहीं आएगा। अगर क्लाइमेट चेंज का निकल गया, तो वो आपको भी, मतलब आपसे, आई मीन एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस को भी, वो थोड़ा सा ओपन होने की जरूरत है मीडिया से बात करने के लिए। दूसरा क्वेश्चन सर आपका था नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस का। यहाँ पर एक सर थे। सर मेरा तो ये मानना है, ये मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन है, जब भी आप किसी चीज पे इम्पोज करते हैं, तो ह्यूमन साइकी ऐसी है कि आप जितना किसी चीज को इम्पोज करेंगे किसी के ऊपर, वो दूसरा आदमी उतना भागेगा। अगर आपको रोज पता चल गया कि 9 से 9:30 के बीच में क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर खबर आएगी, तो गिन के उसके बाद सिर्फ 15 से 10% लोग बचेंगे आज से 1 साल बाद। 1 साल बाद तो खूब देखेंगे, उसके बाद अगर आज से अभी 100 लोग देखते हैं 9 से 9:30 के बीच में, तो सिर्फ 10% लोग बचेंगे वो जो 9 से 9:30 के देखेंगे। पॉइंट जो हमें बात करनी है कि किसी भी चीज को एक्सक्लूसिविटी पे बात नहीं करके, उसका कंपोनेंट, उसका इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी, हर खबर, हर एकेडमिक, हर, चाहे आप एजुकेशन पे लिख रहे हैं, आप बिजनेस में लिख रहे हैं, आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे लिख रहे हैं, किसी भी चीज पे लिख रहे हैं, अगर हमारा हर खबर में एनवायरमेंट और क्लाइमेट चेंज का कंपोनेंट बिल्ट है, तो वो दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। सॉरी मैं अभी फटाफट से जवाब दे रहा हूँ। तीसरा क्वेश्चन था कि मीडिया इंडिपेंडेंट क्यों नहीं है, एनडीटी। आई थिंक वो मैंने अपने स्टार्टिंग के क्वेश्चन में थोड़ा सा जितना मैं जवाब दे सकता था यहाँ पर मंच पे बैठे हुए, वो मैंने समझाया कि मीडिया का इंडिपेंडेंस का इशू क्या है। जो बहुत सारा अभी मीडिया जो पिछले 5 से 6 सालों में इंडिपेंडेंट हुआ है, वो इसलिए हुआ है कि आप जैसे हजारों लाखों लोग इंडिया में उन लोगों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मेरे एक मित्र हैं जो अपना यूट्यूब चैनल चलाते हैं, उनका सिर्फ पूरा घर का खर्चा, काम का खर्चा लोगों के इंडिपेंडेंट कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस और डोनेशन से चलता है। तो अगर आप मान लीजिए आज हमारे देश में 1 लाख मीडिया है, तो मैं एक बहुत रफ एस्टिमेट बोल रहा हूँ, मीडिया पर्सन में से 20 से 30 हजार या 25 हजार या 15 हजार लोग एक सेक्शन है जो इंडिपेंडेंटली काम कर रहा है, और उसका इंडिपेंडेंस इसलिए है क्योंकि उसको पता है कि कहाँ से चलेगा उसका मीडिया बायस क्यों है। मैंने ये इंडिपेंडेंस के उसके मैं कवर हो गया। फिर एक क्वेश्चन था रीच बढ़ाने के लिए क्या करना है। देखिए मैं ये इट्स अ मिक्स्ड गेम। कई बार आप बहुत अच्छा चीज लिखेंगे, वो रीच नहीं बढ़ेगा। कई बार आपने आज लिखा और 4 साल बाद वो एकदम से ऐसे वायरल होगा कि आपको लगेगा कि 4 साल तक ये था कहाँ ये इन्फॉर्मेशन। जैसे आपका सर आपका था ना, आप लिखते हैं, आप मान लीजिए माइक्रोसाइट पे, अब जैसे इंडिया टाइम्स माइक्रोसाइट बना रहा है, यू नेवर नो आपका एकदम से वायरल हो जाए, बिकॉज समटाइम्स एक आइडिया के लिए एक स्पेस और एक उसका समय और उसका एक पुश टाइम्स के हिसाब से आता है। तो देयर इज नो वन सोल्यूशन, एक सोल्यूशन किसी को भी नहीं मिलेगा। नो वन सोल्यूशन विल फिट एवरी प्रॉब्लम इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग योर रीच। यू हैव टू मिक्स एंड मैच। जैसे हृदय ने बताया कि इन्होंने यूट्यूब चैनल स्टार्ट करा, पर टाइम नहीं था।
एक बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि मीडिया शादी के पंडाल की तरह है। अगर इमरती का ऑर्डर है तो इमरती भरनी पड़ेगी। तो सुबह 9 बजे सेट कर देते हैं तो इमरती खरीदनी है। तो आप बेचारा जो स्टोरी लेके बैठा हुआ है, यू वर्क फॉर ए वीकली शो एंड फ्राइडे आपको दुखी है यार, आज कुछ ऐसा ना हो जाए कि सब कुछ उसी पे चले। तो 6, 7, 8 बजने तक एडिटर कहता है तुम्हारा प्रोग्राम क्या सैटरडे को चल सकता है रात को 6 बजे। वो रिपोर्टर का चेहरा लटक जाएगा, उसने इतनी मेहनत की है, रिसर्च की है, 10 लोगों से मिला है, 4 लोगों को बोला है कि सर आपकी स्टोरी तो 9 बजे आएगी, फ्राइडे को आएगी, प्राइम टाइम पे आएगी। तो उस दिन किसी ने, शिल्पा शेट्टी ने कुछ कह दिया है, कुछ हो गया मतलब इस तरह का। अब पूरा मीडिया उसको, तो वो इमरती का ऑर्डर कहता हूँ उसको, कि अब ऑर्डर जो है वो इमरती का है, तो अब जलेबी आप पेड़ा बनाते रहो, वो बिकना नहीं है उस दिन। सो द पीपल हु आर सेंडिंग द स्टोरीज टू जर्नलिस्ट शुड आल्सो सी कि अभी माहौल क्या है। तो इसीलिए दोस्त है न्यूज़ 34 में माहौल क्या है प्रोग्राम बनाते हैं, और उन्होंने इतना दिमाग लगा के प्रोग्राम का नाम रखा। बोला हृदय भाई अगर मैं प्रोग्राम का कोई ऐसा नाम रख लेता ना तो इस टाइप के प्रोग्राम में जा पाता, और इस टाइप के में मुझे नहीं भेजते। अब माहौल क्या है, बाढ़ आए, बारिश आए, शादी हुए, कुछ हुए, माहौल क्या है उसके प्रोग्राम का नाम है। चाहे चुनाव हुए, बर्फ गिरे, आतंकवादी हमला हो, कुछ हो, उसने नाम ऐसा छांट लिया अपना माहौल क्या है, तो उसको रोक ही नहीं सकता कोई। कह रहा सर मैं जा रहा हूँ, वो तो नहीं, तुम्हारा मेरा प्रोग्राम माहौल क्या है, माहौल क्या है, तो सुख दुख से वो निराकार ब्रह्म हो गया। तो ये चीज है। So this is something you have to think, because these are extraordinary situations. You have to keep the humor alive, but you have to keep in mind the seriousness of the problem.
All right, so I think it is a wonderful, engaging discussion that we had with the media. And I think from the morning we had a very different context with the spiritual leaders and what is their role. This is about the media and what is media roles in climate change. And I think there's a lot to do from both the scientific and summarize. Media also need to kind of up their discussions about the climate change, and the public also needs to consume about the climate change, because it is everybody's life that is going to affect. Such a wonderful thing. May I request you all to give a big round of applause for our speakers.
And can I say one line to the students, because I am also a father of 2 young kids, that always be with the people who are better than you. This line I heard when I was in a school from the mouth of Harsh Bhogle, who is a commentator. जब तक आप बच्चों अपने से बेहतर लोगों के साथ रहोगे, बेहतर लोगों के साथ बिना किसी बायस के, you will improve, and that is the only way you can improve. Don't sit with the people who are rotting, who are thinking, and who are this thing. So it is very important, and keep your mind open. Things were difficult always, they will remain difficult, and we have to survive them.
So let me thank once again the India Times for being a partner in this particular session, and I hope in the microsite that we are going to create about climate change and energy storage, I hope many of you will become the writer, and will be happy to post this and help everyone. So thank you very much. We are running out of time. There are 2 more sessions to happen. There's a small presentation. There's one person who has surrendered electricity connection and gone 100% on solar. He is going to share his story, and then we have the Shared Game Changer Award that we are going to announce before lunch. So stay tuned. I would like to thank everyone, and I'd like to request also forward for the photograph. Yeah. First, let us take the photo, and then we'll come. Here we have the climate club that we have all been. So if you can pose, and if you can switch on the light. No, there's a climate club. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers? Thank you very much. Over to you, Ajay. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session, right? Yes? Thank you. So with that, because this conference focuses on action, and especially as a Energy Swaraj Foundation that believes that fossil fuel based energy has caused a lot of this problem, and if we have to come out of this problem, we have to change how we consume and the source of energy that we consume. And we have a very interesting presentation from Mr. Akash Shalgar from Sun Limited. May I invite him on the stage, please? Mr. Akash is an architect by education, an enthusiast for renewables, and a solar professional by passion. Akash has studied social system integrator and a consultant. He works as a consultant. Can we please have you on stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Chetan Solanki sir and the Energy Swaraj Foundation for inviting me over here. My today's topic is making breakthroughs in solar technology. So basically, I have categorized this presentation in 3 parts. What is solar technology actually? How it started? And what are the current trends going on in the solar field? And lastly, what is the future of solar technology? How future look alike? And the most and important, what is the role of solar with respect to fighting climate change? So how it started? It started in 1839, in 19th century. A young physicist named Edmond Becquerel in France, he first observed and discovered the photovoltaic effect. Now there are many students which will ask, may have a question that what is photovoltaic effect? It is basically simple. The light energy is being converted into the electric energy. That's it. After that, the developments boomed in solar field. In the right side, you can see the picture. This is the first solar rooftop installation is installed in New York City in the 1884. After that, interestingly, the first commercial use of solar was being used in the outer space itself. The Vanguard 1, the satellite, the first satellite from the USA, they used a tiny 1-watt panel to power its radio. Then after the solar residence come, the first residence came into existence in 1973 by the help of University of Delaware. They named it Solar One. Basically it was a hybrid solution of a solar PV system and solar thermal system. After that, in 1960s, Hoffman Electronics did a very good job in increasing the efficiency of solar cells. They went from 8% to 14%, which was a very huge leap. And after that, 1985, University of Southwest achieved 20% of efficiency of solar cells. You must know that still in the current situation, we use 20% efficient solar panels. That is how much time it requires to get it in lab tested and get commercialized. Then after that, there were solar powered airplanes also, but they are still in very initial phase and they haven't been commercialized yet. The very good point about solar is how the prices of solar cells went down from time to time. If you can see the chart, you can observe that the prices of solar panels have been dropped at least by 10% year on year. In 1956, the solar panel price was $300 per watt. After 20 years, it went down to $100 per watt. And very good point is in 2022, now we are talking about, it is only 30 cents per watt. So it by the reduction, the acquisition of solar energy has been very good, and it is very efficiently gaining people's attention. So what are the current applications? The current applications that are solar thermal system, street lights. You must have seen street lights, solar PV system. There are again two things in solar PV system. There are, the one is with the grid and one is off the grid, means which is a solar plus storage. And I think everyone has used solar water heater and would be still be using solar water heater. And the last thing is solar portable devices. Now, I don't want to speak a general thing about solar. So I have come up with some interesting facts that how solar is shaping our world. Okay, there are very interesting solar panel, which is BIP, Building Integrated Solar Module. Literally, it gives a very aesthetical view to your building. If you can see the upper right side of building, you can literally install the solar panels over your building at the facade side, or you can use this as a canopy or as a terraces or even as a gazebo also. Then there is a floating photovoltaic solar. In floating, I personally like floating solar technology, that it produces massive amount of solar energy without taking any valuable land. You don't have to waste your present land, as we already have, as we already know, it is a very scarce. And in floating solar power plant, it provides a natural cooling system to the solar panels. Thus, efficiency also increases, and it also drastically reduces the evaporation of water. Now there is a thin film cells. It is like solar fabric only, but very lightweight and thin as compared to normal solar panels. And it is very flexible, and you can use this as a you can use it on your curvy or dome type structures. Then there is a solar lighting and backup system, which we are currently using nowadays. So what is future of the solar? I guess it is a megawatt solar power plant equipped with megawatt scale storage. If you can imagine that if you store your all nighttime energy into the big batteries, then it will be very beneficial. As the problem with the sun is it doesn't shine at nighttime, and we require huge amount of energy at nighttime. So there are some advancements going on solar plus storage. Yes. And there are solar bricks also. And one must understand that why should we go with the solar? Yes, it is absolutely free. It is free source of energy. You don't have to pay a penny to the sun. It is eco-friendly, and if you invest good, then you will get a very good returns on your investment. And a standard solar panel or standard solar system can produce 25 years. It has a 25 years life. Yes. Okay. Now the important point is, what is the role of solar in fighting climate technology? First of all, we get solar energy is largely benefited in fighting climate change because it produces energy without emitting greenhouse gases. It won't emit any greenhouse gases, especially CO2. It has a longer lifespan, and the best thing is it can created locally, it can used locally, and since we can reduce the transmission losses and infrastructure. I must say, please take action. Climate change is real, and through solar we can fight climate change very well. I just want to share my experience. Actually, yes.
Just the experience about
you're surrendering electricity.
Yes, that's what I'm. Yes. It was 2020. Sir, Chetan sir had started his journey, Energy Swaraj Yatra. तब हम लोग बैठ रहे थे घर में, करने को कुछ नहीं था. सर का प्रेजेंटेशन देख रहे थे और सर ने एक उधर उनका प्रोग्राम ये चालू किया था कि हैश सरेंडर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, and they challenge us, all of students. We were 25 to 30 people, I guess, and they challenge us to surrender your electricity and shift completely on renewable energy. और उसके बाद तो ये मतलब दिमाग में बैठ ही गया था कि अभी कुछ भी करके मैं मेरा खुद का कार्बन प्रिंट जो है वो कम करूंगा. और उसके बाद मुझे इस फील्ड के बारे में ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं थी, तो मैंने और कुछ रिसोर्सेज से ये सीखा, समझा कि ये क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए. और बाद में एक 6-7 महीने पहले हमने फाइनली हमारा ऑफिस जो पुणे बेस है वो 100% हमने इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन हमारा कट किया, एमएसबी डिस्कॉम का कनेक्शन कट किया और 100% वी शिफ्टेड टू सोलर एनर्जी. Yes. So that is the impact of Chetan sir's work. I must say thank you very much for encouraging us to do that.
For sharing experience. And I think Professor Solanki's mission as Energy Swaraj Yatra is to move electricity connections. May I request Professor Solanki and Akash on the stage to please felicitate Mr. Akash. Thank you, Akash. And Akash is a true energy warrior, as we would say, because he has taken the pledge to give up electricity connection, which is one of the big motives of this thing, of Professor Yatra. Thank you, Mr. Akash. With that, because I will request Professor Solanki to please be on stage as we invite and announce the Shell and Energy Swaraj Foundation collaborated together for the Shell Game Changer Awards. I request Professor Solanki and the Shell team to please be on the stage.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Are you all waiting for the lunch? There is a very important announcement. I would like to invite Ms. Suchismita and Saptarshi and the entire Shell team on the stage in collaboration with the Shell Game Changer. Shell, there is a competition called Shell Game Changer, and Energy Swaraj Foundation partnered with them, and we launched this challenge regarding empowering lives. Now, how with the help of technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, in this context of climate change, how we can empower billions of people. And we ran this challenge. It was really nice. 148 teams responded to the challenge. And finally, now we have the winner. We are going to announce soon. But before we announce, Suchi, you want to add anything to this competition?
Just a little bit. But first of all, Professor Solanki, thank you for giving us this platform. It has been a delight to partner with you because we believe in the same cause of Energy Swaraj, which is energy independence and action for climate. In that pretext, what we wanted to do is essentially to see how can we use technology for the power of good, for the power of societal good, right? So often companies are accused of only focusing on their shareholder returns. They have to do that to stay relevant, but we also have the societal responsibility of taking us along, right? This Game Changer call is all about that. And yesterday we were truly fortunate to listen from the top finalists in details about their work. That has shaped our thinking, and I would like to Saptarshi to add a few sentences before we.
Super. Before anything else, right, as I say, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be associated with Energy Swaraj and also with Professor Solanki. I draw a lot of inspiration from him. Yes, indeed, yesterday evening it was fantastic. What I have seen in people is their passion for making a change, bringing a change in the society, and that too using deep technology, right? That's really wonderful. They are really working with people who need those type of solutions, really inspiring. And that's why we up our game, up our commitment. Initially, we thought that we will be supporting 3 companies, 3 startups. Now, after what we saw yesterday, we changed our mind. We want to support 5. Thanks. There is no other way, right? I mean, what we have seen, we have to do that. I want to quickly talk about the game changer so that you know the expectations are set properly. After the announcement of the name, the game changer team in Shell, many of you have met Srini yesterday. He is not here today. He has to go for another job. He will connect with you. There will be a proper due diligence for your company so that you know everything is clear, right? There is no problem with anything legal or anything like that. And I hope that should not be a problem. It's a general check that we always do. And then you have to come up with a proposal with the amount that Shell will give as a grant, what you want to do. And after the proposal, you basically will get the grant based on different stages of your work, and you can work on that. So I'm sharing this thing so that you know that this is not an immediate thing, and there are few steps that will come in between. Okay. And yeah, there are a few other startups with whom we met, and Suchismita, Ajit, and I discussed today extensively all the things that we listened yesterday. And few of you, we will connect with other lines of sales businesses, including Shell Venture or Shell E4 program, or line of sales businesses that we think you can help, right? Or if you associate with them, you get the help from them. So that's mostly from my side. So yeah, before the names come, I already say congratulations to all of you. Okay, with that, I'll just pass on to Ajit if you want to add anything.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Saptarshi. Please do not get demotivated with whatever results will come. These are fantastic piece of ideas you guys have brought. Stay focused and stay to their end goal. Probably, maybe in the later stages, we will connect you to the right businesses, as Saptarshi mentioned, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me also invite my colleague, Shaurya Pratap. He has been one of the pillars of this game changer. So give a big round of applause to him. He has been really working hard. So here is the time to make announcement. By the way, those who do not know, each winner can get up to $50,000 award money. So it is a big award that you can get. And earlier there were 3 prizes, and now there are 5 of them. So even it is more. So it is good, Suchismita, that you came, and I hope you keep coming more and more. So 5 becomes 7, 7 becomes 11. Something like that should happen. So do you want to listen to the winners? Well, by the way, all 5 of them are actually equal. So don't say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all equal. Everybody get opportunity to get $50,000. So that's all winner. Let me call to begin with. First of all, Hydro Greens. Hydro Greens, are you here? So congratulations to all of you. Anybody, any representative from Hydro Greens? They are there. If you can just come on the stage, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to call Krishi Gati. Krishi Gati, are you here? Yes, wonderful. Give a big round of applause to all these entrepreneurs. Their ideas are really innovative, and I feel that they will play an important role in mitigating climate change. So Ronak, on the behalf of Krishi Gati, is going to collect. Which you can, Ajit. Yes. So the founder of Krishi Gati, Mr. Tukaram, is not here. He has been called by ministry, and that's why it has been taken by Ronak. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, I would like to call Saptarshi. Saptarshi. These are people who always stalls are already there in the exhibition. So those who have not visited them, please do visit.
Yeah.
All of you can stay here, those winners, and so we can take a group picture. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Then next we would like to call upon Watson, Envirotech. Watson. Come, quick. Congratulations. Thank you. Hearty congratulations. And the fifth one is a customized energy solutions. Customized energy solutions. Anybody here? They are there in the booth, busy with the work. So all the four winners, if you can just come, step in, and we can have a joint a photo together. All. Yeah. Please come. Already. Come. If you can have a group photo, 15 minutes delayed. Anybody can represent customized energy solutions? They're here. But they are in the booth. Quick. I think let's give a big round of applause to all the winners. And congratulations. And I hope all your technologies make a difference and empower lives. That's the whole idea. Anything?
They're on the way. All right. So I just wanted to congratulate all the winners. You are equals here. And also to the people who pitched their wonderful ideas. There are further opportunities, as Saptarshi mentioned, that we would really love to connect you with other shell parts, which as relevant space, right? But the whole idea why we got really inspired was the grassroots connection that each of you showed. So please keep that ongoing as we develop this further with you. Many congratulations.
No, I see coming. Come over. Yeah. So we have. No, we have for all five. Yeah. Good. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining and holding so far before the lunch hours. Yeah, let's have one more with all the five winners. And I'm looking forward to power more lives together with Professor Solanki. Thanks, it's very inspiring.
Professor Solanki, can I request all of them to take one photo with the climate clock? Professor Solanki, one photo with the climate clock.
Yes, if you can.
On behalf of the Energy Swaraj Foundation, we are very grateful to Shell for their support to this conference and collaborating for the Shell Game Changer Awards, and we hope this collaboration will take forward further in this common mission to mitigate risk of climate change. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations to all winners. Again, thank you, Shell, for their support and collaborating with Energy Swaraj Foundation for the Shell Game Changer Awards. With that, we have come to the end of this session and we now move for the lunch break. But I request all the participants, please be back by 1:55. 2:30? 2:30.
Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एनर्जी शुरू Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एनर्जी शिफ्ट है? Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest. convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj. Energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम? Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest. convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, it is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम. Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus, is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed, and the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20.
Back. This session after lunch is the seventh session of this conference. This conference, Action for Restoring Environment, hosted by Energy Swaraj Foundation and the All India Center for Technical Education, focuses on action. And the one significant question that has been throughout this conference has been, are we taking enough action? And we come to this, we have been posing this question to different stakeholders. Yesterday, we asked the same question to policymakers, to civil society, to eminent people, people from the media, and people from religious organizations or spiritual organizations. This particular session asked the same question to industries. In the last few years specifically, we have seen how the discussion has moved to the boardrooms of industries about, and to the investors. A lot of investors have committed to the importance of ESG framework for investments, and now we are seeing that it is no more an option for industries to just limit their contribution to society in the frame of CSR, but they have to adopt the framework of ESG where the business itself becomes aligned to more inclusive, being more sustainable, and having a very strong governance. So we have a very, very interesting panel with us today. I will first call upon stage Mr. Venkat Rajaraman, who will be the moderator for this session. Mr. Venkat Rajaraman is an advisory committee member of the National Center for Photovoltaic Research and Education, NCPRE India. He has over 25 years of experience in product design and energy management. Prior to that, he was the CEO of Sukham Power Systems, leading power backup and RE solutions. May we have a big round of applause for Dr. Venkat Rajaraman. Next, we have Mr. Anirban Ghosh, Chief Sustainability Officer of the Mahindra Group. Anirban Ghosh is currently the Chief Sustainability Officer at Mahindra Group. His role involves leading the strategy and implementation of the $19.4 billion Mahindra Group Sustainability Rise. Thank you, sir. We're very glad to have you with us today. Next, may I invite Mr. Anil Bellari, Co-Director, Indo-German Energy Forum, IGEF. Mr. Anil Bellari has more than 33 years of experience working in program management, project development, matchmaking, policy analysis, training and capacity building, and the outreach and knowledge management in areas of energy efficiency, renewable energy, climate change, and environment. Currently, Mr. Anil Bellari is the co-director in GIF KFW project, Indo-German Energy Forum Support Office based in New Delhi. Welcome, sir. Next, may I please invite Dr. Praveer Deshmukh, Senior Counselor, CII ITC Center for Excellence for Sustainable Development. Praveer has a master's degree in botany and pursuing PhD degree from Amravati University. Welcome, Dr. Praveer. Next, may I invite Mr. Sandeep Tandon, National Project Manager, UNIDO. Mr. Sandeep Tandon is the National Project Manager of UNIDO project, Facility for Low Carbon Technology Development, which is providing support to validate innovative low carbon technologies for application in industry and commercial sectors. He's associated with the UN for over 8 years and has worked in an advisory capacity on energy efficiency and renewable energy projects in India and other Asian countries. May we have a round of applause for all our guest speakers today. May I request the team to please welcome all the guests. Also, we are very, very honored to have with us Dr. Rajiv Kumar, who is the former director of the NITI Aayog. May we have a please have a big round of applause for this thing.
Let us give a big round of applause to Dr. Rajiv Kumar. He's the ex-vice chairman of NITI Aayog. He has been driving a lot of policies in the country and worked very closely with the Prime Minister of India. He is kind enough to join us today. So thank you so much, sir, for being part of it. Thank you so much. Now this will go 1.5 hours.
Mr. Rajiv Kumar is a renowned economist and former vice chairman of the NITI Aayog. In 2017, he was appointed as the vice chairman of NITI Aayog, Government of India's apex think tank, with the rank of cabinet minister. He was also the chairman of the Atal Innovation Mission, with its mandate to establish an innovative ecosystem in the country. Once again, we have a round of applause for all our speakers and guests present today. Thank you so much. With that, over to you, Mr. Rajaraman, for this session. Just before that, I would request the team to please welcome all the guest speakers. May I request Mr. Rajaraman to please give them a... So in this conference, we have adopted the avoid, minimize, and generate philosophy. And with that, we had tried to minimize resource consumption. And if you see that in this conference, we have not brought a lot of bouquets and everything, but just to keep that and token of appreciation for all, we have gone with one flower for all of our guests. Thank you, Dr. Rajamohan. Over to you.
Good afternoon. We are all here right after lunch. We are truly honored to have Rajiv Kumar as part of this panel. We are truly humbled as well. We'll start this panel. This very interesting panel is going to be, because there are two mandates that was given. One, let's ask ourselves tough questions, right? Let's not be easy on us, because the problem in front of us is a tough problem. And number two, let's see what is the best way to handle this going forward, right? Let's look at future rather than looking at past, and see, what we could do about it. We'll start off with a, message from Mr. Harish Hande. We'll play this video. Harish Hande needs, very little introduction for this audience. He's the founder of Selco Foundation, and and he had been doing this, the climate change related ones for over 2 decades now. So can I request, the media to play Mr. Harish Hande's video, please?
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you, especially to Professor Chetan. It's been a long time I've not met. Unfortunately, due to other commitments, we've not been able to make today, but I'm so glad that along with the ministries and Niti Aayog, that we're holding this very critical conference at a time when climate crisis is not at our doorstep, but inside our house. Many people do not realize that climate crisis, as you have been pushing through your whole journey by the sort of path that you have been taking across the country. But people need to realize the seriousness of this issue, because today it's not hitting the middle class or the lower middle class in many parts of the world. It's the poor bearing the brunt of climate for actions that they are not responsible for. We as citizens, and especially I would look at the middle class and upper middle class, as well as the industry per se, we have to step up 100 times more than what we are doing. I think it's no longer a service. I think no longer that we can do emotion, no longer can we actually be thinking that we will do. Because by the time we think we will do, it's too late. If you look at the floods in what happened in Bangalore, look at the droughts in Maharashtra, look at instead what happened in Assam, the crop failures. Why do you think you don't have the option to take a flight and run away? What is the option that the poor have? Previously there was no social security in terms of education and health, and now we don't even know whether the house will exist tomorrow, whether the crops will be there tomorrow. What is the safety that the father or mother are able to provide the kids? No. How many of us will actually go through this condition before we realize that what is the options? And then the question posed is, as industry, are we doing enough? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What are the innovations as an industry body we have done over the last 10, 15 years? One particular technology, business model, financial models that actually has led to improvement in the lives of the poor, that leads towards them getting out of poverty and is climate resilient. One. I think let's not take all our problems and think about CSR is going to solve it. CSR cannot solve it. I think we should make that CSR as your primary activity, not a CSR, but primary activity is saying that how do we bring sustainability and inclusivity in the thought process of every industry's planning process. How do we come up with better products? How do we come up with better services that are climate resilient and that are inclusive that the poor can get out of poverty? I'm not talking of charity. No, industry body is not for charity. I'm sorry, it's not charity. It's the future social sustainability of the country. With the poor remain in poverty, it will not only lead to non-economic sustainability of the country, forget the environmental sustainability, you will go into social unsustainability. It's our problem as an industry that we can come up with very innovation. How do we come up with new technologies? Like, for example, in the top 10 or 15% of the world, what are we talking about? And what is the health industry up to? Can't we create enough climate resilient technologies that can be provided, the services can be rightly provided, and the doorstep of the poor rather than poor have to go multiple kilometers? This is all the excitement of innovations that actually can come by the industry in the health, in the livelihood space, in the animal husbandry space, in the resilient space of what are we doing with the next generation of barbers, kirana shops, and the eateries. It's enormous potential for the industry to look at innovation, and especially towards the young people who are in the industries, should look at it as a candy store. And being a country of microcosm of world's problems could also be a knowledge center for the world in terms of solutions, whether it is a barber in Maharashtra, whether it's a rice breeder in Assam, whether it's a flower plucker in Kanyakumari, or you talk about a mason in UP, or how do we create innovation that lessens their tragedy, increases their income, creates a social and a climate stability to each and every 600 million people who are actually suffering from climate change? I say the answer is not about future anymore. The answer is what did you do last year? How much, rather than looking at profitability and the impact that you have, increase the profitability, how much of actually going to impact on the 600 million people? Don't look at the 300 million people and say that's my market. How do you look at the future 600 million people who are going to, how can we make them homeowners? How can we make them taxpayers? How can we make that the country becomes resilient in health, livelihoods, education? And when every person is truly has the option of a level playing field, then we can actually call ourselves a truly a developed nation. So I thank again Chetan Bhai for calling me here. I hope I can come and meet you, and we can more of the industry to realize unleash the potential that this country has among the poor and the underserved. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks.
Very powerful message from Harish Hande. I think one key message is how do we innovate out of this problem, right? So let me start off with some opening remarks. So this is going to be a very interesting panel, talking about industries. Are we doing enough, in sustainability, in environmental goals? Key thing is, let's recap what happened yesterday for those of you who were not there. 5 key messages, as I saw, was sort of brought out. The first message is your rate of solutions must be greater than the rate of problem, right? Especially from a climate perspective, right? The second thing that brought about was, I think Mr. Satish Agnihotri very beautifully said, GDP growth need not necessarily be equated with the growth of happiness. Right, so I think he went on further to explain that how certain countries up until a certain point, you have a point of inflection. Up until point, it's good to have that growth. Post that, he was in fact going on to explain that we may need to pay a penalty, right, for those who have sort of crossed that threshold. The third one, Mr. Chintan Vaishnavi talked about was there is, these actions, especially with respect to climate change, are so far separated in both time and space that we are not able to make immediate connection, right? So that's clearly a problem. I think they took an example of COVID and how when COVID happened, immediately mobilized into action. Years later, I think this young girl, class 12th girl, was saying that most of us have forgotten about it, right? How do you bring in the sense of emergency into the scheme of things? And how do you make the small interventions that can be felt at a larger level, right? And the fourth thing that talked about was that how do we make sure that we reduce this, I think, inefficiency and wastage at the top? And how do you mobilize and energize the folks at the bottom, right? So I think this was, another thing. And the last but not the least, very important talk this girl had given was, why are you, the seniors stealing our future from us, right? You are, inheriting this from our generations, and how do you sort of do that? So that's the whole context. It was a very, very powerful, sort of a 5 messages, if I were to sort of take away. I want to build on this in this particular panel. And of course, Mr. Rajikumar here, it would be fantastic to have his insights. The first question that I wanted to ask, and of course, to all the panelists, is that, what is the single most important intervention that you think that you need to do, right, at an individual level, at an organization level, at a governmental level? And also the question is, how do you make sure that when you had, what are all the key constraints that you are generally faced with, and what resources that do you need to solve such problem? Okay, so this is a broad question. I'm going to request to keep it between about 3 to 5 minutes, and then there are much more interesting questions that we have received from the audience. We'll talk about it. I will request Mr. Rajiv Kumar to talk first, and then go with the rest of the panelists. They are okay, actually. Oh, fantastic. Okay, got it. Okay, so maybe then we'll start off with you, Anirban. So maybe if you can sort of talk about what would be the key interventions that industries ought to be doing, and also maybe talking about what Mahindra is doing. And by the way, he's recognized as one of the top 100 global CSR leaders, actually. So I'm sure there is going to be a lot of merit in what he's going to say.
Hello, check. I've done a lot of opening batting. I've never scored any runs. So speaking first always scares me. But when I look at the question, things that come to my mind is, first let me share with you what we have done in our lives. So all the lights in our house are LED. All taps have aerators. Fans, about barring 1 or 2, everything is a new generation BLDC fan, which consumes 1/3 the power of a regular fan. There is a sharp decrease in the amount of non-vegetarian food we consume. Maybe it's happened because of age, but it's not. And what will probably happen next is that the car will become electric. What has not happened? I probably still travel too much, generating more emissions than I need to. On the clothes perspective, consumption is very low. In fact, I buy too few clothes, and that's often a contention between the rest of the family and me. But these are some of the things we've done. These are easy to do, everybody can do. And these are things that have immediate impact on decarbonization of our lives. We've also taken this across to our colleagues in our business. So there is a program we have called Make Sustainability Personal, where we cover all of these things. Oh yes, I forgot to mention, all air conditioners are now 5-star in butter. So again, very low usage, so emissions are much lower. So we've taken this program to our colleagues. It's called Make Sustainability Personal. About 10 to 12,000 colleagues engage with the program every year. Part of it is about hardware, part of it is about behavior change. About how can we live more sustainably? How can we celebrate festivals sustainably? And you mentioned right at the beginning that we are looking at economizing consumption of resources at this conference. Wonderful initiative. As you handed over the flower, I was thinking that the right place for this flower after the use will probably be the organization called PHOOL, PHOOL, which takes flowers from temples and mosques and converts them into earth. So I don't know if they have a collection center in Delhi, but if they do, then all the flowers that you've used, they would be a great set of people to give it to. Otherwise it will end up in some water bottle. Is this enough? The question that you're asking, always no. Because, like you correctly said, the rate of solution is still not greater than the rate at which the problem is proceeding. I'm tempted to go further, but this is probably not the right time, and so let the conversation proceed. We will cover more ground.
fantastic. Yeah. So make sustainability personal, right? Both through technology intervention as well as through behavioral changes. I will go to you, Anil. You have been part of IGEF, and you had been with the EESL, you had been with the WRI. We want to understand, I think IGEF is doing a lot of intervention in the SME front, right? Both from a sustainability and renewable energy perspective. Talk to us, and then what are we doing enough, and what actions do we need to take?
First of all, let me thank Ram Swaraj for giving me this opportunity for being part of this panel. Let me tell you what Indo-German Energy Forum stands for. I mean, we are a high-level bilateral dialogue platform between Germany and India, and we have been working on a number of projects. I mean, how to accelerate the energy transition, or Energiewende, as they call it as in Germany. Germany has been one of those pioneers in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Coming back to your question, Venkat, I mean, on how the SME sector is currently looking at energy efficiency and renewable energy, or how they should really make the transition towards clean energy and energy efficiency. Although we have a regulatory institution in place, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Energy Efficiency Services Limited, I had the opportunity of working with both institutions for a few months when I was a consultant. There are these regulatory processes, but unfortunately, it is limited to some best practices in few clusters or few projects or few industries. Especially with the announcement made by our Honorable Prime Minister that we need to really look at the net zero target of 2070 and also the decarbonization efforts that have to really accelerate, because we have made a commitment of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. I mean, this has been very, clearly elucidated in the Panchamrit in the COP26 and also re-emphasized in COP27 recently. One of the biggest contributors for this 500 gigawatt renewable energy targets could be the SME sector. We also have a lot of programs and policies by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. What has happened is the 40 gigawatt target that was set for the solar rooftop, unfortunately, hasn't taken off in a big way. We are still close to below 10 gigawatt. We are still, 30 gigawatt away from the rooftop. I mean, that's where exactly, I feel the SME really needs a lot of handholding. I know UNEDO has done a lot of work, UNDP has done, so has GIZ, and so has a lot of multilaterals and bilaterals. What is really, the need of the hour is how to get these SMEs. I was just thinking aloud, you have this Gram Swaraj, a wonderful concept, where you're trying to build awareness among the rural population, the villagers, and the common folks. This energy literacy or energy education or the renewable energy education is very much required for the SME sector. We as part of my consultancy, I work with SIDBI and also B and ESL. What I noticed is, these are all 1% driven or 2% driven companies or SME industries. They really need a lot of handholding, not only on the technical part of it, the policy, the financing, incentives that are available. What do we do? We really need to create something like SME Energy Swaraj, like what you have Gram Swaraj. That is the need of the hour. I hope that this message is taken by Professor Solanki and his team. Please go out and help them out. they really are not aware of the immense opportunities that they are missing out. And they would also contribute to the national goals. As I said, we have a huge goal to achieve. And if SMEs come on board, we'll be doing a wonderful task to the national goals. With this, I'll stop.
Thank you. I'm glad that both Gram Swaraj and Energy Swaraj is interchangeably used. Our idea is also that, Gram Swaraj done by Gandhiji and Energy Swaraj done by Professor Solanki. So I'm glad that we are using. So I would request Sandeep Tandon to give this opening.
Yeah, good afternoon. I would like to acknowledge, this, putting together this conference by the Energy Swaraj Foundation. I think, it's a good forum for having the dialogue, a free-willing discussion on this, topic that affects the complete society, and all the institutions and stakeholders engaged. And at the same time, also to, present what different stakeholders are making contribution to the society, because one thing we have to, when we talk about as a country, we have to also realize that India, as we very, easily say India as a country, but India is really almost size of a subcontinent. It's a very big country. Even when we do some comparison with other countries, the Indian states, in terms of the size of the geography and population, equate to many countries. So saying that India as a country is not doing enough is is not right. India, I mean, is pulling together almost 20% of the humanity together, is taking a lot of responsibility in showing the world the ways how to overcome these challenges. So India, in terms of the amount of challenges that you come across in India, are enormous, and the solutions are also we come across are coming out of India, and these solutions are valued by many other countries. So I've been to few other countries where I was surprised that they have been sending their government officials to India for getting certain training and exposure. But at the same time, so I see the work that is happening in India. We should ourselves not undermine it. The effort being put by the government as well as the stakeholders. So my engagement in the area of climate change started almost 25 years ago, working first on the area of energy efficiency, both industries and municipality. Later on, with contribution of bagasse coal generation almost 20 years ago, and at the same time working with NTPC on power plant efficiency improvement. And we had fantastic results, and with international recognition. The only thing that we ask, are we doing enough? I think the efforts that have been gone into it needs to be recognized and sustained. And that is where I think that remains a part of the puzzle. How do we sustain those learnings that has come have been built over time? So I have also done some discussion, free-willing discussion again with many of the educational institutions that when you're teaching your students, particularly in the area of management and others, you present case studies which are related to other countries. There are enough case studies in the India. Now, how can we share those learning, because the student can relate to the problem statements and how these solutions were arrived in India in several contexts. So I have several examples to and not go into those all these details, because in the past 20 years at the individual level, at the collective level, I've been working. So to answer your first question at the individual level, of course, since I've been working in the area of energy efficiency, I practice it. At the community level, with the Resident Welfare Association, I've been driving this whole affair. And wherever I get an opportunity, and I tell everybody that whenever you get an opportunity, please plant a tree. That would be the good return you're giving to the country and to the environment. And at the institutional level, with the organization that I have been associated with, the bilateral and the multilateral, we are working on the front end, something that we always try that government can also pay attention with them. We try to find solution how these efforts can be sustained so that that builds a really mass movement, because with the size of the country, the only stakeholder who can drive it at the national level is the government of India, because they have all the resources. Not an individual organization will, with all their human resources and the money, will not be able to support it. So I'll pause there.
That's a great. I have a follow-on question. With your experience in international organizations, especially with UNIDO, UNDP, ICF, pretty much USA. Yesterday, Mr. Atul Bagai was a keynote speaker. He was saying that COP27 did not yield the desired result. Right? The question that I have is, one, I understand individual level and at corporate national level, but this problem got to be solved at international level as well. So, do you agree that this sort of did not excel in terms of the outcomes that had happened? And number two was, what is that we need to be working on war footing? And question is, are we doing enough at that level? It would be great to hear your thoughts on that.
So let me answer the second question. Are we doing enough? I would say that with this, the constraint that we have seen and worked through those, and I have looked back at least past 20 years. I would say yes, reasonably. I would be satisfied with the contribution. It just need to be brought in the forefront and recognized. My only concern is that these have not been given the due importance and place in front of the various stakeholders. And as we say, are we doing enough? At least we should see what are we doing, and then ask ourselves those questions. Are we doing enough? First, let us recognize what are we doing, who's doing what, and what has been their contribution. Then we take a talk on what do we need to do more. So at certain level, yes, if you look at the whole gamut in the various sectors of the society, certain efforts are being going on. It needs to be put cohesively and presented. And even if we as a society come to know what is being done by the government, different stakeholders, I think we'll be more take a position of participatory. More people will start joining. Now, regarding the question regarding COP27, I would rather not comment, because these have become a platform for political maneuvering rather than doing something on the in reality on the climate front. But having said that, on the ground work is going on, and I can say India, because I have been directly involved, and some of the countries are doing it. The only side we all understand is everything is driven from the financial side, so this gets undermined. I think that equation needs to be changed.
Thank you. Praveer, your thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for inviting me for the sessions. And it's when I saw the questions, I think for personal level, definitely it's very easy answer. But when you are representing industry association, I think the answer needs to be a little bit different. But again, I think I definitely recognize what my previous speakers talks, that are we recognizing what we're already doing? And I think that's the one question where I would definitely like to start. And I think there are lots of discussions going on that maybe COP27 is success or not. But you can see that in last 2 years what happens when we are discussing about COP26, there are lots of big or very strong commitment has come forward. At least they recognize the issues. The politicians recognize the issues, they started working on it. There was a commitment. Maybe it might be 2050, it might be 2060 or 2070. So again, despite any commitment. Again, this COP, I think the major issue which is not discussed in last so many years and we're facing as challenges is again the climate disasters. Lots of cyclones increasing in India, also in other countries, floods, droughts, heat waves. I think we will face huge heat waves. The other problem which we are not recognizing at all, and we only recognize in Delhi during the November or Diwali month, is again the air pollution. So that is also an issue. And at least in this COP, there is a discussion on that loss and damages. There is a fund now coming forward Definitely the pace, again, I'm not comparing the pace, it's definitely slow, but again, the challenges is also huge. If we just consider within India, we are able to address one aspect that we want to address only the cyclone issue. There is a huge investment is required on the coastal areas. But when we are addressing cyclone issues, maybe at the same time we are creating similar issues for the internal areas where drought is happening or some else things are happening. So again, we need to consider there are challenges is huge, but at least there is a road we have started. We started working on that path. Definitely it is not enough, but again, at least the road has started and they're working towards it. Again, as an industry association, and I'm working with lots of industries on a different aspect on climate, the nature part, where I think CI is only organization who is pushing lots of industries to also integrate nature as a decision-making aspect when they are working on climate or their investment. Again, it is easy for me to approach these top 100 companies or 1,000 companies. It's very easy because they are already converted one. But then how to go or how to support MSMEs? I think that's the challenge is because whenever you are going with a new solution to them, it is a financial investment. Who will do that investment? How they will get the return on it? So I think again, these are some of the questions which comes from the industry, and again, we need to identify the solutions. So again, lots of the solutions are again started at a level in India. So I think now lots of discussion is going on the green bonds, sovereign bonds, and all these things. So yes, it is started. It is started a little late, but at least started. I think that's what my perspective or my learning from this thing. And we need to increase the pace very fast because the 1.5 degrees Celsius will be reached very shortly within the days you can see on the monitor. So we need to quickly start it rather than discussing on it. Also, we can do right now is again. So there is in the just transition. We always say that there is something is required for the transition phase. So can we also recognize the existing solutions we are having rather than waiting for hydrogen or something alternate solutions? Let's utilize the existing solution like a crop waste. Can we make them as an alternative fuel source right now rather than burning in the farm or creating some other things from them? So identifying that solutions, making them as a transition pathways, and then building on a much longer term. So definitely we need to search for a green hydrogen alternatives, different things which require more energy resources in the next few years as the population grows and all these things. So we can work on that area. So I think that is definitely what path we need to choose. Utilizing the present solutions, building on the new solutions which can be utilized in the next 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. And then, one of the aspects definitely what I want to talk is, so I think you know lots of discussion is going on the carbon market. Before Paris, there is a carbon market, but lots of investment has come to industries and some of the projects. But I think what is happening, it is like an offset. So somebody is investing, then they are registering, and then they are getting returns. Why can't we make that market as an investment market? And I think that will add more and more solutions, very quick solutions, and it will help the vulnerable people. So, for example, if a farmer is practicing sustainable practices, how we can invest right from the day one to the farmer. That if he invests or he will practice sustainable practice, and again the market linkage will be there for him, so he will sustain that practice. So with that investment model, we can reduce the risk to the farmers. We can help them in actually building more resilient agriculture system. And again, same thing can happen. Rather than waiting that somebody else can do, we can start investing from our own point. And I think definitely we could talk about that investment starting from our own change. I think that will happen. So again, let's think about how we can go in an investment model. For business, cost is very low if we go in an investment model rather than going for offset. So I think that's my financial analysis. But I will be happy to discuss more on it.
Thank you, Pravesh. One tough question. You represent the industry body. Industry body where you are responsible for, the sustainability and environment for these ones, and of course, sustainability is part of the, COE. We go, we buy a beauty product. It is that nature is built inside there, right? I go there, get my plastic, whatever plastic, get a 10%. I go and return your old clothes and then get a coupon and then buy more clothes, right? There is a lot of greenwashing that happens by the industry. Remember talking about a detergent which was talking about having a Nimbu in there. Button into the details, there was it's all washing. So the sustainability has become a fashion word here. What does the industry body can do to, in some which way, stop this, measure this, bring this to the forefront, and what can be? We would love to hear. I think anybody's back on.
Yeah, I think there is a challenge, two different things. First thing is what we choose. So again, there are lots of alternatives are available to choose the product. So for example, when we go in the supermarket, there is organic products are available and non-organic products are available. And again, we have a price range. Again, they both claim that it's sustainable and all these things. So what we are choosing really, we are choosing the bottle which is water pack in a plastic, or we are carrying our own bottle. So again, it's an individual choice. And again, what is happening is because now the people are more tend to buy the green products, or which is actually having a green labels and all these things. Again, there is no functionality of labels. So recently we did a similar exercise for the biodiversity labels or organic label. So within India, there are more than 50,000 labels are available for organic products or sustainable products, and there is no standards available for them. So that's the challenge, and again, we're trying to address that. Only labeling green or going with that is not possible. We have to showcase the real examples, the companies who are working with CII, or when we're working with the sustainability aspect, we actually create that awareness that how they can actually create a product which is more sustainable, that rather than only talking as it is utilized with the natural products, or again, they can talk about how they are sourcing their natural products. Some of the times that information is also missing. So that's what we're trying to create awareness. But again, there are two different teams. So again, there is a different marketing team and there is a product development team. So both teams didn't talk within the business also. And again, that's the confusion. One marketing team want to sell the product, and the production team want to meet the requirement of the marketing team. Again, there are challenges between the organizations, within the marketing and different teams who are sourcing or who are selling. So I think that type of awareness definitely industries are doing through CIA, but again the pace is very slow. Reach is also less. And again, I think whether it's how the consumer take a decision, I think that is more important than what companies are saying. And again, I think skilling will be the critical issue there also required.
Anyone has any thoughts on that? Yeah, so I think clearly this is something that we got to be doing more, and clearly this is something an industry body would be good to take leadership role there. Anirudh, coming back to you, I think you are you represent the industry here. Rest of the folks are all from other agencies. Talk to us about sustainability. How you are viewing it. How do we bring that, as in the front and center of all the discussions, and what we ought to be doing more to bring this so that the clock which is ticking can be sort of in some which way arrested. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Venkat, I must first acknowledge the other agencies present here because they've all played a part in our sustainability journey. ESL has brought all the motors, and thousands of which we have replaced. The air conditioners, again, upwards of 3,000 that we've replaced. Unido has been a partner in many of our circular economy conversations. CI, of course, through the work that they do in the committees and the technologies that we discuss, which get implemented in our organization. So, how do you bring it front and center in an organization, in a company? Last time I was speaking to you, I was speaking to things that we can do as individuals. And there were just some samples, there's more, but we'll deal with that. What do you do in a company? The sustainability of a company depends on its ability to create value for consumers and to generate economic profit. This rule will not change because it then requires the change of a of the complete global economic system, which is difficult to envisage. So then are we stuck? Fortunately, we are not. A lot of climate solutions are not only great for the planet, but they're also great for implementing in businesses in two ways. Brings costs down and also gives opportunity for new sources of revenue. There are more about managing risk, about building reputation, about attracting talent and getting money, and all these good things can happen if you take good, strong climate action. Now, not everybody realizes this. And it is because of this that the pace at which the solutions are getting adopted is much slower than it can be. So today, it is possible to ramp up, say, adoption of renewable energy. It is possible to ramp up energy efficiency. Returns are very good. Every extra rupee you have, you can invest in this. You will get more returns than your basic business gives you. That's what gives us the opportunity. In fact, many people say that the goals that we have to achieve by 2030, the technology already exists and is economically feasible. The goals that we have to reach by 2050, we need a few more technologies. So what have we done in the organization? We've got a framework that guides action across every single business. We've identified what is it that we can do now. We've stepped up investments in those solutions. In the last 5 years, we've gone from an annual investment of about 2 crores a year to we're close upwards of 50 crores a year now. And this does not count all investments we've made in developing electrical vehicles, in making net zero energy residential buildings. These we don't even count because this capex is straight for growing the business. The number I told you is about energy efficiency, decarbonization of operations, making circular economy happen, and making sure that we don't send any waste to landfill, getting every location certified, and creating value from the waste that we produce so that it comes back into the ecosystem and is not destroyed somewhere. So now every business has A, made commitments, B, has goals, C, has programs, and there is a very big capacity building program for colleagues of mine to help them understand how they can leverage sustainability to do their own job better. So how does the marketing person do his own job better by looking at sustainability? How does the operations person or by operations I mean manufacturing, how does the purchasing person and how does the finance person, how do they do their own job better by doing things related to sustainability? So it's not really something that is new and separate from what an organization has to do. It is a path towards being a resilient, successful organization in the future. It's very simple to understand. If we don't make electric vehicles, we will not have an automobile business in the future. If we do not reduce our costs of operation, we will not be competitive in the future. So sustainability is not something alien. It is something that has to be done by business for its own resilience. And the good thing is, while it is looking after its own resilience through sustainability action, it is making a huge contribution towards climate action and towards the solution of the climate problem that we are discussing.
Thank you. Fantastic. So, this is from large corporate. Clearly there is a direction, there is a motivation, there is a method behind madness. Anil, I want to hear from you. You have been dealing with a lot of SMEs. Like SMEs are biggest contributors for our GDP, and they are just polluters as well, right? How do you handle this? What do you see when you are dealing with this? A lot of SMEs that you are dealing with. Do you think that there is enough action on the ground at that level? And what interventions do you do, or do you think we ought to be doing to fast pace that, towards this climate change, towards this, environmentally safe practices and so on? Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Venkat. One of the things that I noticed during my stint with BE and ESL was that SMEs do think that they have to first see how that best practice has happened. For example, somebody has deployed an energy efficient equipment and what the payback has been. But the issue there is the neighborhood SME willing to share that experience, willing to share their success story? I do remember when I visited the Kolhapur foundry. I mean, we went to a neighborhood foundry, a Belgaum foundry, and we found that the guy in another foundry was not willing to share that rich dividends he had reaped through the deployment of energy efficient technologies. How do we go about that? I mean, some of these financing happens through bank financing, right? If we have the institutions like SIDBIs or NABARDs or SBIs of the world, we get them on board and say that, okay, here is a borrower who has utilized that money for deploying and he has got good dividends, right? I mean, that's the best way. I mean, you create those champions in the SMEs and make them share the experiences. And that's the only way to go about. And also get them share their experience in vernacular language. It's, because a lot of SMEs may not be fully conversant with the English language. And if they have to make investments in those new technologies which are energy efficient, which are clean, they have to really see to believe that. But that's the way to go about. I mean, I would see that, these institutions are well equipped, but there is a lot of prodding that is required. And these champions have to be really recognized, and they should really go about propagating these success stories. Just to add another point, I mean, on the SME, I mean, there is this national carbon market which is coming up in the next few months. Government of India is working very seriously on that, and SMEs should be made aware of the fruits of the carbon market. It's the large corporates which have benefited in the first carbon market growth, and I feel SMEs should really get both on the performance achieved trade, the energy certificates, and also the carbon market. I mean, that's the wish list that I have for this.
Thank you, Anya. Yes, please, yeah.
SMEs are actually in a better place than we think they are. Because, actually, if you're in any agricultural conference, you will hear a strain that the farmer does not know, we have to teach him. When you come to sustainability, we do the same thing with SMEs. It turns out that the entrepreneurs at the SME level are really smart. The moment they see a good solution, they get going. And you were alluding to that solution. Organizations like ours have worked extensively with our supply chain. Yeah, there are people outside the supply chain too. And we've actually helped an organization called Institute for Sustainable Communities go and train SME organizations on things that they can do today, which will reduce emissions, reduce costs. So initially it was a capacity building organization, but then we nudged them towards actually doing energy audits and helping them reduce their emissions and reduce their costs. So they've covered upwards of 800 odd organizations now. It's still a small fraction in our SME ecosystem, but there are enough success stories out there for people like CII and FICCI and Bombay Chamber and others to leverage and grow and see that this movement becomes bigger and bigger. There are other very interesting things happening. So many of our SMEs have international clients in Europe, in America, other countries. Those guys want their supply chain to be green. And so if they want that business, they have no other choice. Some SMEs are growing fairly rapidly in our country and are attracting investment from investors abroad who are insisting on a green footprint. So either you have the green footprint today, or you have a roadmap which you are following, otherwise you don't have access to that money. So willy-nilly, a lot is happening. It's almost like an iceberg. We're not yet seeing what is actually happening. Yes, it's true. A lot more needs to be done because a number of SMEs are very, very large. Some of them are really, really small. We also regularly believe that SMEs cannot afford things. But if you have a project which has a 2-year payback period and a 24% IRR, there is enough money for projects like this. Banks will lend, people will give you money, OEs will give you support. And as of now, there are plenty of such projects. When we run out of these projects, we need other mechanisms. But the reason why we say the things we do about SMEs is because the pace can be much faster. And it is not. In fact, we have a massive opportunity in our country. Most of our SMEs are in clusters. So there's a Kolhapur cluster and a Ludhiana cluster and a Coimbatore cluster and so on. If we were able to action sustainability action cluster-wise, it would just work beautifully. I know this has been discussed in a number of fora. I have personally said it in many CII conferences. But then somebody, and I don't know who it will be, will have to bell the cat and get this started. We've tried at Nasik, where we have our factory. We asked our factory head that, you're pretty much a person well respected in Nasik. Why don't you get everybody together, bring them to our factories, show them what we've done, and enable them to do the same things themselves. In fact, ESL and us, we could partner and take this work to SMEs in industrial clusters, at least the places where we have factories. Because that is a living example of all motors going from IE1 to IE3, very soon IE5. Right? So we are quite happy to help in that space, but somebody will have to bell the cat. It will not happen on its own.
Excellent point. Yeah, thank you. Sure.
Let me just add to the point. At UNIDOPE, my other colleague had worked on this project on energy, promoting energy efficiency and renewable energy in MSME cluster, and that we have been, UNIDOPE was doing with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. It's been a long-drawn project for a variety of reasons, but we reached out to about 13 or 14 MSME cluster, and including in consultation with the Ministry of MSME, these were identified which were energy intensive. So Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Nagaur for hand tool, Thangad and Morbi in Gujarat for ceramic, sanitary ware, Belgaum and Coimbatore, as well as few other clusters for the dairy sector, including reaching out to Sikkim. So yes, as a cluster approach, yes, certain things have been have worked someplace, but cluster itself is huge. So it takes time to penetrate and to adopt these solutions. So there's always a slow process. We can just do initial kind of seeding, but for it to percolate down takes over time, and you have to allow that it's a natural process. So the hesitation of the MSME for investing in these technologies because it's a family-run business. They don't have much of the technical support, and they could be pretty much driven by the vendor or the process supplier. Because when we touch upon anything that is impinging upon the process, then it's a no-go region and would apply to everybody. So that is one, and the other bigger factor has been the market uncertainty for them. For anybody who makes an investment decision, they need investment horizon and stability for at least 5 to 6 years to reap the benefit. So regardless if you set aside the IRR and those matrices, which I tend to challenge, because if you have to go for net zero, you have to adopt new matrices and new yardsticks for making those investment decisions. So those were tool for the commercially available technology. And since my project, we are leading driving innovations, again working with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and these are environment related funded project. So we have come across a lot of innovative solutions for mainly the industrial and commercial sector application. But through this, we have also done a discovery of where the intervention can be when you go for decarbonization and net zero, and and that's a different topic. But I would just say that there's a lot of work happening in India, and I'm very positive about a lot of not only the incremental, but in some cases there is also disruptive innovation happening in the country being done by the Indian entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you. We are pretty much, coming to a close of this panel discussion. Before I request Rajiv ji to give his comments. So, any audience questions? Anything from the audience? I see one hand going up there. There is one at the back. So, we'll limit to 2 questions so that we have enough time for Rajiv ji. So, can I have somebody?
May I request people who have questions to just come forward quickly? Can you please come forward near to the stage?
Very good afternoon. So I am Trisha Kumar, and I'm youth delegate to the United Nations Environment Programme and part of the global coordination team of the Sustainable Consumption and Production Youth Platform. My question to you is, I have 2 questions, very short questions. So first is that most of the sustainable or more eco-friendly items are not as affordable as the unsustainable options when we talk about organic food items, or when we are also talking about the cheaper plastic-based items. So that essentially, especially after the COVID and the economic recession, that has a very high impact on the viability of those businesses. And my second question was, with the rampant popularization of the use of electric vehicles and the sudden rise in their consumption as well, but there is at the same time a very strong risk of the waste generated with the electric vehicle batteries. And at the moment, we don't have sufficient infrastructure to manage the waste which would be generated at a higher pace. Thank you.
Is going to take that question. Yeah, so can we take all the questions first, and then maybe it will be a good way to answer. So two great questions.
Yeah, my name is Srinivas Rajaram. I am a student of Professor Chetan. We work with an NGO called Watson and our own NGO called Amar Imitate, ground level grassroots. So now, recently after attending 2 days back on the TS biodiversity workshop, the major questions raised are this, that there should be convergence between the biodiversity and the climate change aspects, which will lead to a lot of small scale industries as well as other policy level issues like push, pull and policy. So there are a lot of frameworks and mechanisms missing. If this conference would come out with such kind of models where we can go with the great things would be useful. So we want you to throw light on that.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Tiwari from Watson. I attended this Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Brisbane in September 2022. There was a lot of discussion about Sendai framework and also on the small budget engagement at ground level. So I would like the panel to just throw the light on what we are doing on small budget things and engagement at last mile. Thank you very much.
Got it. Yeah. So we'll take this set of questions. So first one is on, are sustainable products cheaper? Why are they more expensive? And number two, the question that I want to add on top of that is, are they really sustainable? Right? Are they really? Anybody would want to take that?
Short answer, some of them are more expensive, but not all of them are. So once upon a time, LEDs were more expensive. Today they are good. BLDC fans, payback period not bad, and so on. But simpler things, like now you have bamboo toothbrushes. They are a whole lot more expensive than the regular plastic toothbrush. But they're not so expensive that we can't afford them. If we really want to make a difference, then transitioning from a plastic toothbrush to a bamboo toothbrush is imminently possible. Or many of you will have your parents or your mother or somebody using agarbatti at home. Transitioning from the regular chemical agarbatti to something that's made from flowers, not very difficult at all. The short point I'm making is there are many things that are possible to do today, which we should do today. And if you find something is too expensive for you today, no problem, hold off. In a few years, the costs will probably come down, because that's the direction things are taking. When anyone tells me that sustainability is more expensive, this is what I say, that there are some things which are not more expensive. Let's do as much of that as possible. The ones that are more expensive today will gradually become affordable in the future.
Can you hear me?
Hello, check.
So there was one more question on EV, on battery and recycling. Maybe I can talk about it because I'm from that industry, and then maybe let others talk. Recycling is going to be a very big role for India, because there are several startups, innovative companies working on battery recycling. I would encourage you to look up. There are half a dozen of them who are sort of showing that in various pilot scales. And there was also a policy intervention that had happened. There was a battery recycling rules that came up in August 2022, where there is an extended producer responsibility, right, for those who are manufacturing those recycle the batteries, both lead acid and lithium ion. India can happen to be urban mining capital of the world, right? I always talk about it because we have 1 billion plus mobile phones, we have a few million of electronic gadgets, and then now we have electric vehicle getting added. All of them are in some which way a form of lithium ion, and world over it has been proven that you can recycle over 95% with zero effluent plants, right? So to answer your question, are we there yet? No, but will we be there? Definitely. I think we have a aspiration where we could become the urban mining capital of the world. And the estimate is we could recycle up to 80 gigawatt hour by 2030. That can meet most of our requirements as well. So that's the answer on the battery recycling. There was one question on framework and models. I'm going to skip that because that's going to be a little longer for want of time. One other question on small project engagements at ground level. Maybe I would request Sandeep or one of you to talk about it. In case if you have an experience of doing that at a ground level, and then what is that we ought to be doing there.
Maybe I can just attempt, because that's more like very open-ended in the sense that a lot of efforts have been done by various agencies, international, bilateral, even government. These are often tried out as a pilot for a particular purpose. Where they have not worked is, or why you don't hear and see about it, the replication is very, very challenging. What works in certain place on the ground in certain contexts may not necessarily works, because that ground reality could differ in another place. So that applies to technology, and technology may work. I mean, provided you provide the same environment and same stakeholders their contribution. But business model is where it differs a little bit. So I have done certain projects which are on the ground. It is to demonstrate certain technologies. Technologies have worked, but business model around it has not really worked. But having said that, again, in terms of the innovation, some of the entrepreneurs are connected with looking at the problem, because the innovation that we are supporting is what are the challenges, what are the technology gap that exists, and can then innovative solution be brought out. And in many cases, entrepreneurs have brought out very beautiful solutions, and they are able to scale up, raise fund, and work on. It depends on the sector. We have solutions in the dairy sector where for providing the instant milk chilling to prevent the spoilage of milk, and these have been proven to be more climate-friendly solutions that just does away the dependence on the diesel genset. And it, now on that basis they are replicating it. There was a talk in the video, what Harish said for a floriculture. We have another startup who is working with similar solutions. So just as we hear more about electrical energy storage in our program, we came across from the entrepreneur about thermal energy storage. So we have come across various solutions, and these have been, the entrepreneur themselves have been able to scale it up and demonstrate that it leads to energy saving as well as reduction in the dependence on fossil fuel for that particular model. And they are thriving, they are growing. I mean, within the matter of 3 years since the time I've come across with those startups, they have built up the bases from Chennai, Bangalore, and Delhi. So the answer is yes. In certain cases, when you really look at the technology intervention and the business solution that is needed, then it works. But if you purely look for a certain with the technology, obviously it cannot be replicated and scaled up.
Thank you. Yeah, with that I think we'll come to the end of this formal panel session. I am going to request Rajiv ji to give his thoughts. For those, I'm sure every one of us know, he had headed the Apex think tank, Niti Aayog. Some of the policy interventions that had come out during his time, had a far-reaching, impact for India. I will request Rajiv ji to.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Professor Solanki, for organizing this and for inviting me here for this section. Really good, and I do hope that this clock that you have put up actually does create the full awareness amongst us sitting here and otherwise that we are faced with an emergency. I think that's something which is not yet, I don't see that actually wherever I go, whether in academic circles or industry associations or even within the government, the sense of the emergency is not there. And this is what we did in Niti Aayog for water, which is that we actually came out with a report which said those words, that India is faced with a water emergency, and that there could be cities which could be without water for a while. And I think this is something that we have to recognize. And I think all of us sitting here, the youngsters and so on, basically India's elite has to recognize this, because the poor of this country don't have a choice. Whatever choice, individual choices that we talk about is that of that's faced by the elite. And the elite's own behavior and aspirational goals have to change, in the sense that why should young people want to still buy a car, especially a fossil-driven car, and not cycle their way to the work or to universities and so on? It's something that we need to start here. And I don't see that happening. I don't see, for example, schools encouraging their children to come on bicycles, or going out on treks and so on. So I think the first point, by the way, all the points that I'm trying to will make today is in the context of saying that we need action is now pretty well established. What is that action that we need to take and how we will take it is what I'm going to focus on, because that's something that we don't focus upon as much as we should. As far in my view, we still talk about generalities in a very big way and keep ourselves at 30,000 feet, which is not going to do the trick as far as I'm concerned. So that's why I'm going to focus on that. So the first thing is to change middle class aspirations. And this is where Professor Solanki is playing his role. And I think all of us can do that everywhere. And how do we change that mindset? Now, it's not easy, because India's per capita energy consumption is, I think, less than 1,000 kilowatt hours, where the world average is 3,000 kilowatt hours. And United States consumes 27,000. Now, so tell people who are consuming on an average 1,000, which means that the 70% are consuming probably much less than that. So 30%, the whole thing is very skewed, is not going to be fair. And so what do you do about that? And I think here is the big challenge for us in India. And let me take a step back further and tell the audience here that India is probably the only country in human history which is faced with the challenge of having to grow exponentially and also become green exponentially. That nobody else has done that. And that's what is the challenge that is faced us. And let's face it, this is what it is. Green and growth are both required. So that is where, and therefore I was talking about also the energy consumption, the necessity of product innovation is supermost. And which is what I find almost completely missing in our industry and in our country and in our society. We are still trying to follow other people's models. We're still trying to follow other people's practices, and what they are doing, and looking at the West or looking at Europe or looking at wherever to see that this is what we can do. That will just not do. What we need to do is to find new solutions. And for example, some of this that you try to do in Niti Aayog, there are now available new forms of concrete, which will take much less cement and much less steel, etc., and be much more resilient than the steel that you have, the concrete that you have today. Why isn't, and we have Professor Sundurti, coming to that. That's the product we need to innovate. We need to innovate on lab-grown proteins. They're simple, they're possible. It's happening, but we are not adopting it in the way that we should do. So product, again, I'm a part of the thing called the Parley India Foundation. I don't know how many of us youngsters, all of us have known of this gentleman called Cyril Gutz, who has an organization called Parley for the Oceans, which intercepts the plastic in the oceans. And there is more plastic in the ocean than you can think about. His organization intercepts plastics in the ocean, upgrades them into the finest yarn that you can get, and then supplies that yarn to leading manufacturers like Adidas and Louis Vuitton and others, and converts them into high upmarket products. Point being here is that, as I think you said, which is that there is a process by which you can really multiple increases in your profitability by using the material that is supposed to be waste and that is supposed to be climate most unfriendly. So now here I'm a part of that for India. And what I was saying is that he has not found, except for one or two, ready acceptors to the idea that municipalities could collect all the plastic and then converted this into, upgrade it into upgrade yarn. That's what we need to do at the moment. So that's the, so first point, let's focus on product innovation, because that's possible, that can be done and has to be done. And, and how we'll do it is, another example, and the second one, is that we need to rethink a lot of our industrial and agricultural processes. Because I've done that in Niti Aayog, so I can talk about one, and which is, can we adopt chemical-free agriculture in this country? Now that's something that's the Prime Minister, after 2 years of our working together, finally announced it last year on the 21st of November, has included that in his 15th August address this time, and 3 million farmers have already adopted it. Zero chemical for farming, without loss of income, let me put it rightly, without any significant drop in yields and productivity, but with huge increases in net incomes because the costs come down. And imagine the positive environmental impact of this. The carbon content of the soil is supposed to be 1.5 to keep it arable. It was 2.5% in 1947. Today it is 0.4% in this country. Now we're converting our soil into inarable soil. So that's the second thing. Similarly for industry, we have done in Niti Aayog, the hard to abate industries like cement, fertilizers, others, what is the process innovation that can utilize much more hydrogen than what we've done today? How many of us are doing that? And again, that is an innovation that we need, to take forward. I am saying these things, friends, simply because one, I think you said that, but I'm trying to put it in a summary way. We can do well by doing good. That's the motto to follow. And how can each firm, how can each industry, how can each farmer think in those terms that we are doing well our ourselves, improving our net incomes and profitability by doing good for the society and much more for the environment, because that's the focus that we have today. And if we do that in India, India is in a position and actually has a necessity to emerge as the world leader in environmental innovation. Because that's our necessity. We can't, others have gotten away with it. We haven't, and we can't, we won't be able to do so. So let's think in those terms that we need to become world leaders. Vishwaguru, that's what we keep talking about. Here is our opportunity to become the Vishwagurus that we have. Now here again, let me just give one more thought, which is that I've been the chief economist of CII, and I have been the Secretary General of FICCI, so I know how those organizations work, and I've encouraged them at different points of time to start ranking their members in terms of their environmental work that they do. Why wouldn't we do it? Now, we in Niti Aayog have done that for states. We of Niti Aayog have done that for other things, for environment, for water, for preparedness, for this, that, and the other. I think it's time that each committee of each of these organizations, whether it's the steel committee or the auto industry or whatever, develops a criteria, develops the metrics for ranking your members and then putting it out in the public domain. So that there is a sense of competition to become the number one environmental protector in your field. And I think if you do that, then you can complement what the government is doing to try and push this agenda forward. Industry's role, again, if Europeans can demand that their supply chain be green, so can we. And are we doing that? And if we do that, then I think our entire vendor chain, our entire supply chain within the country, but this is the nub. In Japan, the OEMs will spend their own money to make their vendors better and green and more efficient. I don't know of many OEMs in this country who are willing to do that. And this collaboration between the OEMs and the supply chain that is required, I think is not yet as forthcoming. Let me also say here that for environment, we will not be able to make much progress unless we genuinely activate a true sense of public-private partnership. So that's what is required. I think the government has very often the monies, but they don't spend them very usefully. And this is where something that I've learned from Niti Aayog is that you can't do public-private partnership for this unless you develop a sense of trust between the government and the industry, and the government and the civil society, and the government and the farmer. Now that's the key question, and I think that's what we need to focus on. How do we develop the trust that all of us are behaving and acting to achieve the same goals that we have, which is net zero by 2070 or 500 gigawatts? People don't believe that. We are doing something, but I don't trust that you are doing the same. Then why? And I think this thing can start much better at the level of our states rather than at the center. Because each state in our country is pretty much an independent country by itself and has its own peculiarities. So if the industry associations or the industry firms themselves begin to work with the state governments and the civil society within the state, then I think we will achieve a lot more in real terms at the ground level than what we have. And I've just been the other day to Indore, and that reminds me, and maybe this will be the last point that I make, which is that a lot of work can be done at the local government level, at the municipality level, at the municipal corporation level. They are the real players in this whole game, actually, in the urban side and the gram panchayats, etc. On the rural side. I have yet to see, and I think this is something, there's a real frontier here, where industry and local governments can come together and work together to try and achieve environmental goals that we've set for ourselves. Friends, just one thing by sheer side, giving us the rose and making it resource light. In 2012, I started the practice in FICCI of welcoming every one of our guests with a certificate that we will grow trees for them. And I think that might be one step further. Now that's the sort of thing that we need to do that, that you come here and we'll grow 10 trees on your behalf. There are organizations which are doing that. And finally, I agree with you completely. And I know of some companies which again are leading the world in recycling of batteries and electronic waste. Leading the world. They are being invited now to East Europe and to the US to put up their plants. And they promised us, and I believe that, which is that if we recycle enough, we don't need to import lithium any longer. We don't need to import nickel any longer. We can just do it through urban mining. And I think that's the way. And finally, as Gurdeep Singh of NTPC put it at Niti Aayog the other day, our future is solar plus hydrogen, green hydrogen. And if we can do that, a series of hydrogen desalination plants on the coastline connected to the, to the hydrogen, the electrolysis plant along the way. And I think India will solve. India can achieve 3,000 kilowatt hours of energy while becoming greener than what it is. But that is the way, that's the new way, and that's the scale at which we have to start thinking and root ourselves on the ground realities that we have. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It started off with Harish Hande talking about importance of product innovation and ending up with the point getting reiterated. We will try to do our best. Before we conclude the session, we have a short video. This is about ELT. How many of you have heard of this acronym ELT? Oh, okay. I would want to see next time maybe all the hands go up. This is for energy literacy training. Can I have this video, please?
So I took a mic. I just wanted to thank Dr. Rajiv Kumar. He's the one who actually launched the energy literacy training in this January, and you can see the progress. And you also mentioned that India actually can be the world leader in training people how to live sustainably and environmentally friendly. So thank you so much for providing all your support, and we hope that with everyone's support, we will make 1 billion people energy literate by 2030 by the time when my yatra finishes. So thank you very, very much for it.
Thank you so much again. Thank you, all the esteemed panelists, and then I hope you found this session engaging. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request all the guests to please come forward for a group photo, and also request Professor Solanki if you can please come up and join the group photo. So, guys, can we just wait for the photo before the felicitation? Okay, we'll complete the felicitation. Can we have a big round of applause for all our esteemed guests and speakers? Thank you. As we will cut down the next break for 10-15 minutes. So I request everyone to grab some tea and come back.
Days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, It is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So it's not a matter of choice, it is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There, my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj. Energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I've given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor has been on a yatra, or journey across India, traveling in a solar-powered bus.
अच्छा, तो फिर लोगों को लगता है कि सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्यूशन क्या है? सोलर एनर्जी शिफ्ट Is that a solution?
His mission to educate the public on renewable energy and climate change. So far, he has covered 20 states and over 300,000 kilometers, and he plans to keep going till 2030.
I started in 2020. 2030 is the Sustainable Development Goals target of the whole world, and I thought it is very nicely aligned. It cannot be done in, as I said, part and parcel, so I decided for 11 years I will not go home, and the bus, my Energy Swaraj Yatra bus is my home for 11 years. It's going to be my home. Well, I believe that people will understand, because if they will not understand by the knowledge, but they will understand by the disastrous events that we are going to face and we are facing. So one way or other, people will understand, and I believe and I hope that by the end of my yatra, there will be good success on the impacting the efforts that world is making towards solving the problem of climate change.
Chetan Solanki is a solar energy specialist and professor at the nation's prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, or IIT, in Mumbai. But today, his bus has taken him to the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, 180 kilometers from Delhi, where he's talking to students about the ongoing climate disaster and the need to switch to solar immediately.
Silicon is the second largest material available on Earth, second largest. I keep saying that climate is not changing, climate has changed. And the impact of that we could see in our own life. Change is taking place so fast, it is accelerating. And what we are seeing in our own life is that there are heat waves, the entire country has experienced a heat wave, and then there are floods in Assam, and 50 lakh people getting affected, and the water not subsiding for 15-20 days. We need to drastically and immediately change ourselves. What we need to change? We need to change the pattern of energy usage, because the whole problem has been caused because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I believe strongly that this problem will only be solved if we switch our base from carbon-based energy to solar-based energy, 100%, not 99%.
India is one of the few countries in the world where environmental education is compulsory in school. Yet, in a 2022 Yale study, about 54% of Indians confess to having little or no knowledge of global warming. This is something Solanki wants to change.
Well, the awareness is there about the climate change, that something is changing, but it's a very superficial level. They do not understand in really detail what is happening. And is it because of the climate change? Is it because of the global temperature rise? But everybody feels that things have changed. Normally, when we talk about the climate change, it is always presented at a very top level thing. Like there's a Paris Agreement and there's a global temperature rise and CO2 emissions are rising and all this thing. I think we need to start narrating the climate change and its related issue at the ground level in their own language, in the manner that we could demonstrate that it is their own life, it is getting affected. I think then this action will also be more stronger and more real action.
Though Solanki has undertaken a solo journey, others have also embarked on a climate-friendly and solar-dependent lifestyle to save the planet.
Our survival is solar energy. The center of our existence is solar energy.
Nonetheless, there will be many challenges for India to overcome to achieve 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. From supply chain problems, to infrastructure, to public education. In the meantime, the solar man of India continues his quest, convincing his countrymen of his vision, one stop at a time.
The use of solar energy or renewable energy is not a matter of choice, It is an emergency, and like we behave in emergency, we do everything possible and adopt it right now, immediately, 100%, because global warming is approaching very fast and the climate change is going to become irreversible very fast. So It's not a matter of choice. It is the question of survivability. It is not global warming, it is global warning. Emitting carbon dioxide, I believe, is kind of a violence to the environment. I can afford, but nature cannot afford. I'm Chetan Singh Solanki, a professor of IIT Bombay. I'm also founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. So I come from a very small village in Madhya Pradesh. I was fortunate enough to get admission in IIT Bombay. There my professors used to come in on cycle, and they're really, very strong in their own knowledge and their impact on the world. That is where I also got motivated to do something for society. Well, I see that the entire problem of the climate change or the degradation of nature is because of the use of carbon-based energy. And I also believe that it is the clean energy and the sustainable energy that would solve the problem. And I presented this idea of localizing solar solution, or I called it Energy Swaraj, energy by local, for local. So the idea came that why shouldn't I be there, non-stop for 11 years, living in a bus, and everything in the bus, runs on solar. We need to really change the way we are generating and consuming energy. And that should be the beginning of their journey to start moving towards 100% solar powered life. And we need to do this very urgently. So when the global warming crosses 1.5 degrees centigrade, you will not be able to reverse the climate change. Well, it has been about 2 years that I started this yatra. Reached about more than 600 institutions. I have given more than 650 lectures all over the country. If at all you want to do something for limiting climate change, you have to do it right now. We are running out of time.
India's solar man is on the move. Chetan Solanki got the nickname when he taught over 1 million students to build solar lamps. For the last 2 years, the IIT professor
This is the 8th session and the final session. Action for Restoring Environment. This is what the conference is, and this conference posed a very, very important question. Are we taking enough action? This conference in the last 2 days saw different stakeholders from the policy, from academia, from civil society, from media, from industries, and many other eminent personalities, a lot of participants from students, researchers, and all different stakeholders from the society. And all of them took up the same question, that are we taking enough action? And this is the time when we pose this question to academic institutions. Academic institutions play a very, very important role in shaping human values and guiding a society that imbibes those values and creates more value for the society. This session focuses on the question, education and research for climate change mitigation and management. Are academic institutions prepared? And that's this question that we have for this session. May I now invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Parag Patnakar, to please join us on the stage. Parag Patnakar is the co-founder and CTO of Covalent Capital and has 2 decades of technology leadership roles at Oracle, Cisco, and IIM Ahmedabad MBA and an electronic engineer. He has mentored over 6,000 students to create better education and work opportunities and led technology strategy for the Gates Foundation effort to provide better education to kids in Indian slums and inner city US schools. Thank you, sir. Welcome on the stage. Next, I invite Professor Sunil Gupta. Professor Sunil Kumar Gupta is the Vice Chancellor at the University Institute of Technology, RGVP. RGVP Institute and Professor Solanki has been Professor Sunil Kumar Gupta has been very, very instrumental, and his support to the Energy Swaraj Foundation has been very, very warm. He has helped the Energy Swaraj Foundation with his support to train 31 technical institutions across Madhya Pradesh with the installation of solar in their own institutions. The institute RGVP has also signed an MOU with the Energy Swaraj Foundation, where the RGVP institutes had offered a space for Energy Swaraj Foundation for setting up a demonstration and training center at their institute. Thank you so much, Professor, for your support. Next, I invite Professor Debjit Palit. Professor Debjit Palit is a professor at NTPC School of Business. He's a professor, author, columnist, and he's ranked as the top 2% world's scientist for Stanford University. Thank you, sir. May we please have you on the stage. Can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers? Next, we have Professor Rangan Banerjee, director from IIT Delhi. Professor Rangan Banerjee is currently the director of IIT Delhi. From February 2022, he is on a lean from IIT Bombay, where he's served as a Forbes Marshall Chair Professor in the Department of Energy and Sciences and Engineering, a department that helped start in 2007. Areas of interests include energy management, modeling of energy systems, energy planning, policy, and hydrogen energy and fuel cells. Thank you, sir, for having us on the stage. Next, the person whose inspiration and manifestation is this conference and who has been an inspiration to millions of people taking the message of Energy Swaraj. May I request Professor Solanki, the Solar Gandhi, and the Solar Man of India to join on the stage. With that, I will pass it on to Parag for taking this session forward. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So let's get started with this panel, and I was really looking forward to this. First time in my life, I get to hurl questions at professors and grade them on the answers. I'll give some of you the opportunity to do that as well. So let's get started. Professor Gupta has a flight to catch, and as we all know, we're running out of time in multiple ways. So let's start with Professor Banerjee. So in the prior session, Dr. Rajiv Kumar of Niti Aayog and also Dr. Harish Hande of Selco Foundation spoke at length about the critical need to have product innovation if India has to be making progress both on economic parameters and energy sustainability. So what are our top-notch technical institutions doing to foster this mindset of product innovation? That requires a very different mindset from what we see in our current generation of students. So curiosity, empathy for problems at hand, patience to solve difficult or wicked problems. So what is IIT Bombay and what is IIT Delhi doing to address this?
I'll talk about IIT Delhi. Good afternoon. I think I see a lot of young people, probably school children. How many school children? Excellent. How many people in engineering and science colleges? Great. So we do understand that basically we need to encourage our students to run with their ideas. We also feel that many of our students, we want to encourage them to become innovators, to become job creators. What are we doing towards this? So what we do towards this is, you talked about innovation, you talked about design. We have started at IIT Delhi, we have a department of design. We just started recently a Bachelor of Design course, which is a 4-year course. And we are going to also start a BTech, a BDES as well as a BTech. In addition to this, what we have is, we have a number of challenges which we encourage our students to participate in teams, where they work on problems where they can try and find solutions, and then we have potential for funding. We also have a mechanism which we call it 1, 2, 3, 4, which is, we have a first-year student, a second-year student, a third-year student, and a fourth-year student, all working together on a research project. And then if that comes up with something useful, we also encourage them to run with it and do a startup. We have a mechanism where if someone wants to take up the startup, then he or she can actually get a deferred placement. That means you go ahead, you take the risk, but if your startup doesn't work out, you can come back and do your placement after a few years. So you have the potential of again going through the IIT Delhi system to get a job. We have created today a nurture fund, which is supported by our alumni endowment. And in that nurture fund, what we do is we have a student teams which can come up with proposals. They pitch it to a set of experts who are actually innovators and venture capitalists, technologists, and we identified a set of few startups to whom we are funding to the extent of about 50 lakhs per startup, where they are, and this is completely a student startup.
Professor Banerjee, just this side, sorry to interrupt. As the theme of the session said, what academic institution and research, particularly climate change.
A question on innovation. That's why I asked him initially.
Yeah.
Shall I focus on this theme or should I focus on
So the climate change and management, are the institutions doing enough? Because
are the institutions doing enough? So let's talk about the other question. Okay. So are we doing enough? I want, if you want a binary answer, it's a yes or a no answer. I think we want to do more. We are looking at ways in which we can integrate sustainability and sustainable thinking into all our curriculum. Whether it is materials, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, the ground rules are changing. Whether we look at life cycle concepts, so that is one of the things that we're doing. We at IIT Delhi are going to a complete curriculum review, and we're doing this after a 10-year period. One of the main elements in the curriculum review that we've identified is how do we integrate sustainability into the total. We have started a new, last year we started a 4-year BTech program in energy. We have a number of master's program. We have with the International Solar Agency a program on renewable energy and energy management and policy. This has 20 participants from different countries, mostly Asian and African. We are also looking at a whole group of faculty members across the institute looking at our campus becoming net zero. We have a number of different centers of excellence. 4 of those centers of excellence are related to energy and climate. So we are doing a number of things. The question is whether we are doing enough. Probably not, but we are doing increasingly a larger amount. And we have many conversations related to energy, sustainability, climate. And so we will be doing more in the future. We are also looking at mechanisms by which we have IIT Delhi leads the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, which is a scheme, national scheme where we are looking at 16,000 villages, 45 regional centers, and about 3,000 institutions. And in each of these villages, we are looking at what we can be doing for sustainable development. One of the themes that we are looking at is to have students interning and staying in the villages and working towards. So we are seeing that the energy and climate, and whether you are looking at mitigation, whether we are looking at vulnerability, whether we are looking at transitions, are areas where we need to create new knowledge, where we need to create new products, new ways of doing things. And I think it is an area where we are re-looking at our curriculum. And so the answers are, we want to be prepared. Are we fully prepared? We know that this is something where we want to do more. I will stop here.
I would. I don't know how many of you know Professor Banerjee is my colleague. We have been working in the same department, and being from energy department, I'm sure they expect you to do more about the energy and management. And I'm so happy to know that the curriculum is being revised, and the sustainability is one of important aspect. And the clock that is sitting and ticking in front of us, the black carbon bags are sitting in front of us, and time is running out. So until unless the behavior at the grassroots level, the school and college changes, it is very difficult to have a very wide scale change. So Professor Gupta, you are also Vice Chancellor to university, and you are kind of regulating some 200 plus colleges. What are we really prepared for such behavior, and what you are doing?
सबको नमस्कार। मेरा सबसे पहला प्रश्न मेरा ये है कि आप में से कितने लोग अपने पेरेंट्स को प्यार करते हैं? कुछ लोगों ने हाथ अभी भी नहीं उठाया है, और उसमें से ज्यादातर सीनियर लोग हैं। तो क्या होता है, जब हम छोटे होते हैं तो अपने पेरेंट्स को बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, थोड़े बड़े हो जाते हैं तो अपनी पत्नी को ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं या पति को प्यार करते हैं, थोड़े और बड़े हो जाते हैं तो अपने बच्चों को प्यार करते हैं, और बड़े हो जाते हैं तो अपने ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रंस को प्यार करते हैं। अब अपने में से, हम लोगों में से कितने लोग अपने पृथ्वी को अपना मदर अर्थ मानते हैं? इसका मतलब जो लोग हाथ उठा रहे हैं उनको मदर की तरफ प्यार भी करते होंगे, ऐसा मेरा फीलिंग है। और यही आज की जरूरत है। एज ए यूनिवर्सिटी, जैसे बताया, मेरे लेफ्ट साइड में जो बैठे हुए हैं और जो एक्सट्रीम राइट में बैठे हुए हैं, ये दोनों मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र हैं। तो इसका मतलब हम कुछ तो कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब हम कुछ डेफिनेटली हम कुछ कर रहे हैं। लेकिन बात यहाँ से शुरू हो रही है, खत्म नहीं हो रही है। और आप बड़े ध्यान से सुनिएगा, अगर हम स्कूलों में और विश्वविद्यालयों में प्रकृति के प्रति प्यार नहीं पैदा कर पाएंगे तो ये कहानी हमेशा अधूरी रहेगी। जिसको हम प्यार करते हैं उसके बारे में हम क्या करते हैं, केयर करते हैं, उसकी चिंता करते हैं। और जिसको हम प्यार नहीं करते हैं तो उसके बारे में हम केयर नहीं करते हैं और चिंता नहीं करते हैं। तो ये हमें स्कूलों में सिखाना पड़ेगा, विश्वविद्यालयों में सिखाना पड़ेगा कि हमें प्रकृति से प्यार करना है। यहाँ पर एक मेरी छोटी सी बात और कहना चाह रहा हूँ। जेम्स वाट का नाम सुना है किसी ने? यहाँ इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट तो एटलीस्ट हाथ उठा ही सकते हैं, वो भी भूल गए क्योंकि स्टीम इंजन सर अब नहीं रहे तो शायद ये लोग जेम्स वाट का नाम भूल गए। जेम्स वाट इज क्रेडिटेड फॉर द फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन, या स्टीम इंजन की बात जब आती है तो जेम्स वाट का नाम आता है। लेकिन आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि सेकंड लॉ ऑफ थर्मोडायनामिक्स उसके लगभग 100 साल बाद आया, 1850 में, जब क्लॉसियस स्टेटमेंट आया। जेम्स वाट ने सेकंड लॉ के बारे में सोचा नहीं था। अगर उसने सोचा होता तो शायद स्टीम इंजन बनाया ही नहीं होता। पता है फर्स्ट लॉ ऑफ एनर्जी क्या कहता है? लॉ ऑफ एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन, एनर्जी कैन चेंज फ्रॉम वन फॉर्म टू अनदर फॉर्म। तो बड़ा सिंपल है, ये तो हमें खुशी देता है कि सब कुछ कंजर्व्ड है तो चिंता करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता जब हुई जब 1850 में क्लॉसियस और ये सब सेकंड लॉ स्टेटमेंट आया और एंट्रोपी का कॉन्सेप्ट आया, और जब ये पता चला कि हर प्रोसेस में एनर्जी डिग्रेड हो रही है, एनोट्रॉपी बढ़ रही है, पूरे यूनिवर्स की एनोट्रॉपी बढ़ रही है और हीट डेथ की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, वहां से सारी चिंताएं चालू हुई हैं। एंड देन यू हैव टू रिस्पॉन्ड फॉर द सेम। शायद जेम्स वाट को अगर ये पता होता कि जो प्रोसेसेस हम डिजाइन कर रहे हैं तो उसको उससे अर्थ स्लोली डेथ की तरफ बढ़ रही है तो शायद उसको डिजाइन ही नहीं करता। आज चूंकि हमें सारे लॉज मालूम है, इसका मतलब हमको अपने यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में, स्कूल सिस्टम में इस तरह के प्रोसेसेस, इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन करने पड़ेंगे जो कि इस प्रोसेस को रिस्टोर बैक करें या वापस इसको लेके आए। और यही इसकी शुरुआत है। इट मीन्स द एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर द फर्स्ट प्लेस जहां पर ही केवल इसका रिस्टोरेशन संभव है। अगर हम एनर्जी लिटरेट होंगे, हम अपनी मदर अर्थ को प्यार करेंगे, हम इस तरह के रिसर्च इनोवेशन करेंगे जो एनर्जी रिस्टोर बैक करें, और उन प्रोडक्ट्स का अगर हम बहिष्कार करेंगे जो कि एनवायरनमेंट को नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं, तो शायद चीजें बदल जाएंगी, है ना। तो जो एलाइट क्लास है, अगर वो हमारे सामने इस तरह के देख, अगर हमारे नलों में ऐसा पानी आने लगे कि हमें वाटर की जरूरत ही ना पड़े, तो शायद एक प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो जाए। ये जो सिंगल यूज वाली प्लास्टिक आती है ना, जिसमें आप लोग खरीदते हैं आइसक्रीम्स वगैरह, अगर आप कहेंगे हम इस तरह की आइसक्रीम नहीं लेंगे जो कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक में आती है, तो हो सकता है वो बनना ही बंद हो जाए। आप अगर ये कह देंगे कि इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट हम यूज नहीं करेंगे जो हमारे एनवायरनमेंट को परेशान करते हैं, तो प्रोडक्ट बंद हो जाएंगे। तो इट इज डिमांड ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी। पिछले पैनल में आपने सुना लोग क्या कह रहे थे ना, कि जैसी मांग होती है वैसा देते हैं। क्योंकि मैंने मीडिया पैनल को भी सुना था, मीडिया ने क्या कहा, मीडिया ने कहा, इन्होंने पूछा कि आप मसाला लगा के न्यूज क्यों देते हैं, बोले पब्लिक पसंद करती है। जिस दिन पब्लिक पसंद करना बंद कर देगी, देन वी विल स्टॉप द सेम। सो इज द स्टोरी। और इस स्टोरी को बदलने का पहला स्थान कहां पर है? स्कूल और कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी।
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर गुप्ता। सो आपने पहले जब जेम्स वाट बोला, मेरे को सुनाई दिया जेम्स बॉन्ड, एकदम लाइसेंस टू किल। सो एवरी इंजीनियर, एवरी एमबीए is out there with license to kill with their products. I think वो mindset हमें change करने की जरूरत है, is what you are saying. Right. Absolutely. So we have to change that, and so that brings me to license की बात करते हैं. So license, Raj, and business. So Professor Palit, Anirban Ghosh इसके previous panel में बात कर रहे थे about building sustainability into business models and business processes. So, have you seen any work done in our colleges, both in terms of research and teaching, on building innovative business models that bake sustainability as a core aspect of the planning process? So, it's not greenwashing, it's not tick laga diya report ke liye. It's fundamental to the way we do business, being sustainable.
Thank you. So I will take your question and also the main question that has been asked. This one, combine it and then try to share my thoughts. This one, I'll start with what my friend Venkat had started with yesterday. One of the core or one of the key lessons that I think somebody raised, that the rate of solution should be faster than the rate of problem or new problems that are being created. बट आई थिंक हमने उस क्वेश्चन में, वो बहुत सही क्वेश्चन है, बट आई थिंक हमने एक पॉइंट मिस कर गए उसमें. जो point है कि whether we have understood what is the problem and whether we are designing appropriate solutions or not, if we have understood the problem. So just merely rate of solutions being faster than the rate of problems is not going to solve us. And this is exactly what we have been following. कि हमें लग रहा है कि rate of solution is faster तो हो रहे हैं या बहुत fast जा रहे हैं. But are we in the right direction? या हम उल्टे हाथ चल रहे हैं, पीछे चल रहे हैं? ये बहुत important है. Why I am saying it? When I was born, or maybe a couple of years when this one after my in early 70s, E.F. Shoemaker, who is a British German economist, he had said that this one in his famous book, which is still available, everybody should read this book. Small is beautiful, and in fact that relates to energy by locals for locals. It's very closely related. So he has identified the fundamental problem starts with that the means of production is faulty. So अगर हमारा means of production is itself faulty, and if we are not correcting that, उसमें artificially sustainability, if we include sustainability or this and that and all these things, it is not going to solve our problem. That's what I feel. And if we are to solve this problem, so as Professor Saab rightly mentioned, it will all have to start from your schools and colleges and institutions. This one. But then in schools and colleges and institutions also, that means are our courses, I am not a pure academic, I just joined academia 8 months back. I have been all along a practitioner, working with community in villages, providing them solar lighting solutions, this one, and improve energy efficient cook stoves and other interventions. This one. 24 साल वो काम किया, उसके बाद academia में आया. And what I found is that probably our course curriculum and all the courses that have been designed conventionally, whatever we have been teaching our students, probably वहाँ पे ये सारे aspects जो होना चाहिए, somewhere it is missing. We try to teach them with all the management aspects and all the technological aspects and everything, but if our fundamental means of production is faulty, हम गलत ही सिखा रहे होंगे. So इसमें कहीं ना कहीं we have to make a change to see that we have identified the problem and then we are trying to find out a solution to that identified problem instead of just superficially working on that. This one. The second point is that I think in the last panel also I had the opportunity to be there in the this one as in the audience, and it was that one of the panelists mentioned about individual choice. Then somebody asked a question and said that it is individual choice to buy or not to buy a product. This one. I think, and that's a narrative that has been pushed that individual rights are more important than collective rights. I think it is equally important to have a collective choice. We have to see that whether my individual rights, मुझे याद आ रहा है स्कूल में बुक पढ़ा था, मतलब इंग्लिश उसमें ऑन द रूल ऑफ द रोड. आई डोंट नो वेदर दिस आर टॉट दिस इन सुनो, तो बोल रहे थे लिबर्टी अपने नाक के यहाँ से शुरू खत्म हो जाता है. नाक के अंदर जितना है वो मेरा लिबर्टी है, नाक के बाहर से कलेक्टिव लिबर्टी होता है. आई कैन नॉट डू समथिंग व्हिच इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट प्रॉब्लम फॉर द अदर. So the individual choice versus collective choice, the narrative from education system में भी push करते हैं. I think that also has to be changed to a collective this one. How do we design technologies? How do we design models which are more closer to the collective need than to my individual need? The moment individual needs come in, तो हम स्वार्थी हो जाते हैं. Collective need जब होगा, then we start loving our mother earth. And then I think the solutions that would be designed both by the business and by the academia, I think they will, this one will be more attuned to the what actually is needed. And then we can say that yes, we are taking action towards the right problem. So I'll stop here.
So just, so again coming back to the topic, how prepared we are. So one thing Professor Banerjee mentioned that curriculum change is being done keeping sustainability in mind. Sir Gupta has mentioned that we need to bring this until there is a love among the student to the nature. It's not going to work. So how are we going to approach, or what should we do? The academic institution should do right now in a very short time. We have to inculcate this behavior. Is the syllabus change going to be enough for technology or innovation? Professor Banerjee, I would like to put this question to you.
in a very short time that available in climate change has become a crisis. In the context of today, what should we do right now in order to bring the appropriate behavior or climate appropriate behavior among our students in young generation?
I think climate appropriate behavior is it's not just the responsibility of the academic institutions, and we do have a role of that. We are training future generations, so we will give them complete perspectives. The issue of values and what is right and what are the trade-offs involved. There are short-term and long-term issues. There are issues which need urgent solutions, but also one has to see that there are trade-offs. In the short run, there are issues in terms of livelihoods and development. And today in the country, if you see, we are still predominantly, the energy source that we have is coal. We cannot shut down all our coal plants overnight. That would be disastrous for a whole host of livelihoods which are there, whole host of regions. If you look at the country, you look at Chhattisgarh, you look at some of the places where there is coal and the places where there are renewables, these are again spatially distributed. Yes, we have to plan so that we phase out coal. As we do that, we also have to think of what will the people who are working in the coal mines do. We have to work towards the retraining. The history of human development has been where we have been using energy resources to make our lives more comfortable. Then we struck a problem that yes, this is affecting the human race, it's also affecting the planet. And so we need to find solutions. And in the academia, we need to build in sustainability. We need to understand and give students the inputs related to it. We need to also try to influence people's thinking. But academia is an open, academia doesn't work in the way in which we are not with an agenda where we are trying to convince everyone you have to do this in this way and that. We are sort of opening up, looking at the issues. We also need to find out different kinds of solutions and research problems. So this is an important area where we need to understand as we do the transitions what's going to happen. When we go for 100 gigawatts, 200 gigawatts, 300 gigawatts of renewables, what will happen? What will happen with variability? What will happen as a result of climate change? What will happen in terms of extreme events? And we are already seeing there are vulnerable populations. What will be the impacts of it? So we do have a role and we do have a responsibility. That responsibility is also to educate, but also to find out the systemic impacts. And there will be NGOs and climate activists who will take it forward in this. The academic institutions, some of the academics would go into activism, but by and large, we are trying to actually see and create the knowledge that is required. Then people can act on those knowledge. So we do have, for instance, Chetan, we have in IIT Delhi, we have a Center for Values Education. We have a set of different courses where we try to inculcate, get leaders into this. But we have a role in the problem and in the solution and in finding multiple different ways of solution. All aspects of the issue are not understood. There are many things where we need to have research. That is not to say that, creating an urgency for action and doing that is imperative, but it is not necessarily, in my opinion, not necessarily the role that academic institutions alone will play.
So academic institutions, of course, has a lot of responsibility. But I understand from your statement, yes, the research needs to be done. We have to, make them job ready. Professor Gupta, I would like to come back to you with the same question. What academic institution can do? Can it take complete responsibility for making a climate appropriate behavior among students, which will require reduction in consumption, innovation, everything is a part of that. So what academic institution can play a role in making this climate appropriate behavior?
देखिए, आप बहुत ढेर सारे छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में ले सकते हैं. पहला स्टेप जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन ने भी लिया कि वेदर वी कैन हैव दिस रूफटॉप सोलर प्लांट्स और वेदर वी कैन हैव दिस ग्रिड फ्री एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैंपसेस. और ये बहुत आसान है, ये बहुत मुश्किल नहीं है. द काइंड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एज ऑफ नाउ वी आर हैविंग डीसी सिस्टम्स. हम क्योंकि हमारा दिन में कॉलेज चलते हैं तो हम ऐसे सिस्टम इजाद कर सकते हैं जहां पर हमको ग्रिड की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़े. वहीं से आपकी कहानी शुरू होगी, क्योंकि वही चीजें फिर आप घर पे लाना चाहेंगे. कैंपसेस में क्या हमको गाड़ियां यूज करना चाहिए, स्कूटर, कार. आपकी हेल्थ भी अच्छी होगी. वेदर वी कैन प्रमोट यूजिंग ऑफ बाइसिकल्स इन आवर कैंपसेस, दैट वी कैन डू. लॉट ऑफ प्लांटेशन, हम अपने कैंपसेस में प्लांटेशन कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं. जितना सीवेज सिस्टम निकलता है उसको हम रिसाइकिल करके उसके वाटर को हम कंजर्व करके क्या अपने फॉरेस्टेशन में यूज कर सकते हैं क्या. जो दूसरे बायो वेस्ट मिला के उसको हम फर्टिलाइजेशन के रूप में यूज कर सकते हैं क्या. क्या हम ऐसी चीज़ों को बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं जो एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली है. उस मैसेज को आप स्प्रेड कर सकते हैं क्या. आप वॉलंटियर कर सकते हैं क्या, वॉलंटियर बन सकते हैं क्या, एनर्जी वॉलंटियर. एनर्जी लिटरेट होने के बाद क्या सोसाइटी वो मैसेज दे सकते हैं. यूनिवर्सिटी लाइक RGPV जिसमें 5 लाख बच्चे पढ़ते हों, 5 लाख वॉलंटियर्स अगर तैयार हो जाएं तो पूरे MP में मैसेज आपका पता चले. विद इन ए मंथ यू कैन हैव द वेरी सेम मैसेज कैन बी स्प्रेड फ्रॉम द यूनिवर्सिटी. और सेकंड बात जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है जिसको आपको सुनना पड़ेगा, इस समस्या की जड़ भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, उसके सॉल्यूशंस भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं. अगर हमने ऐसी चीजें इन्वेंट की फंडामेंटली जिसको कि कंपनियों ने कॉमर्शलाइज करके ऐसी चीजें बना दी जो कि सोसाइटी के लिए नुकसानदेह हुई, तो हम ऐसी फंडामेंटल ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी भी दे सकते हैं जिसको कि फायदा बिल्डअप करके एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली टेक्नोलॉजीज या प्रोसेसेस बना सकते हैं जिनकी बात प्रोफेसर कर रहे थे. तो वो भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस को ही करना है. लेकिन एक सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या है आज, इसमें से कितने लोग कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियर बैठे हुए हैं? बहुत कम बैठे हुए हैं. लेकिन आपको पता है इस बार IIT सिस्टम में भी फर्स्ट 500 में कंप्यूटर साइंस के अलावा कोई टेकर नहीं था किसी भी ब्रांच का. और हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज की अगर बात करें तो वी आर हैविंग ए फुल डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनर्जी एंड एनवायरनमेंट एंड देयर इज नो एडमिशन एट ऑल दिस ईयर, नॉट ए सिंगल एडमिशन इन एनर्जी एंड एनवायरनमेंट. If this is the scenario, this tells about the future and the concerns about the energy environment. और इसके सॉल्यूशंस क्या है? इसका सॉल्यूशन ये है कि अब हमको अपने पूरे सिस्टम को इस तरह से रिडिजाइन करना पड़ेगा जिस पे ये जो एनर्जी कंसर्न्स हैं, क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन के इशूज हैं या इसके मैनेजमेंट के इशूज हैं, ये हर एक ब्रांचेस में इंटीग्रेट करना होगा. It cannot be like this that supposedly we are using computer science, though you are not studying and you are not concerned about environment and all that. You have to integrate the concept of this energy, environment and its mitigation in all branches of engineering, technology and what so it call even humanities and commerce and everywhere. So it means it should be part of your life. अगर आप अपनी मदर, मैं फिर वही बात खत्म करूंगा कि अगर आप अपनी मदर अर्थ को प्यार करते हैं तो आपको उसी ढंग से प्यार करना होगा जैसे कि आप अपने माँ बाप को प्यार करते हैं. Only then we can find solution for all those kind of problems. Thank you.
So Professor Gupta, great answer, but like all professors, you've sort of given a long answer but not answered the matter at the heart of this question. Is you have 5 lakh students and you have some initiatives you've taken. So आपने अपनी तरफ से क्या किया? करिकुलम बदला, सोलर पैनल लगाए, ग्रीनिंग किया. तो 5 लाख स्टूडेंट्स का जो माइंडसेट चेंज करना है वो कैसे करेंगे?
Sir, you will be surprised to know whatever curriculum has been developed by this Energy Swaraj Foundation, that is being developed at RGPV itself, and RGPV is the first university which is propagating this whole syllabus, and we are trying our best to make energy volunteers for the same. He's also brand ambassador for the MP. So it's the RGPV University which has taken the initiative started by Chetan Solanki at a forefront, and we are thinking that we can do wonders as far as this whole momentum is concerned.
But is that something that the students are welcoming? या एक और
They are really welcoming. They are really really welcoming. We have taken a lot of steps. We have made our campus plastic free. We have already 0.5 megawatt solar roof plant. Now we are trying to make some of our classrooms grid independent. So we are taking all those steps which we are talking about. And students are really feeling pride in the same that our campus one day or another day will be completely green campus. Professor Solanki knows it well that in last 5 years we have planted 40,000 trees in the campus. There is a full-fledged jungle in the campus itself. So this is all initiative by the students themselves.
One thing I would like to ask, is one way is of course curriculum, research, but there are other aspects of life where academic institution can play important role. For example, we have been discussing that everyone has to take part. We have also discussed that until unless we reduce our consumption, it is not possible for any science and any technology to solve the problem of the climate change. So this other dimension of day-to-day activities, what role academic institutions can play? So the budget, if you can take it.
I think it's a very important question there that you have raised. This one, what we can do to make the lifestyle change. I think a dilemma, I have seen a dilemma in my institute, for example, because these are postgraduate diploma in energy management. We offer a specialized course on energy management, which probably is the first of its kind at the managerial level in India. This one. Now the students, they also have to be placed. They have to get a job. Ultimately, उनका aim वही रहता है कि हम पढ़ाई करके मुझे जितना जल्दी job मिल जाए, placement अगर before we pass out, if we get a placement, then it will be there. And thankfully, our students have been placed. But तो course curriculum designing होता है कि industry की requirement क्या है. So it has become a chicken and egg story type of thing. Whether we can make a change where our students might not get a job, or we have to design the courses in line with the industry. So anyway, I'm not going into the debate. But what we can do in a small thing, that is, we have a course like in energy in transition, this one. So what we have done is that this year, when I have joined the institute, I have deliberately introduced a module in that course that why it is important to make that transition. So it's not just that we are discussing about the technology and solar के बारे में discuss कर रहे हैं या wind के बारे में discuss कर रहे हैं, hydrogen के बारे में, but it is basically important to understand कि हम transition क्यों करना चाह रहे हैं. This one, and अगर जब तक ये concept clear नहीं होगा, then the student will just take the solar as a technology. I'll give an example. This one, Dr. Banerjee is aware of it because he was a reviewer of our report also. So when I was in TERI, we had done a project with other WRI and Forum for the Future on making renewable energy responsible energy. So renewable energy per se, the process of production of electricity from renewable energy is clean. Because वहाँ पे thermal से जब coal से production करते हैं तो emission होता है, so it is unclean. But जब photovoltaic से electricity generate कर रहे हैं तो कुछ emission नहीं होता है, so the process is clean. But the first part, that means the process of manufacturing the panels and the disposing of the panels are still not clean. Now we have to introduce those concepts in the curriculum to explain to the students that you also have to design technologies or make models which will also to make the entire value chain clean. And then only they will be motivated कि जब उनको clarity रहेगा कि yes, this is the reason why the transition is happening, and we just can't make an artificial change of replacing coal-based power plant with solar energy, solar-based power plants. Rather, we have to make the entire value chain clean, and then only that will help us in finding out a better solution than what it is now. Then I think the change will start to happen. So unless we do that, still we'll just pushing the problem to a So definitely.
The entire value chain cleaning probably will be much bigger, where a lot of research and industries involved. But again, coming to the academic institutions, like in RGPV there are solar panels. I'm sure in your institution, I think IIT Delhi Professor Banerjee is one of the largest installation of solar panels, and 3 megawatt or something. So does by any chance does it result in translation of a behavior of student towards solar energy, or they are oblivion to their
really doesn't matter whether there is solar energy or no solar energy. So the question is, even installation of solar energy, if it is done in a manner where it also helps a student to inculcate their behavior and that translate in their home getting solar power, that it can be probably much more powerful. Does it, so having 3 or 2.5 megawatt solar panel, does it have any impact on the psychology of student that they should use it at home also? I think your mic.
I don't have a clear answer to that. Solar energy in IIT Delhi campus is very visible. So when people come, they see the panels. They can see on Dogra, on our main building, they can see all over that there is PV. We are talking about the climate carbon footprint. We are looking at how to compute that. We currently were part of all the IITs in creating a 5G test bench. At IIT Delhi, in the 5G test bench, when we are looking at it, we are looking at sensors and monitors which are looking at emissions, electricity consumption, having dashboards. There are other things through our NSS and others where we are also looking at what is sustainable behavior and behavioral change. I just feel that, of course, academic institutions have a role in modifying behavior, but academic institutions cannot prescribe that this is what should be done, because we are creating an environment and a forum where people will discuss, opine, think through. There are many role models, again, among students and faculty, and in any distribution, in the students also, there are people who are very conscious, who are doing things. There are people for whom this is not an issue. We do try to, at individual levels, try to influence this, but on a longer scale, we are also looking at the overall issue, explaining what is the importance of the problem, explaining what are the issues, what are the solutions, and trying to create new knowledge which will help in mitigation, help in addressing vulnerabilities, looking at trade-offs. So there is a role for activism, but academic institutions cannot be predominantly activists where we tell every student you have to do this, and that's not the way in which you create future thinking generations. So I think I understand the way in which the questions are being asked, and I think it is important. It's a very critical problem. We need urgent solutions, but we have a role where we have to, many things are not known. And many things, for instance, I will give you an example. Today, in our country, when you look at the electricity sector, the bulk of the discoms have accumulated losses. And when you have these accumulated losses, when you want to purchase electricity, you need to see that you are getting paid for that electricity. When we have solar PV, when we do this, many discoms are now not willing to take that because they will have to pay for it at any point of time, even whether or not there is a demand. So we cannot oversimplify the issues involved. We need to understand that there are things which in the transition, as we make the transition, there are costs and benefits, and different people feel the costs and benefits. We have seen in COVID how vulnerable sections of the population were more affected. When we have heat waves, it is a section of the population which will get affected. When we have climate change, so we need to also study many of these and find solutions so that vulnerable, as we make this transition, we look at that. So I think there is a role that we need to play, and that role is not restricted to just changing people's behaviors. We need to also look at educating, understanding the implications, looking at the research. So.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. You also said, my understanding was that when academic institution, for example, starts adopting solar, it will have impact, a wider impact, and more people will kind of adopt it. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Is it similar for the RGPV also? And in case if you want to promote this behavior that eventually the carbon-based energy, we need to switch to more cleaner energy sources to fulfilling our daily demand. Just mere adoption of solar energy for your campus is going to work, or you need to do something more?
Herein, I would like to give my thanks to IIT Delhi. We are part of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Therein, we have adopted 5 villages actually. So what we learned at RGPV, we are trying to give that back under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan through students in 5 villages. वहाँ पर हमने क्या किया, हमने जब स्कूल्स गए, बच्चे खासतौर से ध्यान गए, गांव में जो स्कूल्स होते हैं ना, वहाँ पर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं होती है, और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी होती भी तो कटी रहती क्योंकि दे कैन नॉट पे बिल्स. तो हमने देखा जब दिन में ही स्कूल लगने हैं तो हमने डीसी बेस्ड वहाँ पर सोलर सिस्टम लगवाए थ्रू मध्य प्रदेश ऊर्जा विकास निगम, और कुछ पैसा हमको उन्नत भारत अभियान से भी मिला था, 3 लाख रुपए. तो हमने उन 5 स्कूलों में जहाँ पर कि क्लास 1 से लेकर क्लास 8 तक के बच्चे पढ़ रहे थे, उनके छतों पर हमने ये रूफटॉप सोलर सिस्टम लगाया, उनको बिजली मिलने लगी. फिर हमने क्या किया कि अभी एक गांव में एक ग्राम पंचायत का कनेक्शन कटवा दिया, उनको भी हमने फिर ये सिस्टम दिया, डीसी बेस्ड सोलर सिस्टम दिया. तीसरा फिर हमारे पास मध्य प्रदेश ऊर्जा विकास निगम हमारी हेल्प के लिए आया, हमने उनको थोड़ा सा एनर्जी एफिशिएंट इलेक्ट्रिकल सिस्टम बंटवाया, लाइट लगवाई, और घरों में भी हमने पंखे और ट्यूबलाइट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कराए पूरे गाँव में, दैट विद द हेल्प ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश ऊर्जा विकास निगम. सो चौथी चीज जो बड़ी आपको सरप्राइजिंग लगेगी, सोलर पंप एक चलता है किसानों के लिए, कुसुम स्कीम है उसके अंतर्गत, लेकिन उसका जो फॉर्मिंग वगैरह भरना है वो गाँव वालों के बस का नहीं है. तो हमारे बच्चों ने वॉलेंटियर का काम किया, उन्होंने उनके फॉर्म भरवाए, और आज मुझे कहते हुए खुशी कि 5 ऐसे पंप वहां पर उन गाँव में ऑलरेडी इंस्टॉल्ड हो गए अंडर दैट कुसुम स्कीम. So these are kind of activities जो कि हमारे सोशल फेस हैं या सोशल इनिशिएटिव हैं. अगर वी आर डूइंग एट अवर ओन यूनिवर्सिटी एंड देन वी आर प्रॉम्प्टिंग अवर स्टूडेंट टू गो अंडर उन्नत भारत अभियान टू अवर विलेजेस एंड फाइनली transferring that knowledge to the villagers, that's the thing we can do, and therein the learning starts, and then they can go for these things in their home also.
Thank you. So Chetan, now I want you to wear your professorial hat. So you've been asking fairly tough questions to our esteemed guest here. So as Energy Swaraj Foundation, so we are also in the teaching business through the energy literacy training. And so world over, the experience of MOOCs has been completion rates, and these are not forced courses, these are voluntarily signed up courses. MOOC completion rates are 5, 6, 7%. So edX, Coursera, Udemy, the data is fairly consistent. So even if we look at our own ELT data, it's not as bad, but it's nowhere near where we want to be. So let's also introspect. So what are we doing as Energy Swaraj Foundation to be more prepared and do be better in terms of delivering energy literacy to millions of people and maybe billion people at some point?
Yeah, and I keep saying that, this is the world of, reels, where the attention span is 7 seconds and 10 seconds and 15 seconds. And in this world, if you want to deliver a course which is for 3 hours, it becomes quite challenging to get the attention of the people. And yes, Parag, you're right. I mean, we have been, our success rate is better, but this is not going to be enough until unless the person goes through the entire energy literacy training, which is a 3 hours. And a lot of people have been, giving me this feedback. कि उसको छोटा करते हैं, 1.5 घंटे का करते हैं, 1 घंटे का करते हैं. I don't feel that doing that, because I keep saying, शादी करना है तो 7 फेरे लगाना ही पड़ेंगे, 6 फेरे से शादी नहीं हो सकती. So if you really want to become energy literate, you have to spend that much minimum time, and it is challenging. I don't know the solution how to really bring attention to people for 3 hours, but we are trying our best. What also we are trying to do is we created a new portal which launched yesterday, Energy Swaraj portal for action and learning. In this portal, one of the way to encourage energy literacy training is make institutions the partner, and that institution can be a media, it can be a spiritual organization, it can be an academic institution, it can be a corporate. So until unless everybody starts promoting, there is no way we can make people energy literate. And until unless, my personal belief is, until unless we make people energy literate, it is impossible to really get the climate appropriate behavior. Because I keep quoting Gandhi ji ने कहा था एक बार कि जो कोबरा सांप होता है, हम सब लोग उससे डरते हैं. क्योंकि हमको पता है कि कोबरा है, खतरनाक है, काटेगा तो मर जाएंगे. तो इस हॉल में यदि कोबरा आ जाएगा तो हम सब लोग भागने लगेंगे. Why? Because we are aware fully that how dangerous it is. But we are not fully aware how dangerous the situation is right now. We are not fully aware how dangerous the carbon emission is that we are causing every single day by every single action. And therefore we are not aware and we are not taking enough action. The moment we become aware, I think our change in the action and climate appropriate behavior will automatic process. You know, you don't need regulations. You don't need letters to be sending, become energy literate, do this and do that and save water and save energy. I think that will automatically, the behavior will change if everybody in true sense become energy literate. Same thing, like I really like this idea Professor Gupta said. जिस दिन मदर नेचर से प्रेम करने लगोगे उस दिन कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं, तुम्हें कोई रेगुलेशन की जरूरत नहीं, कोई ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत नहीं, बिकॉज दैट हैज टू बी द मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट. पानी हमको ही पीना है, किसी और को नहीं पीना है. श्वास हमको ही लेना है, किसी और को नहीं लेना. खाना हमको ही खाना है. This nature is nurturing our life. Let us understand this, and by our action, directly or indirectly, every single day we are polluting the same air, same water, same soil. So let us understand, become energy literate, and then our behavior will automatically change. I still do not have the answer how to be more successful in promoting energy literacy training.
Yeah, so now you can take off the professor's hat, otherwise you will go on, and Professor Gupta has a flight to catch. So since this is a session focused on educational institutions, I mean, the important half of the educational institutions are the students. So what we'll do is, any students who have questions, just put up your hands, come forward. And while Professor Gupta makes his comments, you please line up and be ready with your questions.
एक फैक्ट मैंने शुरू में बताया था ना कि मेरे एक्सट्रीम लेफ्ट और एक्सट्रीम राइट में हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी से जुड़े हुए बच्चे बैठे हैं, सो वी आर डूइंग एनफ. लेकिन एक फैक्ट मैंने छुपा लिया था. आई एम आल्सो alumni of IIT Delhi actually. So even IIT Delhi can be proud of the fact कि स्टूडेंट जो उनके निकले, they are doing lot of things at their own capacity in whatever they can contribute as for the environment. So being part of IIT Delhi and being alumni of IITD, I really give my thanks to the my alma mater.
Just to add to Professor Solanki, since I am here, I should also make a commitment, this one towards his cause. तो मैं अपने स्टूडेंट जितने हैं, जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, अपने बैच में 2 बैच ऐसा 40 के स्टूडेंट है, तो टोटल 80 स्टूडेंट्स होंगे. So we'll make them go undergo this training, energy literacy training. Internal mark मैं अपने तरफ से दूंगा, उसके मार्क पे चलते हुए ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट करेंगे. Because the exact thing I had done when I was in TERI, all my colleagues, 20 colleagues, everyone was sent through WhatsApp when we had started that energy literacy training actually. So I had sent that, and everybody was asked to undergo the training before they can come for their increment meeting with me. This or no, so everybody had done that. तो आप उनको इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे तो सब कुछ करते हैं. तो स्टूडेंट को भी मार्क के चलते, 2 मार्क के चलते सब ट्रेनिंग ले लें.
थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रोफेसर गुप्ता के जितने कॉलेजेस वो ऑटोमेटिकली एनर्जी लिटरेसी ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट हैज अडॉप्टेड ऑफिशियली एनर्जी लिटरेसी ट्रेनिंग एज अ ऊर्जा साक्षरता अभियान, and government is putting a lot of efforts to promote energy literacy everywhere. So thank you very much. I would be happy if Professor Banerjee can also say that all IIT Delhi students will become energy literate. And if there is any question, please come forward.
Yeah, we do have a compulsory course which has a component of sustainability, and we'll relook at the curriculum that we have in that. But we may not do it through the Energy Swaraj Foundation, but I think the overall goal will be the same.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Good evening to all. I am a ex-faculty of IIT Roorkee, alumni of IIT Kharagpur and IIT Bombay. I actually left academics to do something for the environment. And before joining back, I did a lot of other studies that academic does not do, like what Professor Solanki is doing, how to insert the ideas to the mind of others. That is very important in nowadays. And what a problem he is facing, that even literacy program is 3 hours and many of us not taking because we are going too fast, and because of the social media is making us to think faster. There are many things happening around the world, and we are already getting it at our fingertips. So what I'm saying that we have to break it down. What are the big things are there?
Can I request you to please come to the question, please?
Look at the other kind of games, video games, or the interesting things people are using to use our kind of curriculum or the syllabus according to that to make it more popular and more acceptable.
So that's more like a comment. We can make it.
Make it level up.
There are many people standing, so if we can just endure. Just make your question very brief, please.
I'm Sita Mahalakshmi. I'm a PhD research scholar. So this is related to the question, are academic institutions prepared? So looking at this clock, I couldn't sleep yesterday night because it's hardly 6 years. And after 6 years, no matter what we do, we cannot go back. So with one call of our Prime Minister, respected Prime Minister, Pradhan Mantri
Keep your mic close, please.
Modi ji, I don't think 6 years or the irreversible activity is no less than the pandemic COVID we have faced. So with such COVID, with one announcement, we have shut down all our activities. And with one word of Pradhan Mantri ji, everybody started clapping, started putting diyas. So can we work on, as major, bigger institutes, directors are here. So is there a scope that we work on a program for the next 2 years for all the students and the affiliated colleges of these universities so that we have very less time? So in this 6 months, can we work on a curriculum which can be adopted by the students, by everybody for the next 2 years so that we can catapult this, whatever adoptions we are doing in terms of climate mitigation? Is there a scope? Because you are on the other side of the bench and I'm a student, I might not be aware of all the circumstances that can possibly make it or might not make it.
Quickly finish your questions, we are running out of time.
So as you said that youngsters are generally, they're not opting for energy and environmental science courses. So as here, it's the clock lady, what do you think that for youngsters, what would be more impactful, laying such stats so that youngsters, they be careful about the things, or growing the employment opportunities so that they can meet up with their financial demands? So what would be more impactful so that students, they choose, such courses?
Okay, so one last question and then let's
take these three.
So since
And we can continue with more questions. He has a right to catch. So first question was gamification of the curriculum. Does anyone?
मैं एक सुपर आंसर करना चाहूँगा जैसे अभी अगर लास्ट पैनल को किसी ने अगर सुना है तो उसमें कार्बन क्रेडिट्स की बात हुई थी. There was a time when carbon credit system was going on और there was lot of human cry about carbon credits और पूरी parallel market mechanism खड़ा हो गया था उसके. फिर वो carbon credit system चला गया तो सारी चीजें ठप हो गई. Only at that particular time, lot of more courses were started on environment. Now again, this whole market mechanism is going to start it. As I have learned, this national carbon credit market is going to come. So again, you will see lot of professional opportunities in the field of environment. So naturally, the interest will start in the field of environment.
That's question 2 answered. So question 1, Professor Banerjee.
Question 1, I think it's an important question which all of us in academics are grappling with, and it is not just about sustainability and climate change. It is about how do we excite the Twitter and beyond Twitter, Insta and other generation to get excited in listening in the classroom. And I think the challenge there is to get people excited about making an impact in the real world. Working on problems, working in teams. Gamification is actually one possible solution, and some of the successful teachers do use it in terms of creating groups, competing with each other, but competing and collaborating. I think that is important. The second question that you said, that urgency in 2 years, I think, and the third question, very interesting, about the where we are talking of the opportunities and employment. And I think it's moving in that direction in the sense that, even products, every single thing, you look at this mic, can I redesign it so that the embodied energy and the embodied carbon of the mic is less? We can look at every element. We are looking at, for businesses, the carbon footprint and the sustainability may make a difference in the exports. So there are a whole host of different opportunities that will come, but these things take a little bit of time. And this is where we need to have conversations both with the industry and the organizations in society, the academics, and try to see how that gets done. But the key thing is to excite students and seeing that students can make a difference. So you can make a difference by your behavior. You can also make a difference by your thought and your ideas. And we need new ideas because at different phases of life, James Watt at that point had made an invention which has for thousands of years resulted in improving the quality of life. Today we have hit a bottleneck because the nature's, Earth's ability to recycle the products of those is being exceeded by the rate at which we have been growing. So we need to do this where we see that there is human ingenuity and ideas which come in. Take a target of 2 years and say everyone has to put some curriculum. What will happen? What are we going to do in that? You're going to tell people to do. There are things which we have to understand that there are things that are known that this should not be done. There are things that are not known. There is a need to have, it's not something which you can fix in 1 or 2 years. So we are going to have to do some amount of urgent mitigation and stopping certain things. We will also need to be able to see how, when we have some change, we are able to adapt, and then it will take some amount of time. All the renewables that are coming in, most of them are coming as large, centralized. Are those sustainable? I don't think so. It has to be distributed. Why is it not coming in distributed? It's a question of cost. So we shouldn't try to also oversimplify things, but I think all the questions and the passion that you have is very exciting. There are many things that you can make an impact. Sometimes in education, you make an impact directly. Sometimes you make an impact by seeding ideas in people who will create technology and make an impact in the future. I may not be able to claim credit for it, but it happens. So academics have a slightly bigger role. So I know you are holding us to it. We have to do many things, but it is not just about solving the problem in 2 years and it's about an overall thing.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, Professor Palit, Professor Banerjee, and Professor Solanki for this lively and enlightening conversation. So, since time is running out in many ways, can we have the felicitation?
May I request all the guests to please come forward for a group photo? Can we have a big round of applause? Can I request the team to please? Can I request Professor Solanki to please felicitate all the guests and speakers? Thank you so much. With that, we conclude the sessions and we move on to the final part of this conference, which is the awards. So last 2 days have been really action-packed with all the different stakeholders from government, from academia, from civil society, from industries, from field-based organizations, and many different stakeholders, a lot of participants, students, researchers who have joined this, a lot of entrepreneurs who have joined this conference. And we have been focusing on one question, which is, are we taking enough action? We heard the perspectives from all of these different stakeholders highlighting, and we got to know how a lot of things are happening, but we also know right now the climate clock is ticking. The climate clock here keeps reminding us that the time is critical, and as some of the members and the participants mentioned, that this is not a game where we can further delay actions, because if we do little progress and if it is not done in time, that will not be enough, because it says that 1.5 degrees C, if breached, the cause will be reversible. So we keep focusing on this. At the background of this, a lot of action has been initiated, a lot of MOUs have been signed between Energy Swaraj Foundation and other organizations to expand action. A lot of students are taking, a lot of institutes have come forward at partnerships to take the energy literacy course forward, which is a kind of a game changer initiative by Professor Solanki to educate minds and seed the idea of the principle of AMG, which is avoid, minimize, and generate, to take up climate action, resolving the issue with the main cause, which is fossil-based energy. With that, I again call upon Professor Solanki to please come on stage for the awards section. May I request people who are sitting in the back to just also please come forward for this award section. Maybe all of you can come a little forward and occupy the seat in the front. May I all request all the volunteers also to please come forward in this audience.
All right, good evening, all of you. Good evening. We need more josh and more energy. We have so much of discussion in last 2 days, and I think the whole point is not only within the people who are sitting in this hall, not only the people who are watching us online, but everybody. The message is, I think, very clear that we are not taking enough action, and everybody is agreed, whether it is academic institutions, industries, policymakers, everybody is agreed that no, we are not taking action. And the whole idea is to wake up and shake up people and bring this realization that we are not taking action. We have to do much more than what we have been doing so far. But at the same time, there are people who are taking a lot of action. There are people who have brilliant ideas. There are people who are taking enough action, and there are people who are innovating solutions. And in the afternoon today, we already provided opportunity to 5 entrepreneurs with the prize money of $50,000 to actually spread their innovation. So this particular session, which is the last session of the conference, is to felicitate all those people who have good ideas and who are doing wonderful work in solving the problem of the climate change. So we are going to award all those people, and this award is not only certificate, we are also going to give the cash prize. I hope that next year when we launch this competition, we get more applications. Also, we make the award money bigger and bigger, just to really appreciate the contribution that many good people are making. Before I go further, we have the chief guest of the function was supposed to be Sonam Wangchuk. I don't know how many of you know Sonam Wangchuk. Many people know. Sonam Wangchuk is Phungsuk Wangdu of 3 Idiot. He is supposed to be here. Our program was actually supposed to be on 26th, but we preponed it on 25th. So he could not come here, but he was kind enough to send his message through the recorded video. May I request the team to play the video of Sonamji, please?
Hi friends. I wish I was amongst you, but somehow I couldn't, as I have just landed from Afghanistan, where, by the way, I was promoting passive solar heating of homes in very poor countries like Afghanistan, and Indian technology being transferred at the invitation of United Nations Development Fund. Actions for restoring the environment is such a timely initiative, and I thank and congratulate all the parties involved in this. I think while we sometimes blame the governments or the corporates for causing climate change, we in Ladakh, where we're seeing firsthand the effects of climate change in our melting glaciers and flash floods, we believe that it's actually more of an individual responsibility of every citizen to work for this and to move things. Firstly, because individuals matter a lot. Some of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gases are, for example, buildings, houses, and agriculture, which is food. Now, it is more for individuals that they can do a lot. We go through so much emission and pollution to produce all the food, and then we waste half the food. This could halve the emissions and the impact it's having on climate if we just pledge not to waste food, or we keep our buildings in a place like Delhi when it is plus 45 outside at 18 degrees. Crazy. Similarly, I saw in Mongolia where it is minus 20 or 30, they keep indoors at plus 27. It feels hot in Ulaanbaatar in the middle of winter and cold in Delhi in the middle of summer. All this can be taken care of by individuals while they are taking care of their homes, their food on the table. So individuals have a great responsibility and must pledge to be engaged in it. And when individuals engage, mind you, in democracies, governments respond automatically. They cannot but respond. Their votes depend on all these individuals. So when individuals give priority to an issue like environment, climate change in this case, governments, you don't have to beg and plead. They will, in their own interest, make good policies to please you and also to make the environment better. So, really congratulate from the bottom of my heart Energy Swaraj and AICT and all the partners who are involved for taking this timely step. We in Ladakh, because of all the calamities that befall on us, thanks to what happens in New Delhi and New York, we thought of appealing to the world on 150th anniversary of Gandhiji's birthday. We started a concept or a movement called I Live Simply movement. There's a website called ilivesimply.org to look up. The message that we wanted to give while appealing to people to pledge changes in their lifestyle was that please live simply in the big cities of the world so that we in the mountains may simply live. And I appeal to you to become activists, key, action takers to change things. And trust me, if we individuals change, then governments will change. Thank you very much and hearty congratulations. I wish I was among you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sonamji is a good friend of Energy Swaraj, and he has always been supporting the whole idea. Now it is really time to announce the awards. For everyone we have done, because the young generation is the future stakeholders of this. So what we are going to do is, we are no dignitaries we have invited to give the awards. The young students of 6 to 8 standards are going to give the awards to the recipients. So I think first time I'm bringing the young generation on the bigger people are required. So many people are here, and I would like to request them just to be present on the dais as part of their blessing. Ajay Gupta ji is here. If it can come and just be there on the stage, that will be great. Professor Devajit is there. If you can come on stage. Karuna ji is there. If you can come on stage, and Dr. Mayur is also there. All four of you, just be as a blessing to the people who are going to receive award. It will be really wonderful. Thank you so much. Can you change the slide title? Okay. All right. So the awards will be given just in the background of the clock, and if you can, all of you can just be, you can just stand if you can, Professor Devajit, you can just stand here in the center, right in the center. Ajayji, right in the center, yeah, just there. Come here, yeah. All right, there are two categories of awards. There are two categories of awards. One is called AMG Award, Avoid, Minimize and Generate. So the whole philosophy of Energy Swaraj Foundation is to first learn to avoid use of resources, energy, everything. You first learn to avoid, not to use it. Once you have done enough in avoid, then go to the next step, minimize the use of energy and resources. Once you go to the minimize, then go to the last step of generating energy locally, or resources locally as much as possible. So AMG, avoid, minimize, generate. One third, one third, one third. One third energy and resources you should avoid. One third energy and resources you should minimize, and one third you should generate. So first category is AMG. I would also like to request our director Venkat, Parag, and Amit Shararan. Why don't you please join? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so in the first category, so AMG award was there in the AMG. There are 5 winners of AMG category. I'm going to invite the first winner. The award in AMG category goes to the Institution of Green Engineers, Dr. L. Ramesh. Dr. L. Ramesh, you are there. And to present this award, I would like to invite Manan Arora from DAV Model School. Manan Arora. So just to set up, award will be given by Manan, not by them. So they are only there to bless you. Manan, you be there. So first Manan will have a message for you, and then he will give you the award. Would like to thank him for making your future secure.
Yes, sir, of course. So I'm very privileged to be a part of this event, and I also want to propose a vote of thanks to you for making secure our future for the future generations.
Thank you so much. Happy to receive the award from you. Wonderful. I think the first time in the history, a young boy is giving award to the old boy. I think this is the trend we have to set. That is the paradigm shift that we have to. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Manan, so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. The next award is to Education Park. Education Park is a school which is completely solar powered. Mr. Rakesh Yadav, sir, there, if you can come to the stage. And the award will be given to Rakesh by Shourya Pandey, also a 6th grade student, Shourya Pandey. No, he's there. Go to the center, quick.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I want to give you a vote of thanks, and I am very happy to stand here and tell you that when I saw your project, I was really obliged and I loved it. I saw that your school was completely operated by solar panels, as well as without any electric power, you used to it for ventilation and for lighting up your whole classes. It really encouraged me for building so many projects in my other uses of life. Thank you, sir.
And I hope
I hope the world is watching this. That's how we need a paradigm shift.
your school and motivate to others also.
Thank you, sir.
In the MG award next as an individual category, the award goes to Mr. Akash Shalgar, who has surrendered. Award is not. I'm so sorry. I thought. Award. I think somebody has given. Okay. Where is the award for education part? Education. Ashish Pawar. The award is on the name of Ashish Pawar, the school principal. Akash Shalgar, are you here? Wonderful. And to give the award to Akash, we have the student from Delhi National Public School, Vansh. Vansh, can you come on stage, please? Next. Thank you. Akash has actually surrendered his electricity connection. Now he is completely grid free.
Namaste, sir. Thank you so much for securing our future through this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next one is even more interesting. It is the government category of minimize generate, and there is a government department. This department is none other than electricity department. Electricity department has surrendered its electricity connection, and it has become completely solar and grid free. And this award goes to Public Works Electrical Division of Chandrapur. And to receive the award, I would like to invite Ishan Kulkarni ji. Ishan Kulkarni ji. And to give the award, I would like to invite Bhavyansh. Bhavyansh is a 6th grade student from Delhi National Public School. Bhavyansh, are you here? Harsh? Bhavya, what is your name? Harsh? Come fast. Urjit and Harsh will give it together. Wow. The father gets award from the son. Really? And Urjit is, giving award to the father who energized the office with the solar power so much. Himadri, Pranjal and Amit, if you can come here so that it will become easier. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. Ishanji, it is wonderful. It is personal thanks to you for really taking such a bold step, and looking at you and your example, I think many government buildings actually surrender electricity connection. Next, we have the Climate Hackathon Challenge. The Climate Hackathon Challenge was, there are many challenges we launched. There were 8 challenges, and one of the first challenge was to build a climate clock. Whatever clock that you see there, we have launched as a Climate Hackathon. And the winner for the Climate Hackathon Challenge is Arupadai Vidu Institute of Technology. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And to receive the award, we have the team member Anandan, Abbas Farsi, Manobla, Ganesh, and Yogesh. Please come onto the stage. You can come also from that side. Give them a big round of applause. And to give the award, we have Himadri. Himadri. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you, the entire team.
Namaste, sir. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
So all the work that is done by you is actually really securing the future. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Next, we had Climate Hackathon Challenge number 2, where we asked people suggest what industry should be doing to mitigate the climate change, and we have asked people to write about it. And in this category, there are 3 winners. First, I would like to invite Dr. G. Sanjay. He is not here. Dr. G. Sanjay is not here, but he is a winner. The second winner in this is Himanshu Grover. Himanshu Grover, you are here. Thank you so much. And to give you award, I would like to invite Pranjal. Yeah, Pranjal? Give him a big thank.
Namaste, sir. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
Do it in front of clock. Come here, little. Come here. Come this side. थोड़ा इधर, थोड़ा इधर, 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 इस साइड. On your. Take care of the position. Timing clock इधर होना चाहिए. Also, one more person in this, what industry should be doing to mitigate. We have Neetu Jha is another winner. Neetu Jha, are you there? Wonderful. Congratulations for winning. And to present your award, we have Amit Kumar. Amit? Oh, wow. Amit is a 5th standard student. The youngest person to give award to anyone on the climate change solution. Position check. Uski position check. Yeah, please. Amit, help in climbing the stairs, please. Thank you, Amit. Position. Here, hello. Shivam, here. Come here more. Yeah, this side. Just be in front of the climate clock. That's what you want.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
Thank you so much, Amit Kumar. Next, I would like to invite Manya Lalit Aradhya Rudra. If you can come forward and be here. We have the climate change hackathon category 3, where we have asked people to write what academic institution should be doing. In this also we have 3 winners. I would like to announce the name of Dr. Bhavna Malik. Dr. Bhavna Malik, give a big round of applause to her. She is not here. Then we have second winner as Gugu Lothu Rama Krishna. You are here? Mr. Rama Krishna, wonderful. Please come. And to give the award, we have Aradhya. Yes. Come little more. Yeah, that's it.
Namaste, sir. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
Thank you.
I don't see enough clapping here. Thank you. All right, in the next category, that is Climate Hackathon Challenge 4, where we ask people to write about what individual should be doing to mitigate the climate change. All these articles that people have written, we are going to put on our website. So all those people who are interested, you can read those articles. What people should be doing in individual category, we have the Shriya Sharma. She is not here as a winner, but anyway, give a big round of applause to Shriya. She's here. And to give the award, we have Rudra.
Hello ma'am, I'm so happy to meet all of you, and I'll say that thank you for thank you for
Mic thoda paas rakhe, Rudra.
through this initiative.
Also in this category, what individuals should be doing to mitigate climate change, another beautiful article was written by Tanya Sharma. Tanya Sharma, are you there? And to give you an award, we would like to invite Ankita. What's your name? You can go. What's your name? Tanya's teacher is there, and Lalit is going to give the award. Come little here. Come little one step here.
Namaste, ma'am. I am very happy to see all of you here, and I am thankful to you for securing our future.
Wonderful. Give them a really big round of applause, please. I think more than award winner, the award giver should be applause more. Then we have the next challenge, Climate Hackathon Challenge 5, where it was an open to write an essay. Anybody can write anything on climate change and the solution. And in this category also we have 3 winners. The first winner is Moksha Yadav. And to give the award, we have, can we call upon Devisha, Mansi, Prayush, Sajia, and Piyush? All of you can come here. Any other young child who would like to give award? Anybody want to give award? Can also come here. Anybody who would like to give award? Do we have Devisha here? Do we have Devisha here? Devisha, please go ahead. What a wonderful scene it is, isn't it? Go one step further.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
The next award is to Adya Sinha. Adya Sinha. Adya Sinha, wow. You are the young winner. And to give award, do we have Mansi? What's your name?
Yes.
Piyush. Adya, wonderful. Congratulations. Give a really big round of applause to her.
Thank you for securing our future through this initiative. Thanks, ma'am.
So young winner and young, giver. Then we have another person, Shreya Jain. Shreya Jain. And to give award to Shreya, we have answer. Yes.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
For that, there comes to the category 6 climate hackathon challenge, where we have asked people to write a song about the climate change and the solution. And in this category, we have two beautiful songs that have been written. The award money is 25,000 rupees. And the first prize goes to Viraha Ban. Viraha Ban, are you here? Viraha, can you sing the song?
हम दिखाएं कैसा है नजारा देखते ही देखते बदला जगे सारा हम दिखाएं कैसा है नजारा देखते ही देखते
So actually they are the band and they are the band and they have written the song, composed and then sent us a recorded song. Thank you, congratulations. And to give award you may have Shaji. Shaji up.
Namaste, sir. Thank you for securing our future through this initiative.
The next we have Dr. Gunjan Bhatnagar. Dr. Gunjan Bhatnagar. Congratulations to all of you. Probably Dr. Gunjan can sing a song. We are going to do that. We are all going to one by one. We are going to. Dr. Gunjan, if you'd like to recite a song here, you are written. In the poem here, please go ahead.
गुड इवनिंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन मेरे गीत का शीर्षक था फरियाद। 5 तत्वों से सुंदर जीवन, 5 तत्वों से संसार सजा, अग्नि वायु नभ जल भूमि, इनके समन्वय का उद्घोष बजा। जीने की होड़ में ए मानव तूने सब बर्बाद किया, फूलों से छीनी सुंदरता, पेड़ों का काम तमाम किया। बख्शाना तूने नदियों को, नभ पर भी तूने राज किया, चाहत के लोभ में आज खोया, कल पर क्यों ना विचार किया। दूषित कर दी जल की धारा, घोला है जहर हवाओं में, वन उपवन सब जर्जर है, कहीं दिखे न रंग फिजाओं में। न जीव नाचते जंगल में, न जंतु अब खलिहानों में, हर ओर से सकता जीवन है, चाहे धरती देखूं या आसमानों में। यूं देर बहुत कर दी तूने, अब देख क्या कर पाएगा, ए मानव अभी समझ जा तू, वरना अंत काल पछताएगा। जो थमने लगी मेरी सांसें, तेरा दम भी घुट जाएगा, जो ध्यान धरा का ना रखा, सब शून्य शून्य रह जाएगा। कुछ पेड़ लगा बगीचों में, कुछ पेड़ लगा बगीचों में, कुछ फूल सजा उद्यानों में, उपहार में दे तो हरियाली, नई सोच फैला इंसानों में। हर ओर जगह एक चिंगारी, हर शख्स को दे तू जानकारी, धरोहर को बचा पीढ़ी के लिए, हर उपयोग में दिखा समझदारी।
Anyone can do. What's your name? Anyone can do.
Hidya.
Hidya is going to give the award. And such a wonderful song that you've written, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your voice was really nice. And thank you so much for taking this initiative for our future.
7, which is writing a drama. I hope some people will actually enact this drama in somewhere. So they have written a wonderful drama called Tears of Earth. And this drama has been written by Pallav Kumar Gopal. Pallav Kumar Gopal, are you here? Yes, and the prize money is 25,000 rupees. I was about to say $25,000. What's your name? Oh, there is an entire team. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir, for taking this huge step to make this world a better place.
Come here, come here. Some people can come this side. So Pallav and team, I hope sometime you are going to play this drama on the stage. We will definitely give you a chance. Thank you so much. We have one more winner in the drama category. The name of the script is not there, but Rahul Nitin Khot and Nishal Kumar Dubey. Give them a big round of applause, please. Hemika is going to give the award.
Thank you for your initiative. We need a lot of more people like you.
All right, then we go to the last Climate Hackathon challenge, that is number 8, where we have asked people to paint a T-shirt with a message about the climate change and the solution. And believe me, there are some 60 plus T-shirts that we have received, and beautiful T-shirt. I actually planned to wear this T-shirt today, but because I got engaged and I couldn't wear, and the whole idea that the entire team should be wearing the T-shirt that you painted. But whoever done it, I promise you that my team is going to wear the T-shirt that you have painted with a beautiful message of the climate change and solution. So the one first award goes to, there is no 1, 2, 3, everybody is equal. First, I would like to call Prasad C. Prasad C. Okay. Actually, we have the T-shirt painted by them, so it would be nice to see. And to give the award, I would like to call Mahek Solanki. Please come this side a little bit. Two sit here. Go, Mahek.
We all need to take part in this mission, so thank you for participating.
The next T-shirt painting is Ojasvi Cream. Not here. But anyway, give a big round of applause, Ojasvi. And then we have Riva Wangmu Shangdarpa. Also not here, but anyway, give a big round of applause. Congratulations to all the winners. The climate is changing, so should we, is a message on the T-shirt you can all read. Such a wonderful message, isn't it? All right, I have missed out one category, and the one person who is here in the audience in the Climate Hackathon Challenge 3, what academic institutions should be doing to mitigate climate change. We have Viranuneshwar. Is he here? Okay. And to give the award, I would like to invite Suhani. Go. First, you have to announce something.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for taking this step and securing our future.
Thank you, sir. Did it for you.
उनको बुला लेंगे. One more. You're remaining? One more missing. Yes. We have Climate Hackathon Challenge 2, where CA Joel has written about what industry should be doing to mitigate climate change. And Mr. Joel is here. Would like to invite the team, and anybody from the audience would like to hand over this prize? Anybody? Young one, yeah, come. You, yeah. Wonderful. The winner is on the other side this time. Wonderful. Just right. And then after that, for the vote of thanks, the students are invited to do the vote of thanks. 3 students. Himika and team.
Sir, thank you so much, and I really appreciate your hard work for it.
So that is the end of the conference, but nothing can be complete without thanking people who have made it happen. And again, just to thank everyone, we have invited the young generation only. So vote of thanks will be given by the young generation. Please, Himika and team.
With a humble heart and gratitude in my spirit.
1 minute. There's one more. There's one more. There are 3 more winners that I forgot to announce. You know that we have been running the quiz during the break, and many people have been taking part in the quiz. Do you know who is the winner? Would you like to know? Dr. Arnit Jhalani. Are you there? Amit Jhalani, sorry. And we have Shivangi Mathur and Shivani Mehta. Really give them a big round of applause. We have only one winner.
With a humble heart and gratitude in my spirit, I, Himika Gupta of DAV Public School, Sector 49, Gurugram, take extreme delight in thanking Energy Swaraj Foundation for such a wonderful endeavor towards spreading awareness about procuring our planet. We are really grateful to you for reinstalling the vitality of being the warriors of our planet. We will ensure that we are passing on a progressive legacy to our present fellows and brothers and sisters of future. I, Ragini Sharma of DAV Public School, Sector 49, have been extremely motivated by the initiative taken by Energy Swaraj Foundation. It's not only a few hands that can work for the betterment of the planet, but all of us have to unite as a team. We take extreme pride in being a part of this initiative and extend a heartfelt gratitude for inspiring us. As rightly said, repetition leads to reinforcement. So we, the young ambassadors, promise you that we'll keep on making constant efforts for making the world a better place. Together we can and we should. Thank you.
I, Hidya Sohal of DAV Public School Sector 49, Gurugram, feels extremely blessed and delighted to be a part of this wonderful conference. I am really thankful to Energy Swaraj Foundation for taking this wonderful and much required initiative. Saving the planet Earth is our foremost duty and responsibility, and we will definitely play our role and work in the favor of all mankind. Once again, thank you all so much for this initiative.
Thank you so much.
I would just like to say on behalf of everybody here that anybody who's spent even a second or a minute or an hour or a day with Professor Solanki, it's amazing. Aapka dhan ho. And I would also like to acknowledge that it's not just you, but your family who has supported you. As a woman, I know how tough it must be for your wife and your children, but thank you to them. Thank you to your parents who have brought you up this way. Thank you to your teachers, your friends, your people who've inspired you. And thank you, Mahatma Gandhi, for inspiring you. Aap bahut meherbani hamari.
And at the end, because this conference was organized by contribution from so many people, and I don't want to give this opportunity to anybody else than to thank them. I would like to take this opportunity myself. First of all, organization part, AICT has been a great support. They have been partner in this organization. So thanks a lot to AICT and providing all this facility and being supportive and partner in this. Thanks to all the network for being part of the partner in the hackathon challenge that we have seen and AMG. Thanks to Karunaji and the entire team. Ajay has been really very kind of instrumental in making everything happen. Thanks to all the participants, from various schools they have come, from various organizations, industries, NGOs, everybody has taken part in this. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the Shell, ONGC, and Rainmatter for sponsoring. Without their support, it would definitely would not be possible to organize the conference of this scale. And finally, thanks to all the volunteers, and give them a really, really big round of applause. Really hard work that you have gone through, and it is not a simple task to actually complete the task. It was very challenging to manage this and speakers and hall and food and exhibition and media and stage, and this really, really complicated, but you've done a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Thanks to Energy Swaraj team. It is not possible for me to do my yatra without the team, and it is the Energy Swaraj team, and I would like to call everybody, all Energy Swaraj team members, all volunteers, if you can come to the stage, it will be really wonderful. Everybody, if you can come. Rohit, Shivam, Aryan, I mean, these are all the heroes, of the entire organization. And I don't think I should thank, but the biggest thanks should go to Rajni, my wife, who has been taking care of everything. And even bigger thanks should go to Suhani and Meg, my daughters, who have been actually studying themselves without me and not being at home. So Really thanks to them. Why don't you go to the center? All of you, please. Also thanks to the people who are in the control room at the back side. Control room, Sandeep ji, I think is there. Why don't you give a big round of applause to Sandeep ji? He's making audio visual possible. Thanks to Manish ji from the media. Thanks to Dr. Arun Datta. Thanks to Satish ji from AICT. AICT support has always been great. So thanks to everyone. I hope I'm not missing anyone, but please forgive me if I'm missing anyone from thanking. Thanks to India Times for being partner. Every other organization. Really thanks a lot to everyone. Ajay. Also, Gajanan are here. Gajanan Prakash ji are here. Gajanan and Prakash are actually traveling with me in my bus. They have been immense support when my family is not there. They are my family, so thanks to them. Thanks to Abhiraj for being a kind of savior. Thanks to Abhiraj, please. Thanks to Nikita. Nikita is not here. Nikita is actually with a little baby sitting in Mumbai, but all this time she has been with us and supporting. Thanks to every team member. It's difficult for me to tell names. Siddhi and everyone has contributed. Sumitra has been working like crazy. These are some names. Thank you everyone, and please do not take the picture without me. Thank you so much. Are you all happy? How is the Josh? How is the Josh? How is the Josh? Three cheers for energy tonight. Hooray! 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 Thank you. And before everyone leaves the stage, can I request a standing ovation for Professor Solanki for inspiring everyone when they mention of energy for all. Thank you so much for what you are doing, and not just for yourself, but for the entire humanity. Your mission, your passion, your service to the society is a great contribution, and you are truly remarked as the Sonia Gandhi because you have earned this title for your sacrifice and the service that you are doing for this nation. You are indebted for your mission, for your inspiration, and we really hope that your mission of 1 billion energy literates is achieved, of 1 crore households giving up electricity is achieved, and we are able to mitigate the existential threat that we face as humanity, and this be a pillar for this conference starts as a milestone for that. Thank you so much for doing all that you do for us and the society. Thank you. I would like to invite Rahul here. If you can say something, Shivam and Aryan, why don't you come and share? And just 1 minute, if you can say something. Anybody else can also.
Thank you everyone for coming. So ASF team and AICT team has worked really hard, and I know that what AICT has been like. I am the point of contact, and I know that how much dedicatedly they have been working with us, and especially the volunteers and Rohit, Shivam, Sachin, Dilip, and few other people. I just don't mind if I forgot the name, and they have been like really working hard like since 2 months. Like last like few weeks it was so hectic, and now like conference is over and we are like family. So like thank you everyone, and hopefully the next year we will be doing the bigger scale. Thank you.
All right. To start,
First of all, I would like to thank the leader of this conference, Professor Chetar Singh Solanki, for having me as a part of the team. He's an inspirational man, and for a professor, you would pick him for someone boring, but trust me, he makes you laugh like anything else. Even meetings with him are fun. We used to sit in the bus and we used to discuss about everything, and it was a great. So as Rahul sir said, and I totally agree on that, because I have been part of many conferences, and at the end it's never about me for the certificate or the value. It's always about the people I take with me, the people I meet, the team that works together, and at the end it goes home as a family. So thank you so much for having, sir, and a huge round of applause for the entire team of AI Conference.
Anyone can also come. Is Rohit around? Rohit? Sachin? Aryan?
So, hello everyone. I got in touch with sir around 6-7 months back, and I really feel connected to what he's doing. And I try to contribute in whatever way I can whenever I get the chance to. So, this was one of those chances I got. So, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, sir, and thanks to everybody for making it possible. Thank you. I hope you guys will take home an action plan for yourself to bring the change that we are trying to do, rather than just listening and going home and doing the same things we do always. Thank you so much.
Let's listen to it. Why don't you say we will all follow? Go ahead. Yes. Rakesh is also here. Sachin, why don't you come? Rakesh, why don't you also come? Yeah, please.
Okay, so I would firstly like to thank the entire team of Energy Swaraj Foundation. Everybody has really worked very hard. Shaurya, he's really worked hard. I've seen him do it like for 2-3 days continuously. He's really toiling. He's really working hard. The whole team. Abhilasha, at the last moment, sorting it out, and gathering the whole thing. All of us rather has put in all the efforts what is required to make this a grand success. And I would really like to thank Professor Chetar Singh Solanki to giving us this opportunity and connecting everything together. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Sachin.
So, first of all, thank you, Solanki sir, for giving us this opportunity to organize such a wonderful event. And especially, I would like to thank Rahul sir for, giving me free hands to, coordinate this conference. To each and every team member. And very true, Solar Gandhi, this was just not a conference, it is a movement that has started now, and many more to come. Congratulations to all. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Sir, real inspiration, real Gandhi. Thank you for being with us. And we hope again that you will organize this conference again, second edition in Delhi itself. Thank you so much. Thank you, team. Thank you to each and everyone who have been part of this conference. Thank you so much.
I would like my directors of Energy Swaraj Foundation, Amit, Parag, and Venkat also to be on the stage, please. Please give them a big round of applause. They are the backbone of the Energy Swaraj Foundation. It is a continuous guidance that we get from all of them. They are thorough gentlemen, they are thorough professionals, and they will continuously behind us. Thank you so much. And definitely it will not be complete without Abhilasha speaking.
Exactly.
Ravi Kumar ji has been with us. I'm so sorry, I did not see. Thank you so much. And Ravi Kumar ji has been a part in designing the whole program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I think, one of the oldest here, but I got energized by getting involved with this movement. And I deem it a great privilege to have been associated with it, contributing whatever little bit I could. But I would like to tell two things. I mean, great things happen because of the initiative of very, very few people. We all are aware, we have been reading the last, at least I have been reading for the last 20 years, and it has been bothering me a lot, but I didn't do anything. Though I used to feel proud that I was one of the earliest to be aware of this, but I didn't go any further. But there are 1 in a million or 1 in a crore, I may say, who really take plunge. I mean, it is not a small thing, it's indeed a very great decision, Solanki, to have launched into this kind of activity. And I'm really amazed. I know how difficult it is to organize. And I'm really amazed to see so many young boys. He brought them together on the one hand. On the other hand, he brought in professionals, top senior officials from the government, from the industry. It is amazing. I mean, he may be feeling a little bit awkward that people one after another is saying, I mean, garlanding him and telling him all great things, but he deserves all of that. And I'm really I always love to be in the company of young people, and whenever I get an opportunity, I don't miss it. And I do a lot of training programs just to keep myself energized. And the boys, the girls of this current generation, extraordinarily brilliant. We were never like what they are now. So that gives me a lot of hope. And I'm really glad Professor has brought such energetic people here. And the first day, at the end of the yesterday evening, before the start of the program, we were really wondering that some of them expressed we are running short of volunteers. I was really amazed to see the next day some 10, 15 people joining. And the credit goes to whosoever. I think amongst the volunteers themselves, some of them are teaching, and they are also into some profession, and they brought them together in such a short time. And I really feel very proud of you young boys. And this is the hope for this country. And I'm sure the climate change will be beaten by these youngsters, and they will do it. And I'm grateful once again to Professor Solanki and all these bright young boys and girls. And the school students, for example, yesterday that small girl spoke, very brilliant. She spoke out of her heart. She didn't have any prepared text, and she really inspired an old man like me also. Thank you very much.
All right. So, good evening, everyone. First of all, thanks to Chetan sir. जैसे कहते हैं ना माला के अंदर मोती होते हैं, हम सब मोती हैं volunteers. The one that has like knitted us all, जिन्होंने उन मोतियों को माला में पिरोया वो चेतन सर थे हमारे. Entire source of motivation, entire ESF team, my entire volunteer team. Thanks to all of them. And honestly speaking, ये जो conference है ये audience के बिना हमारे successful नहीं हो पाती. Additionally, I would request you all to be climate aware, थोड़ा सा aware हो, because it will definitely impact our future generation. और last में बस ये कहूँगा, अभी तो मंजिल शुरू हुई है, जाना अभी बहुत दूर है. धन्यवाद.
Abhilasha and Rajni. Rajni will be last.
Now I'm not very good at this, but it's been a long journey. I don't know I should say long or not. But sir के साथ काम करते हुए करीब 12-13 साल हो गए हैं, and इतना पटक के train कर दिया इन्होंने कि we go through anything. But yeah, I would say that wonderful experience, especially with volunteers. I had worked for the very first time like this. We had worked with volunteers earlier also, but most of the times our team had been working with them. But amazing experience with them. And great thing is that कि सारे लोग इतना आगे आकर के मिशन का पार्ट बनने के लिए रेडी हो गए. Because वो अंदर से मोटिवेशन नहीं होता तो शायद इतने अच्छे से ये लोग आगे बढ़कर सारी चीजें डिलीवर नहीं कर रहे होते. Day and night they are awake. So thank you so much, sir, for giving the opportunity to work with you, and the directors also. Thank you so much. And thanks to Gulab, यहाँ से डांट खाते हुए वहाँ control room में he was handling everything. So thank you so much, Shivam and Aditya, Manan here. Means I may not remember names of every team member. Suhani, Mehak. So thank you so much, team. Yeah. Yeah, so good evening everybody. Actually मैं
मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ऐसे माइक के सामने बोलती तो नहीं हूँ, बट फर्स्ट टाइम ही जैसे, so थैंक यू सो मच। और जैसे ये सारी जो टीम वॉलेंटियर्स की है, तो अभी मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम ही हम लोग मिले और ऐसे एक फैमिली जैसे फील हुआ सभी के साथ रह के। तो सभी आगे से ऐसे जुड़े रहना। चलिए बस, ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
Well, hello everyone. My name is Chirayu Sharma and I am from Jaipur, student of Manipal University. मैं सर से पिछले 1 साल से कनेक्टेड हूँ लिंक्डइन पे और रेगुलरली उनको फॉलो करता हूँ, उनके अपडेट्स जो भी उनकी सर की प्रोफाइल संभालते हैं। और सर से यहाँ आने के बाद मतलब ऐसे कनेक्टेड फील हुआ, इनका जो एक ऑरा है बिल्कुल चेरिशफुल है सर। और कहीं ना कहीं जो मैं सोचता था कि मेरे को एनवायरनमेंट के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए, तो सर ने वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है और एक स्टेज दिया है कि एक फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए। सो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी, थैंक यू। और मेरे को रिग्रेट होता कि मैं नहीं आके बोलता, सर को कांग्रेचुलेट करता। आज शाम की मेरी ट्रेन है, रात की। सो थैंक यू।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we depart, there is one small tribute I'd like to make at this conference. I've been part of hundreds of them, but never before have I seen such incredible dedication. And just to give you some context, there was a team member who underwent an accident, like an accident happened while working for the conference, and most of you won't recognize him because he has been working under the, you can say, behind the curtains. But this conference would really not have been possible without him. So, with a huge round of applause, Mr. Sachin Kumar, the man of the hour. He can walk now.
Won't take any time at all. This team is great. This mission is amazing. The vision is appealing. So all the best to Team Energy Swaraj. Thank you.
I've seen lots and lots of events, and one thing that struck me was the way nothing was dropped, no ball was dropped. Everybody stood up, and so Ajay, I was really impressed. So, and Mrs. Solanki said, "परिवार की तरह था, जुड़े रहो." So, I mean, before that, I was thinking I need to speak to Ajay. यार तुम तो एकदम शादी जब होती है घर में, तो कुछ भी करना होता है, you step up and you do it. And I saw you in action. So big round of applause. So again, I saw so many instances of that. So Abhilasha, anytime I would see her, I'm going up. So I'm an early riser. और नीचे जाता था, Abhilasha would be on her laptop working. रात को I came in from Bangalore. Abhilasha was at her laptop. So she's not slept for 3 days. And I'm sure that's true for many, many volunteers. So, big round of applause. But please, for God's sake, aaj raat ke zarur so lena. And I mean, everyone stepped up. So, Amit came in from Bhopal with a 20 kilo. This clock that you see, at the last moment it was delivered to Amit, and he somehow managed to bring it overnight all the way here. And then we were running around trying to plug it in, जुगाड़ करके tape लगा के भी कर दिया है. So everyone stepped up. So and it worked. So that shows that if the intentions are right. So Chetan's famous quote, "Life tends to support our preferences." So wish it and it will happen. But yeah, also next time we'll make it happen even better.
So finally, I think we are close, we must close. But before that, I would like to take one selfie with everyone. Are you ready? Yes, sir. All right. Why don't you come to this side? And coming in selfie is your responsibility. I can do as high as possible. Zaruri. Yes, sir. Zaruri is there. Sir, हाँ विक, अरे ये भी नहीं बाबा उसको छोड़ के बाकी हाँ वीडियो वीडियो सर Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. It is really pleasure.
Let's end this event with a song dedicated to the team Swaraj and our Solar Gandhi. Control team, please play the song. And guys, let's enjoy it.
बंद कर देंगे। हो जाएगी, बंद कर। मैं 5 मिनट में बंद कर देंगे, तो बोल